Please note for the record that Councilmember Fimbres is attending electronically. We will start with item 1. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, members of the council, I have nothing new to report. I did see the presentation that was sent by Dr. Cullen. I know that Councilmember Fema has had some questions. I think the information that was provided by Dr. Cullen gives us the latest snapshot. So other than that, happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Ortega, I also wanted to remind the council colleagues that the presentation is being emailed to each and every one of you so that you can have it for your information and to share with the community. Just to give a little update on this, the current COVID-19 community level is currently at medium, so it went from high to medium, which is good news. 172.92 average daily cases per 100,000 population through December 15th. The CDC looks at a combination of 3 metrics to determine the COVID-19 community level, which is updated every Thursday. New COVID-19 admissions per 100,000 population in the past 7 days, the percentage of staffed inpatient beds occupied by COVID-19 patients, and the total new COVID-19 cases per 100,000 population in the past 7 days. The data on new cases implies potential increases in health system strain. As we all know, there's a triple virus out there that is the, RSV, COVID-19, and flu. We've got to make sure that we continue to be on alert and make sure that we are taking our shots. I unfortunately was the recipient in the 2.5 years that I've been the mayor trying to protect our community. It finally caught up to me, and it's because I let my guard down. I wish I would have taken the booster shot before the cases started rising, and only because I didn't want to spend half a day at home trying to recover from the booster did I really get COVID-19, and I spent 9 days at home. So learn from me, please make sure that you're getting your booster shots, taking care of yourselves, doing some mitigation measures that we practice from the very beginning. It was a mild case for me, thank goodness, but I did feel the effects, body aches, headaches, and I was very, very constipated. Right now, I'm just, as I've, tested negative and come back to work, still feel the effects. I'm very exhausted, foggy brain, so excuse me today if I seem a little disconnected with you all. But let's try and protect each other, especially around the holidays, that we want to make sure that our family, our friends, our relatives are healthy going into the holidays. Again, you can always call the Pima County Health Department to get tested or get into a treatment program. I called the Pima County Health Department, spoke to a nurse practitioner. They asked me a few questions and then prescribed Paxlovid to me. It's free. You could get it at any local pharmacy and pick it up the same day they prescribe it. And so that helped a lot. So the number with the Pima County Health Department is 520-724-7895 to find out if you're eligible to receive antiviral medication, which prevents serious illnesses. With that, please make sure that you're taking care of each other, that you're boosting, and that we're entering the holiday season in a healthy space. With that, we move. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have any questions on this item?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to know what the protocol was. What
I think he,
was the protocol for city employees?
council member, we're having a little bit of difficulty with your connection, your internet connection. Can you repeat
Can
the
you hear me
question?
now, Madam Mayor? What is the protocol for city employees? We still following the CDC guidelines?
Yeah, can you answer that, Mr.
Sure,
Ortega?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, again, the CDC guidance is where we're pointing folks. So there's two sources of information for that. One is the Pima County Health Department website, which has some information, but quite frankly, on protocols, it's better to follow the CDC and go after CDC, because sometimes the CDC changes more quickly than the Pima County website. So the CDC is the key on that.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. That's all I had, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Really appreciate
I'm
it.
glad you get back.
Thank you.
Healthy, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. I feel much better. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your concern.
Ask a quick question.
We move on to, yes, Councilmember Kasacher.
For Mike Rankin, probably. Do council offices have the legal authority to require masks of guests and groups working or visiting the offices?
Councilmember Kozaczek, based on the changes in state law that went into effect after the last session, we can't impose regulations as a city that are requiring that in the different offices. But we certainly, and you see it still in City Hall and some of our other facilities, about encouraging folks to mask up in, closer situations.
So it's not required, but suggested language that we can use. Any others? All righty. We move on to item 2. Time has been set aside for a discussion to provide staff direction regarding the TEP franchise agreement. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I'm going to turn it over to City Attorney for some opening remarks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We scheduled this study session at the direction of the Mayor and Council so you can have an open discussion about the status of the franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power, TEP, as well as the timing of putting an extension of that franchise agreement in front of the voters of the City of Tucson, and the potential terms of what that franchise extension might look like. I wanted to go over a few general things about franchise agreements because they are largely dictated both by state law and our own city charter. Both the city charter and state statute provide that an agreement to allow an electric utility to use the city's rights-of-way requires a franchise agreement. And every franchise agreement is subject to voter approval in the city where the utility is operating. Per both the state law and our charter, the franchise agreement cannot exceed 25 years. It can be a shorter term, but typically the agreements that are put in front of voters are for that 25-year term. Franchise agreements must be non-exclusive, and what that means is it can't exclude other users from coming in to use the rights-of-way, including to provide electrical services if need be. The franchise does not override the authority that's given to the ACC under the Arizona Constitution relating to rate making of utilities. So the franchise does not change those rate making regulatory authorities. Through the franchise fee, the city can and does in fact charge a franchise fee, which represents what the utility pays for the rights to use the city's rights of way. A franchise can also include certain other types of terms that the utility must abide by, such as requiring certain construction standards be met within our public rights of way, requiring the utility to extend service to customers within the city's corporate boundaries, and allowing city regulation of street cuts, relocation of utility lines, etc. Our charter requires that an applying franchisee, so TEP, pays for the costs of the election when the new franchise agreement is put in front of the voters, and they actually are required to post a deposit upfront in advance of the election to cover those costs. Our charter also has an unusual, maybe unique provision relating to the interrelation between the franchise fee and a public utility tax that we also impose. What our charter provides is that if we as the city have a utility tax that's greater than 2%, the franchise fee that we assess under a franchise agreement actually acts as a credit or an offset against the payment of that utility tax. So in our situation, the city of Tucson has a 4.5% public utility tax, and the 2.25% franchise fee. Well, they're not combined such that it's a 6.5% overall fee. It all comes out in a wash, if you will, and the 2.25% makes up just part of the overall 4.5%. Under the current franchise agreement with TEP, just as a reminder, it was last approved by the voters in November of 2000. So it took effect in April of 2001, and it runs through April 15th of 2026, which is part of the reason why we're having these discussions about going to the voters to renew it, because we're coming up towards the end of the term of the existing franchise agreement. As required by law, that franchise agreement is in fact non-exclusive, meaning other users can go into the rights of way to provide utility services, including the city, if we were ever to decide to engage in that activity. It does require TEP to maintain certain in-city office locations and provide certain levels of customer service and customer service response to customers located within the city limits. It allows the city to appropriate a percentage of the franchise fee revenue that we get to certain defined public benefits, and the franchise agreement includes the city's ability to apply that fee revenue to low-income assistance, to the costs of undergrounding, as well as to provide renewable energy incentives. The franchise agreement requires TEP to keep records of its customers, its rate classes, its billing info, gives the city audit authority with respect to those records, requires TEP to report outages, and in particular so customers know what's going on with the system, and to maintain emergency procedures when outages occur. Requires certain levels of coordination with the city for planning and the submission of plans for improvements, construction standards, repair requirements in our public rights of way. It also requires relocation of TEP utility lines at their cost for city projects, unless they had prior rights, and there's a whole body of law about that, but generally they're responsible for those costs. The franchise currently does deal with undergrounding to establish that as of the effective date of the franchise back in 2001, the cities, if the undergrounding of TEP lines is required by the regulations that existed at that time, then TPE is required to pay those costs and comply with the city's requirements. So the city manager and I, over the past year, have been in discussions with representatives of TEP over a variety of issues, and you're well aware in terms of our special exception process issues that came up with the Kikino DeMoss Petrie line and various other things. And throughout those discussions, we started to move towards a discussion of the potential renewal or extension of the existing franchise agreement. TEP has proposed that as part of an extension, amending the terms of the agreement to provide for a new revenue source, primarily to help pay for undergrounding costs in our community. That new revenue would be generated through a 0.75% fee. That's on top of the 2.25%, so the overall franchise fee, if you will go up to 3%. And then those funds generated from that additional fee would be dedicated to primarily dedicated anyway, to undergrounding costs of future line projects. And just to put some economics to that, and this was described in the Mayor and Council memorandum, so I won't go over all of it, but roughly the 2.25 existing franchise fee generates between $13 and $14 million a year. And this additional fee, this 0.75%, is projected to add about $4.5 million per year. Quick note, I mentioned that charter provision before about the franchise fee and how it acts as a credit against the public utility tax. What we would do is structure this additional 0.75% so that it would not diminish our tax revenues, but instead would create a new revenue source, a new dedicated fund for the approved purposes. As you're well aware of how utilities work, including our own Tucson Water, costs that are incurred by the utility are passed on to the ratepayers. And so we provided the economic forecasts of what the impacts would be to typical customers in the different rate classes for this additional fee. The average impact, the impact to an average residential electric customer would be about 93 cents per month. A small general commercial, like a small restaurant, about $2.65 a month. And of course, it goes up the more electricity that is used by the customer. Now, it is possible that the fund created by these revenues could also be applied to other costs that benefit the public. I mentioned that we already have one provision in the existing franchise that identifies some other public benefits that the mayor and council can appropriate the fee revenue to, low-income assistance, and incentives for renewables like solar. But there could be some other potential priorities that the mayor and council might want to direct where those fees could be, the funds generated from those fees could be expended. Some other issues that would be captured in any proposed extension of the franchise agreement would address things like EV charging stations, make sure that we include those within the definition of the types of facilities that are authorized by the franchise, and allow the city to have review and permitting authority about how those EV charging stations are installed throughout the city. Another issue we want to deal with in the franchise agreement is to help reduce the number of what we call ghost poles that are out in the community. And these are poles that TEP used but then don't need anymore because they've put on new installations. In many instances, there are some other users on those poles, and we have to establish a process for them to get off the poles so the poles can actually be removed instead of remaining along our rights-of-way. The franchise agreement would also establish the composition and role of a review committee and an approval committee for the expenditure of those funds that I've been describing, the additional $4.5 million, primarily at this time contemplated to be for undergrounding costs. So this item is scheduled for you to publicly discuss these issues and to get a feel for whether the mayor and council support the contemplated terms of an extension to the TEP franchise, and also to get an idea of the timing that makes sense. Because remember, it needs to go to the voters for renewal and approval. And the way Arizona law works in terms of election dates, a franchise question put to the voters can go at any of 4 different times during any given year, which would be the March, May, August, November timeframes. The next possible election that it could be presented to the voters would be the May 16. It would be May 16, 2023. And so it's our responsibility to well, what does that mean in terms of how soon the council would have to act? That would mean the council would need to act no later than the second meeting in January to call that election and to refer the franchise agreement to the voters. So with that, manager can add anything, and then we're happy to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Mike. Mayor, members of the council, I think the discussion today has 3 components as City Attorney outlined. The first is potential date for an election. These aren't necessarily in priority order, just 3 different components. So one of them is date for an election. And as Mike mentioned, you don't have to make a decision on that today. You have until the second meeting of January, but it gives you another opportunity at the first meeting in January to discuss it. The second item is related specifically to the underground, which is kind of the conversation that's been ongoing for some time now, and a conversation around how that could be funded. We've suggested some information and materials on that. And then the third thing is specific to the updates in the franchise agreement as a whole. So Mayor, happy to take questions. I know there are representatives from TEP also present, if there are specific questions for them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega and Mr. Rankin. I agree. I don't think we need to take any action except for give some idea in terms of timing of a possible franchise election. I think we have a great opportunity today to talk about the partnership that the City of Tucson has with TEP. The franchise agreement creates, and opening that up creates an opportunity for us to negotiate the terms of the relationship that we want to expand with Tucson Electric Power, and what we can do in terms of forward-thinking projects together. And the possibility that you talked about, Mr. Rankin, with the $4.5 million, that's something, undergrounding is a big conversation that we've had as a community. Other opportunities besides the $4.5 million is being able to expand on our electric vehicle grid in the city of Tucson, and how we can take advantage of the relationship that we're creating or continuing with TEP. I think that we're just going to discuss later on today in a future item. We're going to hear about an update on our Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action plan. I look forward to the ways in which we can work together with TEP to help support our climate action goals. And over the next few months, we can discuss the ways we can best utilize both the relationship that we have with TEP and the funds that this new charge could possibly create. I would like to consider us being as part of the franchise agreement, maybe not necessarily the $4.5 million being created, but how is it that the city of Tucson and TEP can expand our relationship in creating an EV grid in the city of Tucson? How do we look at the possibility of renewals with TEP? How do we connect our climate action goals with the goals that I know that TEP has in terms of creating these opportunities for the city of Tucson and in PIMA County? So I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues on the council. I want to make sure that you all have an opportunity to bring to the table the input from your ideas and the input from residents. So with that, I'd like to open up for comments from my colleagues on the council. Anyone interested in opening? Councilmember Kosacic.
Sure, I'm sure we'll all have thoughts, so just get things started. I don't see Sam is here from TEP, if you want to make any thoughts or comments along the lines too. First of all, this is sort of negotiating in the light of day. You know, these kinds of conversations have been happening behind closed doors. I think it's really healthy that the citizens have a chance to see the sausage being made. You know, this is they who are going to be paying by extension the fee through their rates, and so they have, I believe, a right to see, you know, the conversation as it evolves from this point. It's also because of our concern for the sanctity of our ordinances, that, you know, the gateway and the scenic corridors, that we are here now, because the conversation about undergrounding was wholly different 2 or 3 years ago. That is not to say that we're still not threading a needle in terms of concern over state legislation and the Corporation Commission coming in with a heavy hand, but I believe we've got a good partner in TEP that is at the table now, and I think that, you know, the conversation has been productive to this point. Am I right? You said the full fee generates about $13 million? That's where we are?
Mayor, Councilwoman Kozaczek, it's between 13 and 14 million, the
Okay.
total fee now.
Okay. So just a few thoughts. First of all, and maybe this is a question for you guys, as long as we're kind of laying our cards on the table. Right now, with the conversation is about increasing the franchise fee by a percentage. Right now, according to the franchise agreement, that is a direct dollar for dollar reduction in the utility tax. And so the question for TEP would be, you guys be amenable to earmarking a fixed amount of an increase to undergrounding, but not reducing the utility tax by that amount?
Yes, Mayor and council members, Councilmember Kozaczek, as we've worked, as Mr. Ortega mentioned, over the last few months, we identified that as a potential issue, and so we have kind of developed the franchise language to ensure that we are not offsetting any of the utility tax, that it would be a discrete fund that's dedicated, at least at this point, to undergrounding infrastructure. And that could be, as we've talked about, initially transmission infrastructure, but we also have some flexibility to move forward with any excess funds to underground distribution infrastructure as well. We've also had some conversations, and I appreciate the comments by both Mayor and Councilman Kozaczek about the partnership. Had some conversations about the ability and the flexibility to potentially use some of those surplus funds over the 25-year period for renewable projects, other clean energy initiatives that might come up.
So you're going to hear, I'm sure, more about the notion of flexibility, because one would hope that 20 years from now, we're not still having the same conversation about digging trenches and putting things underground, but there's a more robust technology available so that we're not, through this franchise agreement, locking ourselves into for 20 years, no matter what other technology develops, we're going to be putting stuff underground and we're going to be tearing roadways up. So, but I'm sure you're going to hear more about that. So without extending the amortization time on the debt, there isn't going to be much money for projects. I mean, $4.5 million will get you a couple miles underground. And so you can't really you can't set a schedule that's longer than your franchise. I mean, you can't amortize, try that sentence again, Steve. You can't set an amortization schedule that's longer than your franchise agreement either. So we have to keep that in mind. So in terms of when we agree with our partners about what's the length of this agreement, we also have to keep in mind the fact that the longer the agreement, the more projects that are going to get done because the more their debt service can cover over time. So just a point. And I also think that to sell the franchise agreement to the public, there has to be more than simply an extension and an increase in fee for undergrounding. And so the comments that the mayor made about tying this to our climate action plan and developing a more formal partnership in terms of what that looks like in terms of supporting, the solar and the grid and all the things that you mentioned, I think that's going to be a key to getting the voters to step up and agree to it. We have, we got one ornament hanging on the tree, right? Well, two actually, ghost poles and undergrounding. And filling that tree up, I think, is going to be really important to make it sellable to the voters. A couple more points. We have this section in well, I'll get to that last. So we're asking you all to make significant infrastructure investments. That's going to involve tens of millions of dollars if undergrounding happens citywide, and it needs to be citywide. We can't be just talking about the DeMoss Peachwood line. This has got to generate enough funds so that the east, south, west, north, midtown, everybody's involved in it, and that means a longer debt horizon. So, but within the 20 to 25 years that the franchise agreement would be. With that caveat, and I think that I already touched on it, maybe your thoughts on how we build the flexibility into the franchise agreement so that more than simply undergrounding is considered. Maybe it is formally drawn into the franchise agreement. I think that would be a healthy thing. And I'll finally tie it to this, and then I'm done. the public benefits fee is 1/9 of the franchise agreement. So that's $1.1 million, $1.2 million, round numbers. Right now, how are we using those dollars? Is that going into the general fund, or have we earmarked those dollars?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, all of those funds go into the general fund for general operations.
So I'm wondering, for conversation around the table, right now, the wording is 1/9 of such revenues may be used for undergrounding, low-income assistance, renewables. And if we change the may to shall be and then stipulate some dollar levels earmarked to solar, to undergrounding, to low-income assistance, so that we've got some skin in the game also, and it's not simply all TEP's increase in the delta. We got about $1 million to play with. The city can earmark for something other than letting it disappear into the general fund. That could be our part of this as well. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things with this. One is the philosophical question about public utilities versus a private entity with a franchise agreement. And unfortunately, as bad as a lot of us want to see a public utility kind of model, it's almost unrealistic with how our infrastructure is dug in and kind of where we are in this process. So, and to be fair to TEP, though I don't see eye to eye with them all the time, how they conduct their business and what they do is what I'd expect them to, and I can't fault them for that. I mean, they're not. They have stockholders. They have a bottom line, and they're going to do what they're going to do, and I don't fault them for that at all. That's congruent and parallel to every single utility franchise agreement in the country. So, and they're going to be our partner, whether we like it or not. So let's just understand that there. A few things that I'd like to see outside of the nitty-gritty on the dollars, which is really important. I mean, Steve's points are spot on. Everybody sees that. I'd like to try to fit in a way where we are at least not just undergrounding moving forward, but have some piece to this where we can take at least some distribution lines on corridors and get them undergrounded. We've got some corridors where we have distribution lines on both sides of the road. That's baloney, man. That we shouldn't be doing that. It's the 21st century. We shouldn't have to have transmission lines on one side of the road and distribution lines on the other side of the road. The other thing I'd like to see in it, if we can, again, I don't know if we can do it legally, is I've really got some co-location issues with some of our distribution. I know that we can restrict transmission co-location, but not distribution co-location or something weird like that. So and it's also per mile in undergrounding. Transmission is really expensive to underground, whereas we can kind of get more bang for our buck in distribution, in underground and distribution. So I'm kind of seeing those things. I don't want to micromanage the process. I'm just trying to say, in general, I want to have the flexibility to do those things going backwards. The next piece is I'd like to allow or promote or require or have something where we are encouraging, or so what has happened is I've contended that one of the best things that we can do for our neighborhoods is allow them to buy rooftop in bulk. An HOA or an neighborhood association should be able to buy rooftop in bulk. That way, you guys don't have to put up, if you had 100 homes in that neighborhood, you don't have to put up 100 different inverters and try to redistribute that power. It'd be way easier to put all those onto one line and roll it all back and then credit the HOA instead. I've said that. That's a model that they have in Colorado. Every single time I go to one group, they say, well, it's the ACC. You go to the ACC, they say that you need to talk to the utility. I don't really know what the story is, and I don't care. What I want is HOAs and neighborhood associations, or incorporated neighborhood associations, but for sure HOAs, who usually have to have a $1 million liability policy and are already incorporated. I want them to be able to arrange this. I mean, if I'm living in an HOA and I find out that I can pay $23 a month for free power, and my HOA becomes the middleman utility to you guys get a little money, you have an easy, you're getting all the clean energy credits anyway, why aren't we just going after this? So that's one of the pieces that I think I'd like to see. I don't know if we need to put it in the franchise agreement, but what I don't want to hear later is, well, the franchise agreement won't let you do that, all right? Finally, I'd like to have some options where we create some alternatives to, in other words, your competition isn't cut down. Now, I know we have a non-exclusive and that's already in there, but think about it this way. In the next 20 years, how power is distributed to residents will change. You may even have like people with like an off-grid subscription and stuff like that. You guys are gonna have to compete for that. And if you have to compete against us, so be it. So I wanna make sure that we're protected by that with emerging technology. In other words, if emerging technology comes up where the city itself can run its own public authority, utility, we're not gonna be penalizing the franchise agreement for that. And again, it's 10, 15, 20 years away, but still, we should be thinking about stuff like that. So those are my things on this. It's not a big ask. It's not like some hardcore deal. I don't think it's a deal breaker at all, but I think it is, I think those philosophies, if we want a long-term agreement so we can amortize more money, those things have to be built in so we get a little faith on that, all right?
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Any others?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Fimbres.
thank you. Do all cities have 25-year agreements with the power companies? And if not, what are the cities and lakes and times for these agreements?
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. The agreements we've seen are typically 25 years for some of the reasons that you've been discussing here at the table, including the fact that it requires voter approval. But it is not legally required to be the full 25-year term, but that's the maximum. One thing I do want to point out is that a feature of our existing franchise agreement would be carried over, at least in the draft we're currently working on, into a new franchise agreement, which even though the contemplated term is 25 years, there is a 5-year window where for certain of the more material terms of the agreement, if there's been a change of circumstance or a court order that changes things, that we have the ability to go back and renegotiate those terms at the 5-year mark and actually approve some changes without having to go back to the voters. So I did want to make that the mayor and council aware of that.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mike.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Yes, the election, do it in March. I think it's too soon without getting it to the community partners and neighbor associations. Can we wait? Is there a time frame we have to look at?
Councilmember Fimbres, you're correct. March would be too soon. We couldn't make that. The first feasible would be May of 2023. Again, that's not a required date like some of the statutes relating to different types of municipal elections. The election on a franchise agreement could also occur in the fall election periods.
Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Fimbres?
That's it, Madam Mayor.
All righty, thank you. I just have a question. Typically, a franchise renewal election is paid by the utility, correct?
Mayor, actually, our charter requires that the utility pay for it in the case of the city of Tucson.
So for the residents of Tucson, it wouldn't cost the residents the cost of the election. It would be the utility that paid for the election.
Yes, and the utility pays for those with a deposit up front.
Okay. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the statements that the mayor and my colleagues have made about including some additional sustainability items that relate to our upcoming climate change plan. And I have some specific ones, and I don't need to go through all of them, but it'd be great to have the cooling centers solar run and with solar batteries. It'd just be sweet to have that, because if the grid goes down, God forbid, the hottest part of the summer, we're all going to be looking for ice, right? As to the timing of the election, I'm ambivalent. May might be too soon to finish the negotiating. Maybe not if we get to it early in January. I like the idea of the August because it's going to be a hot summer. People will say, yes, we have to support our electrical utilities in Tucson and doing sustainability. But frankly, I'm interested in the opinions of my colleagues and the mayor who will have elections next year, and how does that affect it? And also how the timing of the big undergrounding project that TEP wants to do, how does that all work into the equation? Thank you.
I just wanted to add to your thoughts in terms of the timing of the election. I think most importantly for me, besides, candidate elections happening next year, for me, it's about informing the community and making sure that the community, that we're all on the same page, right? That mayor and council and the utility reach an agreement that is something that we all feel is good enough to present to the voters of Tucson, getting to that space, and then informing the residents of Tucson what is a franchise agreement, what the city of Tucson by law can require of the franchisee, and what it is not. Because as Councilmember Cunningham alluded to, there are some out there in our community that would want the city of Tucson to have its own electric utility. And the franchise agreement in itself is not the opportunity, right, to request that. But there are some things that we could request in terms of not standing in the way of other options in terms of competition for electricity generation to residents in Tucson. It is a much more complicated conversation to have with the voters of Tucson, so I'm not too sure if May will give us enough time to be able to educate the community of what the franchise agreement means for all of us. So I too, Councilmember Dahl, I'm ambivalent whether we can get there in May. And I just really want to make sure, we just had an election in May of this year, but it was a very simple question to the voters. Do you want to pay a little more to repave your residential roads? That was the question. And so it was much, much less complicated than a franchise agreement in election. But, I'm open, concerned about May being too soon because of the education, and then what the questions are if it were to be an August or November election. How are the ballots printed? Like, all of these logistics still need to be discussed. Any other comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Kozachik.
Question how TEP's thoughts on the timing, and also related to what Kevin just asked, you haven't suggested any segments of the special exception process yet for DeMoss Petrie. Is all of that on hold until this conversation is resolved?
Yes, first let me introduce myself. I feel like we know each other just as we've been talking about this for a while. Eric Bakken, Vice President of Energy Resources and System Operations for TEP. To address the timing of the election first, obviously our preference would be to move forward, and we're ready to move forward as quickly as possible, at the pleasure of the City Council, obviously. We believe that we've got a plan in place to be able to move forward in May, but understand the need potentially for more time. We would like to move forward in 2023 if possible, though, based on the need for this line. We've got an older system, obviously, in that part of town. It does need to be modernized. This is the project to do it. We also think that it helps to really kind of further that partnership with the city in terms of bringing on more renewables, more solar, as well as accommodating EVs in that area of town. So some important kind of needs to move forward as quickly as possible with that project. If we don't do it in 2023, likely what we'll be doing is smaller, costly upgrades to the existing system to be able to accommodate the growth in that area. In terms of the process, that's correct. We are waiting to understand kind of what funding we might have to be able to move forward before we go through the special exceptions process, and then further process related to the substation, and then finally the process with the Arizona Line Siting Committee as well. But it's important to us to understand kind of what those financing options are before we move forward with application through any of those processes. And then finally, just to quickly address, I think I can do it in very quickly here, both your comment about, Councilman Kozaczek, your comment about amortization, as well as flexibility, Councilman Cunningham, with the money that's being collected, with the funds that we'll have available. The way that we've modeled this, starting in 2023, is a payback time of about 7 to 8 years for the undergrounding costs that we're anticipating, 7 to 8 years. For the undergrounding costs that we anticipate, that would be about 3 franchises from now, right? And the flexibility that we have with that, past that 7 to 8 year payback time, we've built language in the franchise now, in the amendment, the revisions, that would allow for those funds that are being built up as a surplus to be used for undergrounding other infrastructure like distribution, and to look at other alternatives. We would need to amend the language if we wanted to add something like renewables, but it sounds like there's already a provision within the franchise that may allow us to move forward with more renewable development. So sorry to take up a little bit more time there, but I wanted to try to address some of the questions on the table.
Thank you so much for explaining. I know that you've been working with Mr. Rankin and Mr. Ortega. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we have to.
This is a really quick follow-up to that. On some of this undergrounding, I wanted to mention, sometimes we don't need to underground. We think we need to underground, but we could do a commercial partnership on the rooftop. We could do creative and less expensive ways of undergrounding, but still get the same effect of undergrounding. I want to make sure we have that flexibility too. I should have added that in, sorry.
Thank you for your work on this. Thank you for showing up. And I just want to reiterate that TP has been an incredible partner with the city of Tucson. I know that your executive team understand how much the mayor and council want to move into renewable energy generation. It really understands and supports monetarily and in so many different ways infrastructure investment into our EV grid that we're trying to create here in the city of Tucson, into our EV buses that we have in our transit system. And, I think that we can get to a good place. The more in tuned we are, the city and TEP going into an election, the more informed our community is, the more chances of success. And my attitude has always been, I don't go into an election to lose. I go into an election knowing that we're going to win. So I think that it's sometimes it's better to go slow, to move fast, to be able to bring everyone, educate the community, and bring everyone along with us. So with that, I know that there's still more conversation to be had. And did you need, Mr. Rankin or Mr. Ortega, any other direction on this?
So Mayor, based on the conversation, and both Mike and I have taken notes, we'll certainly think through some of the comments that were made by all of you and incorporate them into the conversation. What I would suggest is that we bring this back on the 11th, if you're up for it, as another discussion and study session. Ultimately, I just want to make sure that you have the flexibility, if you decide to have a May election, that you have that opportunity to do that. I heard, kind of some concerns over that, fine, but you don't need to act unless you want to on that item. But I would suggest that we come back on the 11th, and then we'll be able to respond to some of the comments, and we'll certainly meet with TEP between now and then. Okay? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We move on to item 3. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss and provide direction on the climate action and adaptation plan, Tucson Resilient Together. I just wanted to introduce this item because I'm happy that we are able to share the progress of our Tucson Resilient Together climate action plan with the community, invite the community to participate in upcoming opportunities for engagement as we move into the final stages of drafting this necessary plan. The city has been working with Tucson residents, community groups, and our consultant team, Bureau Haphold, since early in 2022. We have intentionally centered the voices of traditionally underrepresented communities during plan development to assure that these voices that have been marginalized in past city planning efforts are instead amplified as we combat an uncertain climate future. We are grateful for the participation of the following organizations that have been on the ground with us and participating incredibly well with us. Paisanos Unidos de Tucson, the International Indian Treaty Council, Local First Arizona, NAACP Tucson Branch, San Javier Co-op, Farm, Southside Worker Center, and the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. We have hosted community-wide interactive sessions, online surveys, and more. We are in the final stages of plan development, including performing economic analysis of the potential climate strategies that we have in front of us to make sure that Tucson invests in the most impactful actions to build community resilience and reach carbon neutrality as soon as it is practical. I am committed to making sure that the Tucson Resilient Together plan provides a robust and data-driven framework for climate action. I have asked staff to create more opportunities for people to share their input, including the business community. We're especially like to invite key stakeholders and people who haven't participated in the Tucson Resilient Together plan to do so. I've also asked staff to make our draft plan available for public comment for an extended period of time before it is brought to mayor and council for a final adoption. So originally we had scheduled final adoption of the mayor and council in December. I'm looking forward to extending that, providing the draft plan for the community and for our colleagues on the council and our offices to submit their ideas, submit their input before we adopt it, hopefully in February. So I'm looking forward to all the community and stakeholder input, and I'm hoping for in the next month and a half to receive as much input as we possibly can so that we can move together to finalize our climate action plan and to have the climate action plan that the city of Tucson and our residents deserve. This will keep us at the very front of the line as we compete for federal funds. Remember, having a climate action plan is not just to set goals for the city of Tucson that we want to reach for climate neutrality, but having a climate action and adaptation plan really puts us and prepares us to be in the front of the line when it comes to federal funds, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act funds that were committed to climate action and adaptation. So it really is a good place to be in. I'm happy to be able to flex the timeline to be able to receive more community input, and it's a good place that we're in. So with that, Mr. Ortega, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you, Mayor, and Tim Tomier was going to be here to make the presentation. Unfortunately, he's on a WIFA board, meeting, and it's running a little long, so I'm going to pinch hit for him. So Mayor, you did a great job of outlining the process thus far. I won't repeat that. The information is pretty robust in the memorandum. What I did want to focus on was the timing, because I think it's important for folks to know there is plenty of opportunity for comment. So I'm going to just quickly go over the schedule so everybody understands and knows where we're at. On January 10th, we will distribute and post the draft final version. I love that terminology, draft final version of the Tucson Resilient Together for public review. So that's the first time it will be posted in its final, we'll call it final draft review opportunities. January 20th is when it will be, we will post the draft technical memoranda for the multi-criteria decision analysis and cost-benefit analysis. So that's basically the next step. Ultimately, we'll have what I'll call the last or the ongoing public comment and public stakeholder meetings in mid-January to mid-February. I'm expecting it to be in February at that point. And then by February 21st is the final date for public comment. So that date is set at this point. So that's why I'm thinking probably early February for the other date. And then ultimately it'll come back for conversation with you on February 28th. And then ultimately back in front of you on the 7th of March. So that's kind of the time frame, Mayor, which I think does fit in with the conversation you just had on the TEP as well, so that we can have those together. But there is plenty of opportunity for folks to weigh in. I think there's a tremendous amount of value in people not only understanding what the plan says, but also providing us feedback. That's all, Mayor. Happy to answer questions as best we can.
Any additional comments from my colleagues on the council? Alrighty, I think we're all in a good place with this. Thank you so much. Just make sure that we keep our council offices informed of the draft plan, the links, so that they can share with their neighborhoods and their wards, and try to collect as much input and feedback from the different stakeholders in our community. Alrighty, with that, we move on to item 4. Time has been set aside to review and provide direction to staff regarding the continued implementation of the Storm to Shade program. I'm really, really happy to share on this item, John, that we just received a visit today, as a matter of fact, from the city of Tempe and their sustainability office, wanting to find out more about Storm to Shade and how the city of Tucson is working with this particular program to plant stormwater into our system and our aquifer, and in the process, plant beautiful, necessary trees that we have. So it's really cool to see that other cities in Arizona are seeing the work that we're doing and want to create similar projects based on the success that we're seeing with our Storm to Shade program. So with that, the floor is yours, and tell us why you're here and what you need.
Great, thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. That's great news, that's excellent news. I think that's going to be the kind of news we're going to hear more often going into the future. So this item on the Storm to Shade update is going back to the ordinance that was originally passed in February of 2020, establishing the Storm to Shade program, then at that time known as the Green Infrastructure Program. And part of that ordinance was about 2.5 years into a 3-year pilot that we would come back to council and we would give a status report on how this program is going. So we're at that 2.5-year mark now on the pilot. So we have a presentation by James McAdam and Blue Baldwin are here to kind of give what's occurred since 2020, what's happened in the last couple 2.5 years, and where we see the program going if council decides to make this a permanent enterprise-funded program moving forward. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to James and Blue to talk about where the program's been through the pilot.
Thanks, John. Excuse me, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Happy to be before you today. I'm going to keep it very brief. Most of the information is provided to you in the pilot program report that was provided to you in these materials. Just a quick recap. You all approved the creation of the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Program in February of 2020. And I'm sure we all remember what everything happened after that. So most of the deliverables, the progress of the program was delayed about 18 to 24 months. But I'm happy to report that especially in the past 18 months, year, the program has really ramped up and is fully operational. We have 21 projects across all 6 wards underway in design or construction. Our maintenance, so just a quick reminder that the primary purpose of the fee and the fund is to generate revenue for constructing new green stormwater infrastructure features and maintaining both existing ones that the city has installed over the past couple decades and new ones that are installed not only through this program, but through Tucson Water's Green Infrastructure Mini Grants program. So it's the capital and the maintenance. On the capital side, we have 21 projects underway. We estimate approximately that those projects are valued at, or that will cost about $7 million, which is the target that we set for this first 3 years. That was our budget for the first 3 years of the pilot program. As far as maintenance goes, that we're pleased to report that it's ramping up extremely quickly. We hired 6 contractors in September. When we wrote this report, we had maintained about 60 sites and identified 600 in the city-owned green infrastructure sites. And as of today, we have done maintenance on 1/3 of those. And I should note that this maintenance is significant because many of these sites have not been maintained for years or have never been maintained. So there's a lot of deferred maintenance. So it's great to be getting out in the neighborhoods and making a real difference in that way. As far as the capital projects go, as you can see in the map in the report, the deployment of the projects has been prioritized based on the tree equity score. Basically, the less trees you have, the less income that neighborhood has, the higher priority for investment. We are meeting that target of putting the most investment with green infrastructure where it is most needed. As far as going forward, in this pilot period, which ends in June of next year, we have going forward, the final expenditure of that $7 million in capital funds, building out those 20+ projects. Our intent is to get through maintaining all 600 of those city-owned GSI assets and then begin a regular maintenance schedule. 2 other things that I should mention is that the fund and the program provides an opportunity to leverage resources from other entities. You'll see in the report, there's grants that the program has helped to leverage from University of Arizona, Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, and the Sonoran Institute. And the program, by providing a dedicated source of maintenance funding, has helped to leverage investments by the Pima County Regional Flood Control District inside the city limits. So our hope is to continue that work, to work with Planning and Development Services and Tucson Water on their work related to the Commercial Rainwater Harvesting Ordinance and the Low Impact Development Ordinance, which you have directed. And really just working to build the capacity of the contracting community, the engineering community, and city staff in building things in a new way. Our hope is that over time, a separate program for green infrastructure becomes obsolete in a way because this is the way that we build things. When we do a roadway project, that's how transportation is moving. We include green infrastructure. And so the goal is to really just spread it throughout how we do business. And so with that's all I have, and be happy. We also have our Green Infrastructure Program Manager, Blue Baldwin, here in case you have any questions.
Any questions from my colleagues? Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the great presentation. Obviously, in Ward 4, you know, with Martha and our team, we're huge fans of this program and try to leverage it for our neighbors all the time. I'm curious about the maintenance piece because 600 sites sounds like a lot to maintain. And are you guys having any challenges with keeping up with the maintenance and the cost and the revenue that's generated to be able to do that? Because, I mean, I have a hard time keeping up with just my backyard. So 600 sites seems like a lot. So is there any concerns that you guys have with that?
Councilmember Lee, Mayor, members of the council, it's a great question. So having just ramped up maintenance activity in the past 4 months, it's not easy to answer that question, except we knew that maintenance would become a larger share of the program over time as we build things and discover things that we've built and that aren't being maintained. However, I can tell you that in what we've seen with these first 200 sites that we've maintained, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. You know, we've spent, I want to say, about $80,000, which actually gets us through 1/3 of those 600 sites. And that is that first pass, which is the hardest time, right? Like, these sites haven't been maintained ever. They're covered in Bermuda grass. They've got, 12 trees growing out of them. There's sediment filled in. Our contractors are really going through that. And so, quite frankly, the figures that are coming in terms of expenditures are fairly consistent with our projections. So I'm pleasantly surprised.
Any others? Councilmember Cunningham, Dahl, and then Kozaczek.
First of all, congratulations on the program. One of the things that I'd really like to see moving forward, and again, sometimes when we open our mouths, we give you guys more work to do, and I apologize in advance, man. So, but it would actually be helpful it's helpful to this program. It's helpful to us. It's helpful to the public. I'd really love to figure out if we can get I don't want to spend a lot of hours on this. I'm talking, 2 or 3 at the most of staff time. But wouldn't it be cool if every year we could get an annual report giving us like a ballpark estimate of how many gallons we captured in all these projects, and it would demonstrate kind of but we could use that to demonstrate how we're leveraging all of our resources naturally with water. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I know I hate being the guy who's giving you more to do, but on this one, I think this has value in how we explain this program to the public is, hey, we were able to capture this equivalent of acre feet or this equivalent of gallons this year in these GSI projects, and it's making Tucson greener and safer and cooler, and I think that's a win.
That's a great idea. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, this program is the shining star of our efforts to make Tucson climate resilient. We know that street trees produce shade, reduce heat island effect, clean our air, provide habitat, and act as carbon sinks. But we need water to establish and grow vegetation. And we get people saying, you can't grow 1 million trees because we don't have the water. We do have the water. It falls from the skies. Using stormwater makes so much sense, and I am so proud of this program. My office has worked closely with Blue and her team, and we have some exciting projects coming up in my ward, areas that don't have much tree canopy. I also want to recognize and thank Department of Transportation and Mobility Director Sam Credio, because these projects are in the right-of-way of transportation projects. Sam has been great at listening to concerns from neighbors, and I really appreciate his responsiveness to helping out this program. My only concern is funding. There isn't enough. Moving forward, if we want to grow this excellent program to do the things that it can do, we know how expensive it is to retrofit projects in the built environment, and that's mostly what you're doing, and costs are currently escalating. So I wholeheartedly support this Storm to Shade program, and will vote, to continue it without a sunset. But I would like to have staff come back to us in 6 months with some revenue and cost projections, with some different scenarios based on potential funding sources, of course, including grants, but other things, everything. And in fact, I'd like to put that in the form of a motion. Is now a good time, or shall I wait till after my?
What, again, can you repeat what you wanted to direct
Asking
staff
staff to
on?
come back in 6 months with some financial information.
What exactly are you talking about when it comes to
Re-
financial information?
Beyond the fees that we get through our water bills, how can we grow this program with other sources of funding, some scenarios around that, including the grants that they've been talking about, the federal grants that may be in our
Yes.
future. But anything else, I think the sky's the limit. Not that we're going to do them all, but I'd like to see all the possibilities.
I think it would be great to be able to, I mean, I don't know, Mr. Manager, do you need that in the form of a motion? I don't think we need a motion, Councilmember Dahl. I think that expressing that want, right, that I think we all want to see a strategy as we move forward. I would love to be able to see a strategy to go after the climate resiliency funds in the Inflation Reduction Act. It's historic investment, and there is funds in there for urban forestry. And so I would love for you all to become experts in the Inflation Reduction Act bill that just passed. And so, yeah, Councilmember
That
Dahl.
sounds fine to me.
Absolutely. I love the idea of being able to have that direction to staff.
Mayor, what I'd like to suggest then is we'll send you an off-agenda memo outlining that information within the next 6 months. And then as you see that, because by then some of the federal programs will be a little
Made
further
available.
along. But then if you see something in that we need to bring it back in a study session, just ask them, we'll bring it back as appropriate.
Well, and how we tie, Councilmember Dahl, the Storm to Shade program, which we created back in 2020. Other cities are now seeing what we have been doing. Like I said, Tempe was visiting today specifically to find out about the Storm to Shade program. Sure. And how do we tie the Storm to Shade program with our Tucson Million Trees initiative, which we have been tying together in the past 2 years, and make sure that we're collecting that data that I think is a great idea to know how much acre feet of water are we collecting from stormwater into our aquifer. All of those pieces, I think, could make sense putting them together.
To build off of what he was just saying, a lot of this can be leverage money. You know, we can take this money, put something in private partnership, the rest of it, and fill some of that gap funding in on the private side too. I mean, there's nothing to say we can't do. I'm sure we do that sometimes anyway. I mean, I know we've been really good in finding some private money to fill out projects, but hey, man, I mean, we can get more aggressive on that. I'm more than happy to, if we're offering 67 cents and this private partner is only doing 1/3 of it, 33 cents, that's still a win. So I'm sure there's other stuff we can do.
Councilmember Kosacik.
Thanks. First of all, the program is immensely popular, and thank you to all of you who are working on this thing. I think we would be doing a disservice to the community if we did not extend the sunset date, but I agree with what Kevin just said. Why wouldn't we simply adopt this as an ongoing program in the city? And if you need a motion, I would say let's adopt this as an ongoing program in the city and not set a new sunset date.
I think that we have this item to vote on just removing the sunset date on our regular session.
All right, cool.
Yeah. I have a question about, you mentioned, you commented on being able to work with PIMA County flood control. Can you expand on that work that we've been doing with PIMA County flood control?
Excuse me. Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So the work that the Storm to Shade program has been doing with the Pima County Regional Flood Control District looks like the county has been investing in projects within city limits on not just on the regional water courses, but in buying remnant parcels of land, vacant parcels of land, and creating medium-scale flood control areas that can also serve as recreation areas, pocket parks, et cetera. What the Storm to Shade program is offering in those scenarios is a source of funding for maintenance of the associated features. What we have worked out is the flood control district is in charge of maintaining the large infrastructure, the big flood capacity, and the Storm to Shade program takes over the maintenance of the vegetation and the small scale water harvesting, so that at those sites, we're not just capturing the big flows of rainwater to deal with flood control, but we're also capturing those smaller, more frequent flows of water. And so that's how that facilitation is happening. And the flood control district has communicated with us that having this dedicated source of funding, having the dedicated staff who can help bridge with the other department staff at Tucson Parks and Recreation and Department of Transportation and Mobility, that it's greasing the gears, to put it that way.
Well, that's great news. Thank you. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, and looking at the map, the tree equity score is, really helpful and impactful to see. And I know that in the past, right, typically with the GSI program, we allocate funding equally across all the wards. And what are we thinking moving forward? And like, if we're actually going to make a dent in these heat island areas, how do we prioritize funding to get those areas, up to par with the rest of the city? Is that a conversation that's happening, or how do we move into prioritizing those areas?
Okay. Councilmember Santa Cruz, Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's a great question. It's something that we as staff talk about a lot. The approach that we have taken to date is that within each ward, there are areas that are both low tree equity score and high tree equity score. And within each ward, we have prioritized our investments to those lower tree equity score areas. Also, the mayor has an allocation of funds which she is helping to direct to some of those areas more in need on a citywide basis. That said, if that is something that the council wishes to look at, we'd be looking to you all for direction on ways to address, if you would like for us to look at that on a citywide basis, to move from the status quo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm really happy that we, as a mayor and council, had the opportunity and the thought, and I know that the Storm to Shade fee had been in the process of, it had been a thought, right, for many, many years before mayor and council really adopted it and added the sunset date on it. It's been really successful. Being able to create green spaces and is a very, very important component of our climate resiliency strategies, especially as one of the fastest warming cities in the country. At one point, we were the third fastest warming city in the United States. And so being able to create this green infrastructure and at the same time conserve water, it's very consistent with the work that we have been doing with our climate action, adaptation planning that we are doing. So very happy to be able to continue this program. I know that in the regular session, we are going to be deciding to remove that sunset date, which I think makes incredible sense. I know that my colleagues on the council appreciate this. And as we look into the future, we really do have an opportunity to train our community in how to help us maintain, because that maintenance question has always been on our minds about maintaining what we plant And so we have an opportunity to connect with the University of Arizona, with Trees for Tucson, and other nonprofit organizations to talk about how we train our community to maintain our assets into the future. So happy to hear the report. It's great. And if you'd like to finish off, John.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yeah, I just want to close by publicly thanking James and Blue and the team that's been put together for the Storm to Shade program. I think they're doing a great job. When I started overseeing this function of this fund a couple years ago, one of the things I directed James to do, and to quote you, Mayor, go slow to move fast. So I want to make sure that the programs, the capital programs and the maintenance program are put together intentionally and deliberately. So when we roll these things out and we expend these funds, there's an impact and the community sees where this money is going and the beautification that ends up coming with these projects, as well as the water that is capturing. So yes, there is an ordinance in the consent agenda at a regular session to remove the sunset and then come back later this spring with the moving forward with the notice to the public notice to adopt the rate formally and continue on.
And John, don't forget also that we want to make sure that you all become experts in the Inflation Reduction Act and look in there what type of funds we can tap into, because I think we have everything in place to be able to be in the front of the line with the IRA to be able to tap into those federal funds for climate resiliency. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the report. All sounds great. We're moving on to item 5. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to discuss the implementation of the housing affordability strategy for Tucson. We have a presentation by Liz Morales, and I just wanted to open up this item by reminding my colleagues on the council that it is almost exactly 1 year ago. It's going to be tomorrow, 1 year since the mayor and council unanimously passed direction to our city manager and our housing community development department, the direction of creating a housing affordability strategy for Tucson. In 1 year, you will be seeing in presentation from Liz Morales all of the work that our staff and this council have done to be able to address the really crisis in housing affordability, not just in Tucson and Arizona, but around the country. We are taking deliberate, aggressive action to fight the concerns that we have in terms of housing affordability. So very proud of Liz Morales and her team at Housing Community Development. Very proud of my colleagues on the council for really voting on an item that has made the difference in individuals and working families here in the city of Tucson. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Manager. I don't know if you wanted to open up the item.
No, Mayor, I think you've already done that. I appreciate it. We'll just turn it right over to Liz Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor Romero and esteemed members of the City Council, I come today with gratitude for the work that I am tasked to carry out with an amazing team at Housing and Community Development. As we come to the close of 2022, I want to thank each and every one of the HCD familia who do their work with purpose and dedication. I also want to recognize the members of the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, chaired by Commissioner Jim Toffel, who commit their time, knowledge, and talents to the city on this important issue. As you mentioned, Mayor, it's been almost a year, and you adopted the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson, which provides a clear set of policy initiatives and action strategies to preserve and increase units in the city of Tucson. It was clear in the comments, if we go back and look, that this mayor and council have a deep sense of commitment to address the housing crisis that so many of our Tucsonans are experiencing with the lack of affordability and availability of units in Tucson. on this anniversary. I was going to bring you all cupcakes, but please have some in my name. But I'm happy to share the great progress and strides that have been made on every initiative. Every single initiative has made progress. Today, I'm going to share those accomplishments with the recognition that we still have a lot of work to do. Very briefly, the agenda topics cover a variety of approaches, including the development of city-owned property and how we spur additional development. We have considered the full continuum of housing, from housing of our most vulnerable, like the unsheltered and older adults, to looking at how to do mixed income, workforce housing, and making home ownership accessible for our lower income residents. We are not focused on one type of housing. Instead, it is on how to develop housing that meets the needs across the whole spectrum of our community. The 10 policy initiatives listed here are in the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson, which you'll hear me refer to as the HAST plan. Our team at HCD has created a website to track these initiatives and each action plan item. As I stated earlier, we've made progress, but for the interest of time, I will highlight some key accomplishments. First, our first policy initiative called Transforming City-Owned Public Housing. We are owners and operators of over 1,500 units of public housing. Our job as landlords is not one I take lightly. All the units vary in age and types of housing. I feel the heavy responsibility of ensuring that we maintain the units and offer safe and quality housing to our residents. The truth of the matter is that we don't have sufficient funding to sustain this effort under the public housing model provided by HUD, which HUD has acknowledged is the situation nationwide. As a result, HUD has provided a way for public housing agencies to transition from public housing model to other models that function more like project-based rental assistance and would allow the City of Tucson to obtain additional forms of financing to improve the housing stock. In addition, this gives us an opportunity to evaluate and determine where and what type of housing do we want to operate. For example, we have over 500 single-family homes scattered throughout Tucson. Could we turn some of those rental homes into home ownership opportunities? Yes, we can. And we could use the proceeds of those sales to increase the number of units we currently have in our portfolio. Since the adoption of the HAST plan, we have selected a consultant with the expertise to develop our repositioning plan, which will lay out a phased approach, and I will return no later than June 30th of 2023 to the Board of Commissioners, which is Mayor and Council and our resident member, for your consideration and approval. We are currently in the middle of intensive grant writing with our co-developer, Gorman and Company, for the Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant, which is recently a notice of funding was submitted by HUD, and Tucson can potentially receive a $50 million grant to renovate Tucson House and create additional units among other critical investments. It will also fund those investments in areas of collaboration with some of our community partners, which include PIMA County Health Department, Workforce Development, PIMA Community College, ASU, United Way, PIMA Council on Aging, and El Rio are just a few that are working with us. One of the partners that I am excited to work with is the Tucson IDA. Just this week, we received a commitment from the Tucson IDA, and yesterday the Arizona Finance Authority confirmed that Tucson House Rehabilitation Project was allocated a carryover bond in the amount of $85 million. Thanks to Dre Thompson and the Tucson IDA Board for quickly mobilizing and assisting us in submitting this application. This is just one example of how HCD can partner with the IDA for affordable housing. The second initiative focuses on both the city re-engaging as an affordable housing developer and also supporting our affordable housing development community by providing gap financing and technical assistance. As directed by Mayor and Council, HCD has created the nonprofit development entity called El Pueblo Housing Development, a soon-to-be 501c3. The nonprofit is fully controlled by the city with a board of directors made up primarily of city management and one city partner that is currently being determined. A public housing authority that is also an affordable housing developer is an acceptable and common model in the country and has been done by many other housing agencies and ensures that affordable housing units are retained by the city and remain affordable in perpetuity, whether it be through a land lease to a developer or managed directly by the city. HCD is working with 2 developers on city-owned projects, Gorman and Company, which I mentioned for the Tucson house, and FSL for the 2 sites we are working on in Ward 1. Thank you to Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and her team, who has been instrumental with working with the neighborhood leaders as we begin discussions around design process for Menlo Park and Dunbar Spring. The city has always played an important role with most all of the affordable housing projects developed in Tucson, whether it is to provide low-income loans from the home program or an allocation of project-based vouchers. These projects often need various layers of funding to make these housing projects viable. We also support these developments with our new housing development manager, Sarah Magason, in which one of her many functions is to assist developers to work closely with PDSD, our Planning and Development Services Department, to help address any issues and questions around zoning issues. What we hear from our development community is that they have rigid timelines that are required by their funding sources, like Arizona Department of Housing, and this assistance has been greatly appreciated. Talking about zoning, zoning has been in the spotlight at the state level as of recent, but over the last few years, Tucson has been having these discussions, and problem solving has been happening by our Planning and Development Services Department. For affordable housing projects, we know there are barriers in the zoning code that include setbacks, height, and parking restrictions. The Commission on Equitable Housing and Development's Affordable Housing Subcommittee continues to diligently work through the zoning issues and are working to submit some actionable recommendations to Mayor and Council on how these barriers can be removed. One of the HAST plan action items that we can mark as complete occurred when Mayor and Council recently approved the expanded use of individual parking plan, which included affordable housing as a use that can apply for this reduced parking requirements. Thank you for this action. We are already hearing from developers this is very key. Mayor and Council also passed an innovative solution known as Sunshine Mile Overlay, which provides incentives to build more units if affordable housing is included. We know that initial analysis shows limitations to what can produce in terms of number of affordable housing units. And we continue to study this and hope to find a way to maximize the affordable housing units that can be built. If we get this right, we can incorporate this for other overlays, as well as the opportunity for full city code opportunities to incentivize and encourage affordable housing development. I cannot emphasize enough the great work and progress that PDSD has done in so many areas, but their efforts and support of the affordable housing projects has been stellar. HCD appreciates PDSD for their help and assistance, and I have great hope that we will be able to incorporate additional changes that will increase the number of affordable units that we see built in Tucson. Make sure. Okay, go back. Where we can be strategic on affordable housing development is on city-owned land and any new land that we acquire. Thank you for the allocation of the American Rescue Plan funding for acquisition of sites, in the total, which total $15 million. HCD has developed tools to ensure that this money is invested wisely in high opportunity locations and the funding is maximized so we can build the most units possible. One of the tools that was developed is called the Real Estate Opportunity Tool that we are using to help in decision-making. It is important to know that not all sites are equal. Having a vacant parcel of land does not automatically make this development a possibility. In fact, there are many factors that must be considered related to environmental conditions, location, and zoning. For instance, the Arizona Department of Housing dictates in its competitive 9% tax credit funding that sites must be in a qualified census tract, near transit, and in adopted revitalization areas to be the most competitive. HCD staff took these considerations and created the Real Estate Opportunity Tool with a point system up to 100 and is weighted on the following criteria: airport environment zones, AEZ, ADOH qualified census tracts, revitalization areas, transit corridor, wash or floodplain, zip codes, and zoning. Through this tool, HCD has identified 29 potential locations, broken down into 3 tiers from low to high priority. There are 10 sites that are considered high priority and scored between 80 to 99. These locations may or may not be for sale, but they do meet the threshold for sites that could be competitive for funding. The next step is to utilize our real estate division to determine if any of these sites have owners willing to sell. This will start happening soon after we finish with the current sites we are securing and planning for development within the Thrive Neo 5 area for the purpose of the Choice Implementation Grant. We hope to start working and exploring on the 10 high priority sites after July of 2023. The second part to the number 7 initiative is on the sites we have currently being developed or under analysis. I mentioned the Ward 1 sites that are well underway and expect that these 3 sites will provide 30 units of affordable home ownership, which will all have long-term requirement of affordability. The timeframe for these sites to be completed will be within the next 18 to 24 months. There are 6 sites that are slated in the next phase of development. Milagro and Oracle site is funded and underway, which I will cover more in the next slide. The South 10th Avenue site is an exciting project. I want to thank Ward 5, Councilmember Richard Fimbres, for convening neighborhood leaders on the plans for Allen Hall and the South 10th Avenue site. Because of his leadership, we have community support to develop on this large 12-acre site as a mixed income and mixed use site. We know the residential neighborhood that borders is South Tucson. Our neighbors there will be very happy with this project, and it will be an incredible addition to the neighborhood. We're estimating somewhere between 300 to 500 units at this location. As part of the Choice Implementation Application, HCD plans to develop 4 sites. First is Amazon Motel. It's on Miracle Mile, which currently has 30 hotel rooms that will be rehabilitated and turned into permanent supportive housing with on-site wraparound services. There's a vacant lot next door that we plan to build an additional 43 units of also permanent supportive housing. The city owns the location at Stone and Speedway, which both Mayor Romero and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz were instrumental to ensure that this very high opportunity location includes units of affordable housing. The plan is that this will be a mixed-use site with both commercial and mixed-income housing. We plan to have 74 units at this site that will include workforce housing. Next to Tucson House, there's a smaller building that is not historic, which we call the Tucson House Annex. The plan is to demolish and rebuild a 20-unit site with a health and wellness center on the first floor. And finally, the 4th site, which is formerly known as Bumsteer, location is now under contract, and the plan is to build a 65-unit family site. The total of these of the phase 2 of development, we're estimating at the low end 668 units within the next 1 to 5 years. So I want to showcase our Milagro and Oracle project that the city received the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Award to build 63 new units. 15 are in historic motels, and 48 are a new structure for affordable older adult housing. It has been about 10 years since the city has submitted and received a low-income housing tax credit project, and it's exciting because it was selected by the Arizona Department of Housing Director Tom Simplot under the Unique Opportunity category. I want to thank our consultant David Wohl, Deputy Director Ann Chineka, and our Housing Development Manager Sarah Magason for putting this application together in record time. I also want to recognize Corky Poster, who's the architect on this project. Corky, as we all know, is well respected for the incredible work he has done for so many affordable housing projects in Tucson. As we work with the goal of closing this project in 2023, the complexity that it takes to put a project like this together it can't be understated. It takes multiple funding layers, working through many zoning issues, working with historic preservation, and making sure we're meeting all the requirements is no small feat. We are currently working through the design and entitlement process, which includes development review utilizing the Grant Road Investment District, the GRID overlay. This is the first project utilizing the GRID. I really appreciate being on the call with the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission to hear them all voice great support for this project after their intensive review. We will soon have an online Milagro on Oracle webpage where you can follow along as we move through a very quick timeline to construction and delivery of affordable housing. In closing, I am proud of the considerable work that has been accomplished for the Housing Affordability Strategy Plan for Tucson, and yet much work is still ahead of us. I want to invite Mayor and Council and members of our community to go to our HAST website, which has an implementation tab. On this page, you will find the Action Plan Task Tracker, where you can keep up to date on the things we have done to implement the policies and what is coming. As you know, the HAST plan is a living document, and we are prepared to make changes and revisions as directed by Mayor and Council as we learn what we don't know and determine a better course of action that spurs development and housing opportunities for all of our Tucson residents. Thank you for your time. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Liz. Yes, we should really, you and your staff have taken the direction of mayor and council and just have transformed the way we do work on affordability. And it is at every level, right? From entrance, low barrier, housing first, our housing first program, to transitional housing, to affordable home ownership, to senior housing. It is just, you've taken our direction and really have just plowed through, including changing policy. Many pieces of legislation and policy that mayor and council have pushed on, including approving, which we didn't have in the city of Tucson, the accessory dwelling units. We also pushed on adding more funds for impact fee waivers for your program and building affordability, to the adaptive reuse we will be using on Milagro, which, by the way, that Light Tech grant approved by Tom Simplot, the director of the Department of Housing in the state of Arizona, is a little miracle in itself, that's why I feel as though calling it Milagro on Oracle is very appropriate. And so it's just amazing the work that we have been able to do together. But really it takes a lot of leadership, and it's coming from you and your team. And I too want to add my appreciation to the Planning and Development Services Department for helping us through this. I know that we're missing a lot, but it is so impressive that we have online and ready to move forward with the possibility of 450 to 500 affordable mixed-use, mixed-income units in the city of Tucson and spread throughout our city. So, and I know that each and every one of my colleagues is instrumental in putting these projects together in their wards. So it's just amazing. What I wanted to ask you, Liz, and then I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council, and I see you, Councilmember Fimbres, wanting to jump in here. Liz, can you please walk us through the process of housing development and our housing development? That's another thing that we changed in terms of policy, right? We created our Affordable Housing Development Company, which is a 501c3. Talk to us about the development process, because many people in our community are wanting for the city, PIMA County, the state, and the federal government to be responsive to this crisis, the affordable housing crisis. But it takes time to develop. And so can you talk to us about the development process, and how we move these projects forwards and what the timelines look like?
Mayor, thank you for that question. I think that is such an unknown for so many people, and understandably, people want to see things happen sooner, as we would love to see things happen sooner as well. So, I'll use Milagro and Oracle, and I am remiss to not to mention Ward 3 and Councilmember Dahl and his team. They've been so supportive to us with between Tucson House and all the things that we're doing in the Thrive in the 05. And I just want to say thank you, Councilmember Dahl, for all your support and really helping us through a lot of the issues. As Milagro and Oracle is an example, that application, it took over a few years to get securing those pieces of property. We had purchased 2 lots from when I first got here in early 2020. We purchased some lots. The No-Town Motel didn't come to us till right in 2022. And we closed that project, and when we realized that there was only one project being submitted from City of Tucson, we decided to turn an application in that normally takes a good 6 to 9 months to put an application together. We did it under 3 weeks. And part of that was because of the Thrive in the 05, we already had this conceptual planning. Corky had done the architect drawings, and bringing in an experienced grant consultant, financial consultant, David Wohl, allowed us to put that together. But again, typically that pre-development planning process is easily 6 months to a year. And then once you submit that, the Arizona Department of Housing takes their time to evaluate those, and then they gave us from June in the announcement a year to close on that deal. So we had to go through permitting, zoning, all the things that we have to do, and secure our financial commitments. So going through an RFP for equity investors and construction loan lenders. So that is a year just to close, and then we have 18 months from that point to construct and have that product ready. And those are the timeframes that the IRS program, the tax credit, low-income housing tax credit. So these projects easily can take 3 years at the minimum from start to finish. The Milagro project, I had said if we got it, it would be a miracle, and it was meant to be. But again, these are projects that really require a lot of intention, a lot of work. That's why having not just one project at a time, we got to work on 4 or 5 projects at a time, hoping that we can get 2 or 3 of them in the queue. So I hope that explains some of the development process. But
Absolutely.
again, trying to identify financing is a big issue. There's always a gap, especially with the current cost of construction, the supply chain, the rising costs in labor. The gaps have been increasingly concerning. So we have to go out and find what those gap funding. Our developers do that all the time. That's why we use our home program. We've used ARPA funding. Right now we have our applications open for that piece for developers to apply. Project-based vouchers is another piece. So trying to secure those funding sources is one of the biggest challenges.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fimbres, I know you have your hand up. Would you like to?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think Liz should be commended and her staff for doing a outstanding job for us. In 1 year, they're going to move forward on. Now, Liz, can you elaborate on the grants for Tucson House and what they would go towards?
So the grants for Tucson House. So that's the Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant that we are currently applying for. Again, it's $50 million. Only about 60% of it can be used towards construction. The rest is going to be done for what we call people strategy, which is case management for all the residents, neighborhood strategy, we're working with PIMA Community College around how do we improve some of the areas, 15th Avenue. We're doing a lot of different projects with the help with Ward 3. We're really looking at what are those projects that are critical investments. So the funding will go to various pieces of the grant, but again, it does require a significant amount of leverage and match from our partners in order to show HUD that we're not just asking for money, we're bringing a lot of money to this project. So that's what we're currently working on, is that grant will be honestly the key to making Tucson House rehabilitation possible.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, your house should be commended on the outstanding work we've done on the homeless. My question is, every week you put in the paper that we're going to do enough homelessness. How do we get that message out that we're being very proactive, not reactive?
Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembres, I think you're hitting kind of a salient point here in that the knowledge of what Liz just outlined and what you all have been doing and the leadership that you've demonstrated is where we could really step it up, to be honest with you. And I think that we will. I think part of it has been getting ourselves organized around this. It is a year seemed to fly by, but we really have some good momentum now. And I think it is an opportunity for us to let the public know not only the opportunities that are coming up, over 600 units in the not too distant future is incredible when you think about the magnitude of that. So we will take that. I appreciate the comment, and we will certainly work towards that going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we also recognize some of the private business people that invested in their money, like Roberto Lopez and HSL Properties, took over the Palo Verde Holiday, turned that with Gap Ministries into housing for the most vulnerable citizens of our community.
Yeah, I agree, Councilmember Fimbres. And thank you so much for helping us bring the neighbors together for the what I would consider a new property that we can put into work for affordability, mixed use and mixed income, which is on 10th Ave. 10th Avenue, where we now are using it as a storage facility for environmental services. I think it's a 10 acres that we can put to work to build affordability for different uses, by the way. Entry, senior, workforce housing, and hopefully we can also be creative in terms of mixed use and providing opportunities to small locally owned businesses so that it could be, people can play and live in that area. So the other thing that I wanted to encourage you, Liz, is two things: to look at sites in other areas of the city. I noticed that there isn't any sites in Ward 2 and Ward 4. There's working families throughout the city of Tucson that need an option to live in an affordable manner close to their work. So Ward 2 and 4 are areas of our city that also need a little bit of TLC and investment in workforce housing. And then the other, I'd like to encourage us to work tightly with the City of Tucson IDA for more development of affordable housing, but also down payment assistance for affordable home ownership opportunities. City of Tucson IDA are experts in terms of mortgage revenue bonds in helping people own their homes with lower interest rates, and many times they couple it with down payment assistance programs. So I would love to be able to explore more partnerships with the City of Tucson IDA. With that, I'm going to open it up for my colleagues. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to reiterate what my colleagues have said. Liz, thank you so much for your work. I think we always have so much in front of us and that we don't necessarily have time to sit back and reflect, into the breadth of work being done. So thank you so much to you and your team. I know that the city had been struggling years past, and that a lot of the challenges that we've been tasked with are you've inherited. And so thank you for kind of bringing us up to speed and then kind of giving us a vision moving forward. I know that a couple of months ago, I had shared with this council and you, Liz, the San Jose's anti-displacement strategy. And so wondering if, there's been any more thought on that. Is that something we need to take to our Equitable Housing and Development Commission to make recommendations? Would really want to make sure that we have our own strategy here in the city of Tucson so that we are not only producing, enough housing for all income levels, but that we're preserving the affordable housing that already exists and that we're protecting current residents from displacement. I think one of the things that was really neat about their strategy is that they created an annual housing balance report that tracks the net gain and loss of all types of affordable housing to determine the city's progress toward increasing the availability of housing opportunities for its residents. And I think that would be an interesting tool for us to track so that when there is this perception that we're not doing enough, we have data to back that up. And then finally, I know that in our climate action plan, we talk a lot about 15-minute cities. And so I think as much as we can have mixed use, developments that incorporate housing, I was reflecting having 4 children and having to take them to dentists and doctors and all the preventative care appointments, that they're all on the east side. Like all of, the care that I want for my children and myself is all on the east side. And how do we create more of that more of that opportunity in the west side so that I don't have to travel across town to receive the same kind of service that other people do in the community. So I think that's just an important piece to bring up, and it's very much a part of housing.
Any others? Councilmember Kosacic.
Just a quick thought. First of all, again, thank you for your work and your team. We were very intentional, well, 2 things actually. We were very intentional in drafting the Sunshine Mile overlay about incorporating percentages, tied to affordable housing. There's some kind of rough conversation about how do we implement something citywide, and maybe a comment or a question for the 2 mics. I know all areas and the conditions surrounding all areas, even in the Sunshine Mile, weren't identical, and so we had a challenge as to how to build these little 4 or 5 different sub-districts as to what was appropriate in one area may not be appropriate in another. And yet we have a UDC that is overarching in terms of residential and density and what's allowed by right. I'm wondering if you have thoughts about a process we might begin to talk about incentives how we would incentivize affordability in housing for residential on a citywide basis that doesn't wind up bumping up against some of the challenges that we had on Sunshine Mile, where one area is very commercial and one area is very residential. Or if that's too big of a lift or too broad of a scope, and that we maybe ask the Planning Commission to take a broad brush approach to, bringing some suggestions to us. Do you have thoughts on that?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, so I think there's a multitude of pieces to that, and I won't get too long-winded because I think that's probably almost a separate conversation, very related, but a little bit separate. If we're looking at the investment that is from the private sector and there's an interest in workforce or affordable housing components, in essence, what that translates into is an investment by the government, by us, by the feds, by the state in some way. So that's one piece. If the driver is to say, you as a private entity need to provide some opportunity for that. And that can be in the term of incentives, but it really will more than likely boil down to investment. So that's just simplistically one component. The other piece is the land use, which is I think where you were starting to go down the path. That can be a conversation when we're talking about entitlements. I think that is a discussion. I know we had a similar conversation around 36 and La Cholla. I think that was one of the first ones. But I think as a policy, it would be appropriate for the Planning Commission to talk through that and maybe develop some strategies. It's difficult to do it in existing by right. but within, providing the opportunity through an entitlement process or through some investment, I'll call it, incentive, then I think there could be some discussion there. Again, very broad and great opportunity, though, if there is the interest on the part of the council to go down that path.
And Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, members of the Mayor and Council, I'll just add to that I think that the Mayor and Council, with the assistance of staff, in particular PDSD staff, have done some really creative things in terms of the zoning, like the overlays that you described, particularly given that we're in a state where the statutory framework puts a lot of limitations on trying to provide for affordable housing through zoning regulations and prohibits inclusionary zoning, for example. But I think we can follow up on that notion with some broader applying, whether it be overlay or optional types of development, and to add them as attractive or flexible development opportunities throughout the city.
Okay, thanks. And we'll forget the second thing.
Councilmember Kozaczek, your comment regarding the Sunshine Mile made me think a little bit in terms of corridors, investment corridors that we've been talking about at this table for the last, I would say, 6 years. And the Sunshine Mile was a first and great example in terms of how we want to create density and investment and require some affordability. I love the concept of expanding the Sunshine Mile to Grant Road, to Stone, to Oracle. But we also need to make sure, and I've talked to you about this, Liz and Mr. Ortega, that we are planning affordability ahead of creating those development opportunities in the city of Tucson. When we are adding transit, especially permanent transit services like bus rapid transit or streetcar expansions, we really need to think and plan ahead of time. As a city, we have the capacity to say, okay, now we're going to focus on Grant Road. Now we're going to focus on Oracle Road in terms of investment. And so we have the capacity to be able to purchase ahead of time and think how we plan affordability into that area. So as we continue talking about the investment corridors and the expansion of the idea and the concept of the Sunshine Mile, let's plan ahead and purchase properties to build that affordability. And for me, affordability is from providing a senior that receives Social Security benefits at $12,000 a year to a couple of teachers that might make $100,000 a year, but also need that workforce housing in order to be able to, to live and thrive and be able to move forward. So I just wanted to end on that note. I think we have the capacity to plan ahead and plan and institute affordability from, senior housing to home ownership to rental opportunities for people that are working and living in Tucson. So thank you so much. Congratulations to my colleagues on the council for the 1-year anniversary and the incredible report that we've received from Liz and the team at Housing Community Development. Councilmember
Yeah,
Kozaczek.
I do want to finally say this because I can't alert the rest of the council in any other way without violating open meeting laws, but here we are, so I can do it here. You all got an email today from West University Neighborhood President Judy Sensabar. Please read that. It has to do with a student housing developments that's being proposed for the northeast corner of Speedway and Euclid. I've met with Capstone. I've told them that we are not moving forward with massive student housing on that corner without a conversation about a buffer that includes workforce housing at a lower scale on the eastern side of Euclid. So please read her email and realize that's an ongoing conversation. You might get an offline contact from Capstone. There are lots of conversations happening, but
Thank
just
you.
what she wrote today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. Mr. Ortega, did you want to add or close anything? Well, thank you all so much. I'm going to give us a little bit of break and then move on to the next item. So we're going to get a 5-minute break, stretch our legs, use the restroom, and then come back. Is that good? Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
We're coming back to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss and provide direction regarding the development of a child care facility for our public safety employees in partnership with the Eric Hyde Foundation. Colleagues, I requested this item to share with you and really get your buy-in and hopefully direction to the city manager to create child care opportunities for our public safety employees, and that would be inclusive of police, fire, and public safety communications, our 911 team. This particular idea and concept has been forming, I would say, the last 2.5 years, and even before that, there's a concept of providing childcare opportunities and resources for our public safety team. My grand vision for for childcare investment and opportunities for our employees would be to start with this particular concept. I believe, I truly do believe that providing childcare opportunities for our public safety employees is a recruitment and retention tool that many cities across America and private organizations and businesses already provide something similar. We here in the city of Tucson are lucky to have amongst our assets 2 facilities that were child care facilities. So we own 2 child care facilities as assets in the city of Tucson. Hopefully, we start with our public safety employees and providing this amazing resource and opportunity, but that we also follow up and follow through with the concept of providing this to all of us City of Tucson employees with the second facility that we have. I would like to be very clear. This opportunity is something that I did not come up with. It is something that I've bought into and I believe in deeply as a creative and innovative way to provide a service to our public safety workers, which, by the way, give so much of themselves to our community and have incredibly difficult hours of work, right? They work 24/7, are always at the ready, and have a tremendously difficult time in being able to acquire childcare and preschool opportunities because of their work schedule. And so I am so proud that I have been in constant communication with our chiefs, Chief Casmar, Chief Ryan, with Director McDonough at the 911 Communications Center, and with the person that brought us this concept and this idea, which is Noemi Height, on behalf of the Eric Height Foundation. They have been an incredible thought partner in putting this concept together. And so what I am doing is really bringing the idea to all of us, and hopefully after the presentation and the conversation, we can give direction to the city manager to move forward with the appropriate investment to create a childcare facility specifically for our public safety employees in the city of Tucson. This is something that I've roped the city manager into, and I know that he has bought into the concept. I've said that this concept is not just good for the family that we would be providing the service for, but also, as I said earlier, as a recruitment and retention tool for our public safety workers. So with that, I would like to invite our city manager, if you'd like to introduce any gaps in the story that you'd like to cover, Mr. Ortega, and then I would love to be able to welcome up to the podium Noemi Height, our wonderful partner from the Eric Height Foundation, and then, of course, our public safety team leaders, which would be Chief Casmar, Chief Ryan, and Director McDonough, to say a couple of words. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'll be honest, this is a no-brainer from the standpoint that it falls in line with all of the strategies for recruitment and retention. And I think that it really hits the heart of what we're about as an organization, which is taking care of our employees, all-inclusive, which includes families and all the pieces that go along with that. I think the logistics of this, I hate to bring it down to that, but there are some logistics. I would be looking for direction to pursue this. I do not have a specific and identified funding source at this point, only because we're still working on costs. I did give you a range in the materials, which I think we will be in that ballpark, but ultimately it will be a function of the structure of the agreement with the Height Foundation, assuming we can work out those logistics. What I would expect is that as we go through this process, I will ultimately bring it back to you for consideration with a more formal, here's the deal, here are the deal points, if you will, the agreements, and also funding and funding sources for that in preparation for next year's budget. I don't see any hangups at this point. I think that it is an absolute doable project. And as we think about this particular project for public safety employees, I also want to keep in mind the rest of the employee workforce. Mayor, you mentioned that in your opening comments, so I'll be developing some strategies on that as well. So assuming I get direction today on pursuing this conversation, in parallel, I'll be thinking about what it looks like for the rest of the employees.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. And I just wanted to add a couple of things. Absolutely. I would say this is the two-phase approach, right? One specifically for our public safety personnel. We have almost 2,000 public safety employees in the city of Tucson. And many of these employees have young families. And like I said, they work around the clock and they need this additional support. But we also have a second facility that the city of Tucson owns that could be likewise very similar service to all of our other city of Tucson employees as as well recruitment and retention tool and a support system for our city employees. One of the reasons that we targeted the partnership with the Eric Haidt Foundation is because the Eric Haidt Foundation is a leader in this particular service to public safety employees. We do not see any other organization providing this particular very specific service to public safety families. And so we approached using the Eric Haidt Foundation because of their expertise providing the service to public safety families. And so with that, I'd like to welcome up to the podium just to fill any gaps, to talk about a little bit of the background and history of how we got to today, and then open it after that for questions from my colleagues. Noemi Haidt is here to talk about a little bit of the background, and welcome, Noemi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Noemi Haidt, and I live in the East Side. And I've been here in Tucson, for 22 years. I thank Mayor Romero for inviting me to share with you about the collaboration between us and how this came to be. After the murder of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020, we all know how our country turned upside down. With protests, riots, and destruction, in desperation for a minority group to be heard, seen, and recognized. It was a cry for things to change. It was a time to look deeper in the law enforcement institution and the country as a whole on how the minority groups were treated. Thank God many things have changed since that day. Tragedy will happen, and although it is painful, there are always amazing people with a bigger vision, a bigger hearts that turn the pain into plans that will be executed for the greater good. You know about my tragedy. Eric, while working, protecting, and serving our community, was killed 14 years ago. Ever since, I have spent all these years turning my pain into plans for the good of myself, my family, and my community, mainly the first responders community. Almost 2 months after the killing of George Floyd, we find ourselves talking about the thin blue line symbol here in our community. I personally reached out to Mayor Regina to respectfully request the paint of such a symbol on our streets. We had many conversations about it and what it means to all our supporters of law enforcement. She gave me time to listen to my concerns, and I want to thank her for all those many hours. She spent it with me and other community members finding ways to collaborate and find solutions to the problem at hand. My main job has been to raise awareness about the many sacrifices our first responders and their families make for all of us. Mayor Romero captured that and committed herself to make sure that we humanize our public servants. She expressed her commitment to find ways to help our public safety and their families. One of the many things we discussed in our meetings was the need to provide more resources that were tangible and could make a difference in their family dynamics and at work. I shared with Mayor Romero many stories on how the Eric Haidt Foundation Childcare program has helped families, officers, to get through the Law Enforcement Academy, have helped many other officers, detectives, sergeants, to stay with the department because they had reliable and affordable childcare. Showing her how meeting this need not only helps the public safety families, but also the public safety agencies to hire and keep their employees. I'm honored that Mayor Romero has trusted me and given me the opportunity to collaborate with her, her office, and with all of you to work on this project, that she has taken the time to make this project a reality. I'm thankful to Chief Kasmar for believing in the Erica Foundation for so many years and what we've done. Chief Kasmar and I started these conversations at least 7 years ago, and I'm glad that we were patient and persistent to get this program going. I hope that many cities, counties, and states look at the city of Tucson now and can transform the way that they support their public safety as our city is doing now. I'm proud to be the first city in the nation to provide this much-needed help for young families, for more women to apply for this kind of jobs. I know, childcare is the backbone of the workforce. I'm overwhelmed today with gratitude for giving me the opportunity to work with you guys on this. I'm open for questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Noemi. I would love to invite Chief Kasmar, Chief Ryan, and Director McDonough, just if you'd like to add a couple of words in terms of the thoughts of this possibility of investment in childcare.
Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of the council, on behalf of my public safety partners, we just want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been a busy year. You've accomplished a lot. For you to take the time for your leadership team for the space of this conversation, which is a build on to the many things that you've contributed and supported our public safety team this year, so we appreciate that. Really, this is a conversation, you've all done a beautiful job of outlaying this conversation and the impact, the immediate impact that you can have on all three public safety teams, not just for retention, but with recruitment. So we just appreciate the space for such a significant conversation to move something that's been years of vision to implementation, so thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, I would also like to add my voice to Chief Kasmar's and thank you for your leadership on this and your vision. You know, in the fire service, our men and women work 24 hours straight, and so that makes childcare especially difficult. And the mayor joined me on stage at the TCC Grand Ballroom the other day. We welcomed 41 new firefighters to the city, and there's a lot of young faces there, a lot of young people ready to start families. And the national average in the fire service is about 3% women nationwide in municipal fire services. Tucson Fire is there, that's average. We can be better than average, and I'm committed to being better than average, and this is a big step in that direction for us, so thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, thank you again for your support of public safety. For me, I grew up in the fire service, and as a single mom, this would have been a game changer for me. I know many female firefighters who had to make a choice between a career and a family, and this gives us a great opportunity. We know that a diverse workforce treats our community better. So our ability to accommodate the needs of those diverse peoples is important to us. At our comm center, we have 5 brand new moms who are so excited to know that they can extend their careers with us and stay longer and start to see themselves in future leadership roles. Thank you.
So I would love to be able to offer the opportunity for my colleagues on the council to ask questions, to add their comments. More than happy. Councilmember Dahl.
This is absolutely great. How quickly can we do it?
Mayor, Councilmember Dawes, if you give me direction, we'll get to work immediately. We've already got the rough, we'll call it rough outline of some thoughts on this, and we can bring it back fairly quickly. I would expect it'll take us a bit to negotiate the fine points, but putting together, we've identified a few different opportunities in terms of property that might be ready to go pretty quick.
Councilmember Cunningham? I'm sorry?
You need a motion. Is somebody else doing it?
Oh, I do have a motion, but more than happy to have you.
I just wanted to, it's been quite a journey. I remember talking about this at the first foundation, and then when we did the memorial, it's been ever evolving. One of the things that ties into some of our missions on how we were going to do childcare citywide overall this can be kind of the base and the foundation for that. So what you're affecting ultimately isn't just for public safety. Ultimately, it'll affect all of our civil employees and probably citywide, which is a goal that the mayor and I have talked about over and over again. It gives us that opportunity for all families. So I'm obviously very enthusiastic about advancing this in the right timetable. I just need to know if we have a motion, and I'm happy to make it.
Yes, I do have a motion, so I'd like for my colleagues to consider a motion to provide direction to the city manager to move forward with a proposal of partnering with the Eric Height Foundation to develop a child care facility to serve public safety employees of the city of Tucson.
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion. And there's a motion and several seconds. So that is wonderful. We open up for discussion. I know that Vice Mayor, you wanted to add your comments, and then Councilwoman Lee.
All right, so I guess first of all, Mayor, I wanted to thank you for your leadership on this. I could say that a lot of us, knowing the climate post-George Floyd, felt very conflicted about the blue line being painted on the public roadway because of the harm and the pain that that legacy represents, even though initially it didn't start from that place. So thank you, Mayor, for figuring out a way that we could find common ground and how we support our first responders. I think my question is around, are these the childcare services going to be, free of charge to our first responders, or what's the plan for that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that has not been worked out. The model does not provide free childcare. The idea is part of the financing costs would have to be factored into that. I know there is a business model that the Height Foundation uses, and we would really look at that and how that could be factored into this.
So is the thought then that the foundation would be the ones providing the childcare services to the city?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, so there's actually two pieces to this. The first would be how we structure this, ultimately the service provider, so it's the capital piece first, figuring out how that is financed or funded. And then the operational piece, it is my expectation and intent that the Height Foundation would be the operators and would lease it from the city at this point. That's just general. Again, we haven't worked out any of those details, but that's the spirit and intent that I would start with.
All right, just because I understand that it's a nonprofit and it leans Christian, and I'm a pastor's kid and have my own challenges with that. But I want to make sure that if we have, our first responders who come from diverse backgrounds, that, they would feel, that have different religious affiliations would feel comfortable accessing this childcare. And then just how do we mitigate any concerns around this moving forward?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I think that the services that are usually provided, correct me if I'm wrong, Noemi, are provided to first responder families, and believe that the curriculum provided by the Eric Height Foundation is very flexible in terms of the different backgrounds and religious affiliations that are brought to the table. So I don't know, Noemi, if you wanted to add additional commentary in terms of the curriculum that you all use?
Yeah, we are actually not registered as a Christian organization. Faith is important to us, just as it was for Eric and our family. But the Eric Foundation has never been filed with IRS or any other regulatory entity to be a Christian organization. So our curriculum, when we teach in the classrooms, is a curriculum that you will teach at any school. So it's a non-religious, correct.
Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Noemi, I just want to acknowledge and honor your continued work and advocacy and everything that you've done to bring this idea forward today, and Mayor, for your continued work in bringing Noemi's vision with yours into reality. It's really exciting. Just thinking about not only a recruitment and retention tool, but also our first responders' ability to be more present on the job, knowing that their kids are safe and sound somewhere, I think is just going to be an additional benefit to our folks to keep them safer out there on the streets. So I just wanted to echo, my support for this program and the excitement and the gratitude that I have for all of you who helped bring it here for us today. Thank you.
Another piece of this service that's really important for public safety families is that the location be low-key, in other words, not shared because of the safety element that it provides the families. And so we are trying to be as discreet as we possibly can in not sharing the exact location of the facility. And so I just wanted to be very clear in that the details and logistics of the investment that the city of Tucson will do for tenant improvements is important, and we're hoping that, based on the vice mayor's questions, we're hoping that that will help in lowering the monthly payment costs of our public safety families. So, any other questions? Councilmember Kasaja.
I'd like to.
Oh, Councilmember Fimbres, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to commend the Height Foundation. I want to commend you, Madam Mayor, for coming up with this plan, this action. Very important, long overdue. About your efforts, about everybody else's efforts. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kasachek.
Two things. I want to piggyback a little bit on Vice Mayor's comments. I think it is absolutely key that the curriculum and what's offered is non-sectarian. In this political environment right now, we've seen Supreme Court decisions that are very, very political and very, very divisive. And I think that we need to keep that, take that in very strong consideration. We take donations at the ward office and distribute them, blankets and hygiene products and all of that, through the Muslim Foundation of Arizona, but they are given to anybody irrespective of their faith. And so that is really a key point, I think, that what Marlene brought up, and not to be just kind of, well, okay, it's something we'll think about. Secondly, I'm interested, and not for right now, but every city employee of kind of childbearing age is going to be facing these same challenges. And so you mentioned how to scale this up. We have departments all over the city that are having recruitment and retention issues, and so scaling this up so it's more inclusive of all employees is going to be a key factor in how we get IT employees and transit employees and all that. So that's something to consider.
And Councilmember Kasachek, that's something that absolutely is the intention, to be able to scale up, to be able to offer to other city employees, to all city employees who need this support. I mean, I'm a working mom, besides being mayor, and I remember when I first started my public service in Ward 1, my son Emiliano was 18 months old. And that's what I did. I was a council member and a mom. I had Luciana, both Luciana and Emiliano, and pretty much all of my paycheck that I receive as a council member would go to pay for childcare. And quality childcare is something that every parent deserves to have for their child without breaking the bank. And so this particular support that we can provide for our city employees, we are starting with our public safety employees because this particular project is way ahead of the second piece, but we already have a location for our other city employees that are in need of this support. But I'm really happy with the partnership that we've developed, and am really looking forward to this moving as fast and as quickly as we possibly can, so that we can provide this additional resource to our public safety personnel and eventually all of our city employees. So we do have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any other comments from my colleagues or the city manager?
Mayor, what I would suggest is, assuming the motion that's in front of you passes, that I will send you an off-agenda memo with an outline for a schedule. It makes me nervous without a schedule because then it tends to delay, and I think there's obviously the need and interest in moving this forward quickly. So we will put that together, and that way you'll know with some certainty at least what the game plan is for getting this accomplished. So we'll do that off agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent, thank you so much. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Alrighty, we move on to item 7. Time has been set aside to continue the discussion on fare-free transit. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, this is probably the 4th time that we've brought this item to you for discussion and direction. This is for a continuation of the fare-free transit. As you recall, back in 2020, right at the height of the pandemic and the start of the pandemic, we did receive federal money, and the mayor and council at that time suggested that we go down that path for a lot of reasons. Since that time, you've asked us to, one, continue it, but also have conversation with some of our partners. We have had some conversations. It's a little more difficult than just suggesting, hey, contribute. They want to see some data, they want to see some info. Mayor, you and I attended a meeting with the university, and in fairness, they said this is a great idea, except we'd like to see some more data. So we are scrubbing the data and really identifying what those partnerships might look like going forward. As you know, I did build into the budget a continuation of this through the end of this fiscal year. The dollars that I've allocated are about $9.1 million for that. We currently invest outside of that about $53 million annually out of the general fund. What I'm really evolving to in the conversation with the partners is not just looking at the shortfall, not just looking at the 9.1 million, but looking at a fully loaded cost per rider. And I think that's important because we oftentimes look at, well, we just need to make up that 9.1 million. And so when you start doing percentages against 9.1 million, it looks a lot smaller, right? But we already are investing that additional 53 million annually, which I think is an important conversation when we're looking at the partnerships and saying, hey, we are already funding a good chunk of the cost, and so we need some help from the folks that are out there. So the partners that you've asked me to reach out to, and we have varying degrees of conversations with, are the university, PIMA College, TUSD. We have not reached out necessarily to the other school districts in earnest yet. We will do that. I'm not as worried about that because, quite frankly, TUSD is would be the largest user of that. You've also asked that we explore some of the private sector folks as well. I know that Raytheon is already a partner, but we have others potentially that are out there that could go down this path. I am recommending that you consider extending this through June 30th. And keeping in mind that this is the entirety of the dollars that we've allocated from that federal money that was allocated to us under previous federal programs. So as a part of next year's budget, a decision will have to be made, and either dollars will have to be allocated accordingly in FY24, or we'll have to identify some other way to make up that revenue. Sam's here as well, Mayor Sam Creedy, our Director of Transportation, so we are happy to answer questions as you see appropriate.
Any of my colleagues want to open? Vice Mayor?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
Michael, advertising on the buses. I remember when I first came into the council, we took that off. You can only run 15 buses. Now you get a fleet of 300. advertising? Is that where they go, general fund, or they go to transportation?
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembers, that's actually advertising revenue, and it does go to offset the cost of transit. I can tell you that we have struggled with that contract, not the wraps, but the bus shelter contract. We are in discussions on what we're going to do in the future going forward, up to and including potentially taking that over ourselves. I'm expecting
That
that.
contract,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
when is that contract ending?
I believe it's in April of this year. It'll be this coming year, and we're already in review of what we're going to do going forward.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing
You're
is,
welcome.
we need to look at the models across the country, like Corvallis, Virginia, Kansas City, that have transit authority. Maybe create one with private public sector. The university, the Sunshine Mile, so that can click for the other things we have.
Mayor, Councilmember Fiembers, we are exploring those other models. They usually have either large private sector partners or other government partners as well. But we are comparing on a cost per rider or cost per mile, and that'll be part of the conversation we're having. Thank you.
Vice
Thank you,
Mayor?
ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to restate what I've shared in the past, that like, yes, the pandemic was a moment that we used to create a new normal for transit. I know that Mayor and Council had floated the idea in the past of what it would take to have fare-free transit, especially in light of talking about, ridership, climate change. How do we just encourage more people to ride? That had never kind of been a moment that we saw we could capitalize on like we did during the pandemic to set a new normal, and we knew that we could make use of federal monies to kind of help shore up for the loss of fares. I know that this fiscal year, we no longer had federal monies, and we had to use some of the city's general fund money to cover for that. So I just want to make sure that as we're thinking through, and I hear you, City Manager, about there's a lot more than just, that fare box recovery, which is a $10 million that we need to really improve our transit system. But I think that is part of our long-term goals. And so I know that right now, like the immediate sense, even in extending it to June, we still are gonna need, if we're gonna continue, we're gonna need to recover that 10 million. That part of our short-term investment that we need from our partners is to cover that as we're having more long-term conversations about what our transit system is going to look like in the future. I understand we have, contracts with our regional partners who provide service regionally. I have extensive conversations with Sam about our transit system and the history of it and why it looks the way that it does. And so having the city, at some point making the decision to invest in purchasing from 2 private transit systems and converting it into one, like we're still living that legacy, and we haven't changed that. So we have a lot of work to do in thinking about what does that look like? Do we have a transit authority that then has a special tax, through some property tax or some other way that we think about financing it long term? But I think those are going to be conversations that happen down the road, but that right now really the conversation should be how do we creatively work with our partners to shore up that 10 million. And so my question to you, Sam, is could you give us a breakdown? I just heard the city manager say that we're putting in 53 million from the general fund. Can you, what is the entire cost of our transit system? And then where are the funding sources for each?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Absolutely, I'd be happy to provide that information. So as the city manager mentioned, we contribute about $53 million in totality to the transit system. That includes all 3 modes, SunTran, SunVan, and SunLink. The overall system cost around $105 million, $106 million total. Rounding out some of the other revenue sources include the advertising that the manager mentioned, which is about $1.7 million annually. We have IGAs with our regional partners, including the RTA. That total is 19.2 million. About 11.7 million of that is directly from the RTA plan. Then we also receive federal grants totaling around $20 million. And those are the major money sources then added to the general fund transfer in, which is $53 million.
So that's 53 million, including that 10 million this year. So would it typically be like 43 million?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The 53 million is just the general fund contribution to transit. The $9.1 million that the city manager referenced was included in the general fund investment plan and is separate from that $53 million.
Okay. So from the 105 total, then the fares account for about 10% of the total cost of operating our transit system?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, that's correct. And that was based on our current ridership projections, that the fare revenue that we would have collected this year had we collected fares.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're providing that information to the public. I know I've had the opportunity to ride the bus with, some of my colleagues on the city council, and will continue to have that experience with everybody else on the council. And I can tell from my, recent experience that the folks that you see riding the bus are elders, young people, single moms, and, people on their way to work or to the grocery store. I am hoping that as we continue these conversations, and I know that our partners are asking for data, and I know that that's challenging to produce when we haven't been collecting that data. Maybe we can provide that from our low income passes, because that's where we are collecting data. And so I'm really hoping that we can make the case for the value in investing in like our human infrastructure, our transit infrastructure, that can't be put into a number right now. And so I'm trying to think through how do we, I know they want quantitative data, but how do we share qualitative data with them about the impact of providing this service to our community? I know that we have some work to do in the short term to be able to make this a reality. And so in the meantime, I want to move that we extend the fare-free transit through the end of the fiscal year to allow more time to develop funding strategies for the transit system, and that we direct the city manager and staff to return to mayor and council within 90 days with forecasted revenues from potential funding sources, including but not limited to a utility fee on water, a convenience fee on electricity, a hotel occupancy fee, rental car fee, secondary property tax, any other idea that is realistic for us to consider at this time.
Second.
That's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kosacic.
Sam, what is the cost of running Sunlink? You had the three lumped together.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the annual cost of running Sunlink is $6.5 million.
And if the U of A is asking for data, one data point you can give them is about 70% of the riders on Sunlink are U of A students. And so if they want to pick up 70% of that $6 million, that would be wonderful as a starting point in the conversation. You also said the RTA is paying, our RTA relationship is about 11.7 million. They fund our transit system. Are those largely for surrounding communities?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, that actually is largely for nights, weekends, and frequency. We also have the IGAs for operating service in Pima County, Pasco Yaqui, Town of Marana, and City of South Tucson.
All right, and that's all.
Any other questions? Councilmember Cunningham.
So,
wait, one other thing. Tucson Airport Authority ought to be a part of this conversation also. So is Metro Chamber. There are an awful lot of private sector groups that are benefiting from this service, and the Airport Authority is one that is directly benefiting.
So do we have, and this is just a question, do we have riders up from the base? Do we have many riders from the base? Do we have a stop on the base? And do we have any riders from the base? Or is that one of those partners that we can skip type of thing?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I do believe we have a route that services Davis-Monthan. I don't have that ridership information right in front of me. We can certainly get that back to you.
I'd love to take a look at all those alternate funding sources, and I agree that we need to extend till June 30th, because we really can't go back to the U of A, PCC, TUSD in good faith and be like, oh, by the way, we're just going to cut you off mid-semester. There's all these kids that are here. I agree with all that philosophically. One thing I want to, like, we have to wrap our head around this. Before the pandemic, we were charging $480 full freight per annual pass. We were charging $48 a month for a regular pass and $22.50 for the low income pass per month. And I think we can, if we can get our partners on board properly with fares that represent under 5 to 10% of that, 5 to 10% of those numbers. That's the goal I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find a way where, look, our previous full cash fare for our previous day, first of all, we didn't have a day pass, but even before that, we had a day pass in 2016 that was like $350. What if $350 was our monthly pass? And that's kind of which would work out very well if we did get credit for each U of A student, which would work out very well if we got credit for each Raytheon employee, if we credited ourselves for each of our employees, PIMA County as well, PIMA Community College as well. Then all of a sudden, you're going, okay, wait a minute. Anybody who needs to get a ride can get one. Now, that's the hard part, is that it's a chicken and egg thing. Because if we, and I don't know how far I want to go with this in open session, because it's a strategic piece. But the bottom line is that if you can get to fareless, but you're still getting money from your partners, that's a great thing to do. But if we're still fareless and we go to them and say, we want you to pay, they're going to say, well, why would we? And that's the thing I keep going into, is that there's just from a negotiating standpoint, we're never going to get them to give us money for something we're not charging for, because there's no way I'd do it if I was in their position. And that's kind of why, I mean, I like to believe that people deal in good faith and whatever, but I'm going to tell you right now, when we go to the University of Arizona and say, hey, we want to charge you, let's say our new semester thing is $7. So we'll say it was $48 for the semester. And by the way, previously it was $192 for the semester. But if we go to them and say it's going to be $48 for the semester to pay for it, but by the way, we'll give you, you give us, $2.5 million. That's $12 a student per the semester, and we get it for free. All those students get it for free. We pick up that revenue. We can go back and subsidize more. That's how the numbers are working here. And I want people to understand that. The vision is that as many people in Tucson as possible ride the bus for free. And the vision is that we pick up that revenue so that we continue to provide the service that we're providing. One of the things I'd love to add, I don't need to add it to the motion, I absolutely think we should schedule an executive session for the advertising revenue piece. Mr. Fimbres brought that up, but it sounds like we're having some struggles in the bus stop maintenance. And, we've talked about this before. Why can't we package the revenue for advertising both at the bus stops and on the buses? And you don't have to necessarily get a wrap. You can get, billboards and poster boards on the buses or whatever. So I think that could maybe add to our revenue portfolio and make up some of this revenue. The bottom line is my thought is maxi max. I don't really want to go more than $5 a month on low income fares. I really don't want, so that's the challenge. I want us to get to that point. And that would represent an incredible decrease of what we ever charged. On top of that, I want our TUSD students, I basically want all children to be able to ride for free. I want pretty much anybody who is going through some tough times to be able to reach out to the agency they're working with and ride for free. We got to get there, but we also have to maintain that level of service. And let's be honest, there's a $10 million gap. As far as the alternative funding sources, I'm all over it with you. But remember, if we end up doing a tax, it's got to go to the voters under the legislature. We end up adding to the water fee, it's going to take a very long discussion. And I don't know if our timetable is going to allow that. So we've got to be, I want to be upfront right now. At some point between now and June 30th, there's going to be a fare schedule out there that's floated. They're going to be discussing it. Whether everybody at this table votes for it, that's a different thing, but that's going to be discussed. But the idea behind that is once that's initiated, all those other things are in place with the community partners. We can be in the zeros, or if we have a revenue source, we can be back to fareless. So those are all the pieces to it. I think everybody's trying to move in good faith to get it as close as we can. But what do you guys need? My question is, what do you guys need to go forward? Because I don't know if those partners are going to come to the table without the leverage we need. And that's where I'm at.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I think the motion will give us what we need. It basically gives us opportunity to explore all these different funding sources and streams. I think your synopsis of how the partners might see this is spot on. But I think part of the Vice Mayor's commentary is really about the human element and the community investment by these organizations. And I think that's the starting point of the conversation that the mayor brought to the university. And how do you quantify a qualitative discussion? That's the tall order. But I think first and foremost, let us scrub some of the ideas that you all have thrown out. One thing to keep in mind is as we talk through this, because one of the things you mentioned was the surcharge on rooms. And that could be an opportunity. We do have a surcharge now. I'll look at that again, because that was something the council did a few years ago. And there is an opportunity there to see how much is coming in, and is there a way for us to allocate some of those dollars directly for this effort? So we'll definitely explore all of those. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I just wanted to report that the city manager and I went to visit with Dr. Robbins to talk about this dilemma, right? And the conversation has been had with Tucson Unified School District. TUSD is actually very open to having fare-free transit for their students, possibly faculty and staff. The University of Arizona is not really seeing the benefit of being a big investor in public transit. I've invited President Robbins to look at it as it's not just students, right? It's faculty and staff that uses not just our Sunlink system, not just our streetcar, but also our bus system. And invited the University of Arizona to think about it as not just a service provided to students, faculty, and staff, but also a strategy to work with us, the city of Tucson, on climate action. Because the more people you get out of their car, the less CO2 emissions, and the better for our environment. The other thing that I invited the president to look at is, wouldn't it be nice for you not to have to build more parking garages in very valuable land in the University of Arizona? So there are many wins for the University of Arizona to jump in as a partner, but I think we have to invite President Robbins to think beyond students and think beyond the, $800,000 that they've been contributing to transit passes for their students. It will take much more than that. And so want to be fair and invite PIMA Community College to think about this investment, as well as PIMA County and other jurisdictions and prominent employers. I think Councilmember Kozachik mentioned the Airport Authority. You, Councilmember Cunningham, mentioned DM. So we can invite other employers in our community to be able to buy into it.
Us, we should buy in. Obviously, if we're going to be going out to some
Yeah, absolutely. The city employees should ride the bus for free because we are already using as a city our general funds to the tune of $53 million and then now the additional $9.7 million. So we should facilitate our city employees riding for free. I'm glad to hear that we are extending it to June. I'm very supportive of that. But, you know, we have our marching orders, Mr. Ortega. We need to go back to potential partners in all of this and see what we can do. And if we do not receive or, you know, don't bring the partners to the table that could fill the $10 million hole, we can also look at, you know, setting rates in terms of parking, having the city of Tucson parking garages have a parking fee dedicated specifically for our transit system. And we could look at other possibilities of funding our transit system through kind of putting it all together, you know, and cobbling it all up and figuring how we can all buy into the system. Any other of my colleagues have any input, questions on this item? Hearing
Madam
none.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Fimbres.
I think we also put the safety aspect for the drivers. There were people contacting me about some of the female drivers who are always being attacked and accosted by some of the ridership. And I think we could have a point person for the transit that we could call and give them ideas.
Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Fimbres will certainly follow up on that. I know that we have instituted some safety protocols as well as some physical improvements to some of the bus with cages. That's what I call them. They're actually the plastic partitions. So we'll definitely follow up with your office and follow up with those individuals and might bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Alrighty, we have a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Just in the interest of time, we need to move on to the next item. Thank you, Sam. Update on state and national legislation and regional committees, item 8.
Honorable Mayor and Council, just a few quick updates on federal and state legislation. First off, I provided answers to Councilmember Fimbres' questions by email last night. He asked about NDAA or military funding, PFAS, broadband, and some other issues. And so that information is provided and it should be in your emails. What I really wanted to focus on today, Mayor, members of the council, is the federal budget. As some of you may have heard, there has been an agreement reached on a $1.7 trillion federal budget, or spending plan, I should say. That budget is moving through Congress as we speak. In fact, about 15 minutes ago, it cleared a key vote in the Senate. So it looks like it is likely to move forward. It's a big budget. It has a lot of implications for the country and including Tucson. So just to cover some highlights from that budget, again, $1.7 trillion. It's over 4,000 pages long. $858 billion in defense funding, which is a 10% increase from last year. $772 billion for domestic programs, which is about a 5% increase from last year. It includes $45 billion for Ukraine assistance, a 4.6% military pay increase. It actually increases funding for basic allowances for housing for military personnel, which I know is something we've talked about here locally in regards to Davis-Monthan. There is more support for A-10s and the Compass Call aircraft, which are key missions at Davis-Monthan. It includes more money for PFAS remediation, including $332 million for general environmental remediation accounts, an additional $225 million for PFAS. It also includes $36 million for AFFF removal and disposal and military installations. So again, we'll be looking more closely at these exact dollars and what the rules are and how we can make sure that those funds are used for important mayor and council items here in Tucson. Also want to make sure Mayor and Council know that the budget does include $12 million for the Morris Air National Guard Gate project. This is something we've been working on for a long time. This will move the gate for the Air National Guard facility from its current location along Valencia to the western side of the Air National Guard base. It's good for security as well as for traffic movement along Valencia. There's a lot more money for veterans' health care, about $20 billion more, including $14 billion for mental health, as well as there's another, there are additional monies for veterans who are experiencing houselessness as well. So we'll try to get more information about those dollars. As far as domestic highlights, there's $6 billion increase for SNAP, $1 billion increase for low-income heating assistance. There's $2 billion total for the Bureau of Reclamation. We all know how important what they're doing is for dealing with some of our Colorado River issues. There's $2.7 billion for the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds, $100 million additional for brownfields. And there's actually quite a bit of an increase for combating the opioid epidemic, as well as for mental health research, treatment, and prevention, suicide prevention, and even $400+ million for the new 988 suicide hotline that just got going. There's a $2.8 billion increase, which is 30% more for childcare block grants across the nation. That's a big increase. There's also $38 billion in supplemental disaster assistance, including funding for Hurricane Ian relief, wildfire relief, and even money to help Jackson, Mississippi for some of the issues they're experiencing with their water system. There are some other pieces to the budget that I won't go into here today in light of time, but I did want to focus on some really key items that are in the budget that are critical to Tucson and some really important projects for our city and for the mayor and council. There's what are called congressional direct spending items, which I suppose are formerly known as earmarks. They are in this budget, and some of them include projects like the Mission Manor Aquatic Complex, $2.9 million for a key project sponsored by Representative Grijalva for Tucson. There's $2.7 million for the El Pueblo Center Revitalization Project. That's a project we're working on together with other entities, including PIMA Community College, to revitalize and add more services, security to the El Pueblo Center. There's $2.4 million for the Western Hills Neighborhood Project, which includes all kinds of infrastructure improvements for a community or a neighborhood that hasn't seen a lot of improvements for a very long time. It's fitting to even mention it today too, in light of the decision on the storm to shade earlier, because there is a key piece to that project that includes stormwater infrastructure for that area. There's $1.8 million for Tucson Police Department for updating their portable radios. That's something that was sponsored by both Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly. We're appreciative of that. There's $1 million for the Marianne Cleveland Way multi-use path, which is something that we've been working on for a long time. Some of us have been around long enough to remember when we first put the road in, and I can tell you that just recently we had a member of Representative Kirkpatrick's DC staff come down to Tucson, and we took him out to Marianne Cleveland Way. It's amazing how much traffic there is. And for a road that has this many schools and students using that road, the importance of having the multi-use path along Marianne Cleveland Way was clearly evident, and sure enough, Congresswoman Kirkpatrick pushed to have that money added to the budget. And there's also $957,000 for the Housing First Resource Center at AMFI. And actually, Mayor, thanks to you and your staff, and in particular, Genesis Cabillas, who also met with some aides from the DC offices to help show the old Fire Station 8 and what our plans are for making that to a critical community resource with this funding. And so sure enough, that came in. Immensely grateful to, of course, Mayor and Council, and to our federal delegation who sponsored these projects. Very thankful to city staff from the city manager's office down. Congratulations to the Departments of Transportation and Parks and Recreation and Housing and Community Development and TPD, of course, for getting these investments in the important programs and projects that serve our community. So I wanted to make sure I covered that today. It's very exciting for the city and for our residents. With that, Mayor, one more federal item I want to mention, and then just a quick state update. Something that goes back a little bit, this mayor and council supported the Pascua Yaqui tribe in its efforts to add land from the old Pascua into trust. And just last night, after the House had passed, I believe it's called the Old Pascua Community Land Acquisition Act. Last night, the Senate passed it as well. So it'll be going to President Biden's desk. So that will mean some changes to that area on West Grant, should the president sign that bill. Finally, I just want to mention on the state side, for state updates, there's no news on a special session at this point. We're still hopeful that they will deal with the alternative expenditure issue that could lead to some cuts to public school funding in Arizona, as we've discussed before, if it's not dealt with by March. The Housing Supply Study Committee, I know, again, Director Morales mentioned a number of housing-related issues that are tied to state statute. The committee that is looking at that had their final meeting today. They came up with some recommendations. Haven't had a chance to review those yet, but this will be one of the hottest issues at the legislature this year, and we'll be pushing for, again, more tools for Tucson to be able to deal with affordable housing. And then lastly, I do want to mention that the next state legislative session is starting soon. And so sure enough, by the next council meeting on January 11th, I may very well have bills for mayor and council consideration at that time, as the regular session is scheduled to begin on January 9th. So just as a heads up, we'll be starting that process yet again for the 2023 state legislative session. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present a lot of information on this last meeting of 2023, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Andrew? Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Andrew, did you say this national budget has been passed, the Senate now going to be signed?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm not sure I followed the question. Just to be clear.
Madam Mayor, Andrew, you mentioned the national budget, Andrew. So they went through the House. They go to the Senate.
When the president's going to sign the...
Pascua Yaqui thing.
Oh, well, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, I hope I understood the question. If it's about the old Pascua bill and when it might be signed, again, now that the Senate has passed it, it goes to the president's desk. I believe the president has, 10 days to sign it. So we'll be watching that closely. And as soon as we know that it has been signed or vetoed for that matter, we'll let you know. I don't sense that there's much opposition or controversy about the bill. And then, of course, with the full budget, we're hopeful, again, that it'll get through the Senate maybe by tomorrow or Thursday. It'll probably at that point go to the House for a quick vote. Members are itching to get on planes and get back home for the holidays. So we're hopeful that the timeframes will actually move quickly on that, and that it'll go to the president too for his signature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. We're going to move on to item 9. Thank you,
I have
Andrew.
I have one quick thing.
Alrighty, go ahead.
It's more for staff than for Andrew. Earlier today, the WIFA Authority, Water Finance Infrastructure, held a meeting to talk about a desal plant that is being proposed to go in at Rocky Point and run up through Oregon Pipe National Monument. Tim Tamir, I understand, was there. I would certainly hope the city was not down there advocating for it, but can we get a report on that project and where they are in it and what our position might be?
Mayor, happy to turn it over to Tim Tomer, who's actually on the WIFA board, so he's here. Go ahead, Tim.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority Board met today for two main actions. One was to hire or to go down the path of hiring an executive director, which is one of the first steps of setting up a new board of that nature. And then the second one was related to, there is a proposal to evaluate a binational desalination plant where the plant would be sited in near Puerto Peñasco, Mexico, and that water would be imported to and interconnect with the Central Arizona Project Canal upstream of the Phoenix Valley. The board did not adopt the term sheet as proposed by the unsolicited proposer, but the board did adopt a resolution that authorized staff of WIFA to do due diligence on the project and then take some next steps if the due diligence shows that it's a viable project. So no decision was made with respect to the viability of the project or any financial commitments or any term sheet, but the resolution does direct staff to do some additional work.
Any others? Alrighty. We move on to item 9. Thank you, Andrew. Item 9, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Fimbres? Councilmember Fimbres, did you have your hand up?
I think he never put it down. I think he never put it down.
I don't know. I think he had wanted. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So I don't think he wanted to remove anything. And if he does want to do that later on, we can try and remove it on when we're at the consent agenda, correct? Already. So item 10 is any future agendas. Councilmember Dahl.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to request a 20-minute study session discussion in February on how the city attorney's office can best facilitate the expungement of low-level marijuana convictions along with the sealing of criminal records. I've talked to Mr. Rankin about that. There's a way of doing it en masse that we can explore.
Alrighty, thank you. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. Study session is adjourned, the regular session. I'm gonna give us 15-minute break. So we will come back here at 6:50. 5:50, sorry about that. 5:50. We could do 6:50. And that way we'll give ourselves a little bit of time to get ready for the regular agenda. Thank you. the Public Housing Authority Board of Commissioners meeting. So calling the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority into session. Let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz. Mix Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres is appearing virtually this evening. Mr. Kazache. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2,
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 12, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 3,
Public Housing Authority Write-Off Uncollectible Tenant Accounts Receivable Approval.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 13, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-010 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-010 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $20,940.77 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2022-10.
There is a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-010 passes by a vote of 8-0. Or 7-0? 8. Item 4,
Public Housing Authority Choice Neighborhoods Grant Application and Acquisition of the Tucson House General Partner Interests.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 14, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. What is the council's, the board's pleasure?
I move we pass the resolution. It's not in front of me.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'd like to add my appreciation to the Housing Community Development staff for their incredible work in replying to the NOFA, or Request for Proposal for the Choice Neighborhood Grant applications. We are applying for a $50 million grant to rehabilitate the Tucson House, a unique 70-story public housing complex with 408 units, representing 27% of the city's public housing stock. If we receive this particular grant, it will completely redo the Tucson House. It's such a wonderful project. So I will be busy lobbying our congressional delegation to make sure that the city of Tucson gets itself in a good place to be able to receive this $50 million. So with that, do we go to roll call? A voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 5,
Public hearing, City of Tucson, Pima County, PHA Annual Plan 2022, Significant Amendment, Hearing and Resolution PHA 2022-011.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 15, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-011 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-011 relating to Public Housing Authority, approving the significant amendment to the City of Tucson Annual Plan for fiscal year 2022, authorizing and directing the submission of
the same to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move we pass and adopt resolution number PHA 2022-11.
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor, this is a public
Ms.
hearing.
Clerk.
This is a public
Oh,
hearing.
okay. Oh, do we have any
We
requests
have
to
no
speak?
request to speak cards.
Okay, so do we need to close?
Move to close the public hearing.
I want to ask if there's anybody.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Hearing none, now we can close the public hearing. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Move to close the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So there's also a motion on the floor in a second to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2022-011. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Hill?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-011 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 6.
Public Housing Authority meeting minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 16, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of October 18th, 2022?
So moved.
Madam Mayor.
Second. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 7.
Adjournment.
This meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you so much, Mr. Hill, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Same to you.
Alrighty, council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
Let the record show Mr. Fimbres is appearing virtually. Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Dr. Andrew G. Ross of the North Minster Presbyterian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's an honor to be here tonight, Mayor. Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, you are the creator, sustainer, redeemer of life. Come now and may your wisdom fall upon us in this meeting. We thank you for our mayor, our city council, and staff. We ask for your blessings and grace to cover every aspect of this gathering tonight. May this be a safe space for citizens to express opinions with contributions that are truly helpful. May this be a place where ideas matter more than titles, where the good of the whole community will matter more than private interest. Give us clarity of insight so that we can effectively tackle every part of the big agenda. Help us, God, to see the best solutions that can apply. Help us to find ways of real encouragement as we serve together as citizens of this city we love, our city of Tucson. Dear God, help us to apply your wisdom and your calling as each of us strive to live as citizens committed to community and care as we decide and act on specific matters and make diligent plans. We pray all these things in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Ross, for gracing us with your presence and your beautiful prayer. Really appreciate it. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 355 dated December 20th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 353 dated December 20th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? What I'll do is I'm gonna start from Ward 6 and then go down at the Pike. So Councilmember Kozaczek.
Just want to wish everybody happy holidays in the upcoming week. Stay healthy. There's a lot of stuff going on around there, and mask up if you're in close quarters with people, whether you know them or not.
All righty, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the schools and students of Ward 5 in the city of Tucson who took part of the Ward 5 2023 Safety Calendar Arts Work Contest. This year's winning entries came from Gallego Intermediate, Carrillo Middle Magnet School, and Craycroft Elementary. On Friday, December 16th, and the last day of our Ward 5 student intern, Christian Moreno, who is a senior at the University of Arizona, majoring in public administration. Christian was a great help to the Ward 5 office and staff. I want to thank him for his service and wish him great success in his future. On December 17th, United Hearts of Arizona held their 9th annual shoe and jacket giveaways at the El Pueblo Senior Center. More than 200 jackets and shoes were distributed to those in need. Congratulations to Maria Cardenas and Lupita Robles and the board of United Hearts for the event and their continued work for our community. The Arizona School of Education recently released their school grades, and the following schools in Ward 5 in both Tuesday and Thursday saw an improvement. They were Borden Elementary, Cabot Elementary, Hollinger, Utterback, Drexel Elementary, Esperanza, Liberty, Los Niños Elementary, Rivera Elementary, Apollo High Middle School, Challenger Middle School, Gallego Intermediate, Sierra 2 to 8, and Desert View High School. Congratulations to them and keep up the great work. Lastly, I want to wish everybody a safe, great holiday season. Be safe. Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and Merry Christmas to all, and a Happy New Year. Be safe. Don't drink and drive, and hang up your phone and drive. Stay alive. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilwoman Lee.
Just want to say happy holidays, Tucson. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl.
One announcement, the Winter Haven Festival of Lights is incredible this year. If you experienced difficulty last year when they came out of COVID, thanks to Andy Squire and many of City of Tucson departments, parking, enforcement, traffic, and picking up of garbage is being taken care of. When you go, don't park illegally. Be careful when you're driving to get there. You have to walk through it, and don't dump any garbage anywhere. And the neighbors and the businesses nearby will thank you. Come enjoy the Winter Haven Festival of Lights. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham.
happy holidays. I think everybody, it's a great time of year because it's not that we should have an excuse to be nice to each other, but it's a good time to do it, man. All right. And again, this is a good holiday season. It's finally kind of going to be the first like normal one. In fact, we even got downgraded from high risk to medium risk with COVID today, which is a really big deal. So let's hope that this is a great holiday season, but yeah, stay healthy, protect yourself. All right, I have a really important announcement, and it's actually what this part of the meeting is really for. So for those who are here, and all 17 people following online, some of you may know that we had a huge pipe burst at the beginning of the week at Speedway and Kolb. It was not an outdated pipe. We don't actually know why it exploded. It shut down the intersection the first day in all 4 directions, completely shut it down. Right now, we're down to 1 lane westbound on Speedway, and we are good on eastbound Speedway. We have shut down both northbound and southbound at Kolb. We were planning on opening up southbound at Kolb tomorrow, but when we started scraping to lay down the asphalt, we hit a water pocket, which for those of you, I've never heard of one before, but basically what that is, it's almost like quicksand. It's just really mushy water, and we can't pour anything over the substrate there. We have to use cement soil to fill it. I didn't know what cement soil was until today when I met with the engineers. But we're gonna fill that with cement soil. It's gotta cure 1 day, and then we'll come back and pour that for southbound. And that should open up southbound. That'll also allow us to refire up the signal. The reason that all the turns aren't there is because we're down to 1 lane eastbound on Speedway before Kolb. If we keep the signal firing, we'll have traffic that is completely unmanageable backed up to like Houghton. So we have to keep that. We can't open anything up yet. So that's why we're delayed a couple days. The plan is to hopefully get everybody out of there by December 23rd and at least have southbound reopened. But northbound is going to be another week or 2 after that. The damage incurred by the water underneath the substrate is just incredibly bad. It might as well be a natural disaster. I mean, it's a man-made natural disaster, I guess is the best way to describe it. So we have to wait for part of that to dry out. We kind of got lucky that nothing rained, but I think super optimistically, I think we can get everything back online before the first of the year, but I don't want to promise that. I want to say that's what we're shooting for. That's our goal. I've been out there every single day since this happened, talking to the engineers and the workers. And a lot of them are working double shifts. They're working at night. We've got 3 different teams going, 4 different contractors going. A great job by both the Tucson Water and the Arizona Department and the Tucson Department of Transportation, who've worked really hard on this. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the folks working on it. I know it's not an easy one, but hey, the best I can say is that stuff does happen. And as a community, we just got to be resilient. We got to be patient. I know that traffic at Kolb and Grant is, I guess the best word to use right now is awful. I mean, it's not fun. It's frustrating. But let's just be a little more patient on the east side this holiday season, and we'll get through it. And that's what I wanted to make my current event announcement about. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yes, Mayor, I wanted to thank Councilmember Steve Kozachik for inviting all the colleagues on the council this past weekend to ride bikes at the Festival of Lights Parade. It was a fun event and a great way to see the lights and be in community. And I'm hoping maybe next year we can invite other community members to join us on bikes so we can have an even bigger entourage than we did this year. I am inviting the public to join me and the Ward 1 office for Fuga's last ride of the year. Coming up this Friday, December 30th at 6 p.m. at the parking lot of the El Pueblo Center located at 101 West Irvington Road. You can follow Fuga Tucson on Instagram for more information, and we're looking forward to seeing more familiar faces this coming year. And with that, I want to wish everybody a happy winter solstice.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I'd like to just finish up the summary of current events with some incredible news that we received today. We talked a little bit about it during our study session. We received great news from our federal lobbyists that the 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Bill was released overnight and includes funding for all of the City of Tucson's congressionally directed spending priorities. I want to especially thank my Chief of Staff, Charlene Mendoza, for shepherding all of these projects, for writing the narratives on behalf of the City of Tucson, getting support letters from community and council colleagues and neighborhood associations, and all of the work that my chief of staff does in the background. I think because these narratives and the work that we did, the lobbying that we did with our congressional delegation, they're fully funded. There's one more step for these projects to be approved, but let me share with you the amount of funds and the projects that are scheduled to, cross our fingers, hopefully be approved by both House and Senate. $2.9 million for the Mission Manor Aquatic Complex, shepherded through by Representative Grijalva. $2.7 million for El Pueblo Revitalization Project, again, Congressman Grijalva. $2.7 million for the El Pueblo Center Revitalization Project, which is basically, I believe it's the same one, also shepherded and supported by Congresswoman Kirkpatrick. $2.4 million for Weston Hills Neighborhood Revitalization Project. This particular neighborhood has not received any funds to do their infrastructure in this community for the past 50 years. And this is layered money on top of City of Tucson funding that we're using for them. $1.8 million for Tucson Police Department for portable radio updates. The sponsors are both Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly. And $1.2 million for the Marianne Cleveland Way Shared Use Path, sponsored by Congresswoman Kirkpatrick, and $957,000 for Housing First Resource Center at AMFI, which is sponsored by Congresswoman Kirkpatrick and Senators Kelly and Sinema. That is about $16 million that the City of Tucson will receive because of the work of this mayor and council and our congressional delegation. This is incredible investment that we had not seen in, I believe, over a decade. With that wonderful news, I just want to wish everyone happy holidays and a beautiful winter solstice. And this is the last meeting of the year for Mayor and Council. So I'm hoping to see everyone back here on this dais on the 11th of January. Thank you for all the incredible work, to my colleagues on the council, all of the incredible policy that we've moved forward this year. To the staff, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Rankin, Mr. Tamir, and all of your department directors, we couldn't do our policy work without your support. So thank you so much. Happy holidays. And I hope you have some time of rest in the following days. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 354, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. A couple of updates for you today. First is just to let you know we are working with the state on a $25 million ARP allocation directly from them to support our PFAS treatment at TARP. We're very excited about that. There should be some information coming out shortly. We were actually preempting the formal notice, but we thought we would let you know that good news. And it really speaks to the partnership that we've had and developed, but also the leadership that you all have demonstrated over the years on this topic. And it is in everyone's mind, both at the state and federal level. The other thing I wanted to mention, I did send you a note yesterday regarding our bond rating. I know it's a busy time for everyone, but I did want to take a minute and just outline for you the significance of that. To be upgraded on our bond rating to a AAA status, which is the highest rating for our general obligation bonds, is very, very significant and incredible. That, again, demonstrates a leadership over time. It is a function of not only the recently approved or voter-approved proposition, but also a structurally balanced budget that we've had for many years now in a row. The performance of that budget, meaning we watch it, and then ultimately the reserve policies that you all have in place. And so congratulations really to you all. I think it's very, very significant. It is a geek thing, I will tell you, but it is very, very significant to be recognized by Fitch, and we expect the other rating agencies will follow suit. That's all, Mayor. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good news all around. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 356 dated December 20th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses and 3 special event applications. Item 5B2, the Monterey Market, is listed on the agenda as not being in compliance. However, that issue has been resolved and it is now in compliance, as are all others on the agenda. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 4 and 5C1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Madam Mayor, so moved.
There is a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Our first speaker is Colette Altifer.
Good evening. My name is Colette Altaffer, and I am not a paid speaker. What do the RTA, the Infill Incentive District, Move Tucson, and water shortages have in common? They are all examples of how political entities limit public participation in pursuit of their own narrow interests. The RTA is focused on building roads and using Tucson's tax dollars to subsidize road construction in other communities. It is actively engaged in silencing some of Tucson's RTA representatives in order to achieve this. The proposed changes to the Infill Incentive District recently went through a public hearing before the Planning Commission. The Barrio Neighborhood Coalition submitted a letter, not once but twice, expressing its concerns about the gentrification and displacement that occur with the kind of development that the IID supports. But apparently someone, possibly PDSD staff, gets to decide who will be heard and who will be silenced. That letter was never delivered to the Planning Commission. Move Tucson celebrated its kickoff just weeks before the city shut down its offices due to COVID. Yet we know of members of the bicycle community who continued to meet in person and have an outside influence on this document, including the part that would reduce the number of travel lanes on 5th, 6th Street. When we talk to people out in the community, they are stunned. not just because they have never heard of this planned reduction, but because the city is willing to increase the danger for those residents who are attempting to exit their neighborhoods. And reaching back in time to the 1940s, when two U of A scientists concluded, after extensive study, that Tucson would experience water shortages if it continued to grow, a certain elected official took it upon himself to see to it that their research would be destroyed and the community would never be allowed to have a say on this critical issue. Look where that hubris has gotten us. Public processes are time-consuming, but they are also critical. Decisions that are rushed or made behind closed doors do not contribute to the betterment of the community. In fact, they diminish us all. Your decision to hold 5 public hearings just days away from Christmas and in the middle of Hanukkah is yet another example of how government attempts to limit public participation. You knew full well that the competition between the holidays and the public hearings would minimize public participation. Perhaps you should consider your reactions to the RTA's attempt to limit Tucson's say in RTA Next. Maybe this was the universe's karmic warning that what goes around comes around. Thank you.
Richard Roati. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name.
Hi, hello? Does this work? Yeah. My name is Richard Rawadi. I live at, what? Pull it up? Oh, okay. Hello, anybody out there? Hi, my name is Richard Rawadi. I live at 2833 East Arroyo Chico in the Broadmoor neighborhood. I'm representing myself. I'd like to discuss the 22nd Street Bridge today, the proposed new one. I want, I know the city got a grant from the federal government to construct it. I want to applaud that, and in favor of general of having 3 lanes in each direction. But I've read the information on the website and I have some questions. So I thought I'd come down and state them because there's nothing on the website that provides an opportunity for input on the bridge. So, from what I'm reading on the website, that the plan is that traffic on 22nd Street will be completely blocked at the bridge during construction. So my question is, has TDOT considered keeping 2 lanes of traffic going over the bridge? In other words, building one side of the bridge at a time? Have they considered building concrete panels ahead of time so as to reduce the amount of time the bridge is down? How long will the bridge be down, given that the Broadway widening took longer than was initially expected? Has the city conducted studies to find out what the wait times will look like at the traffic signals at Tucson Boulevard and Country Club, at Broadway and 22nd Street where the bridge is down? Have they considered how much increased cut-through traffic through our neighborhood will suffer during the construction phase? And I'd like to ask that the city consider providing speed humps on Arroyo Chico to mitigate speeding pressures from cut-through traffic in our neighborhood. My next set of questions are about when I drive over the 22nd Street Bridge, I see vehicle traffic approaching 50 miles an hour. And so the current proposal apparently has a hawk light at both ends of the bridge to stop all car and truck traffic. And bicyclists and pedestrians have to walk across 3 lanes of traffic in order to access the multi-use path. But it doesn't take much imagination to realize what would happen if even one car failed to stop in time for a pedestrian or a bicyclist. And I'm hoping that TDOT would consider an alternative design that would have the multi-use path on both sides of the bridge. Finally, the 22nd Bridge currently provides, one of the best views of the city of Tucson, the surrounding mountains. But the new bridge is going to be a covered bridge with only little windows to see out. And I can't think of any other covered bridge in the city of Tucson, and I wonder about the airflow in the enclosed bridge, and I wonder how much additional that costs, and whether if something else was done, if that could allow for the multi-use path on both sides. Finally, what I
Come to a
wrap it up.
conclusion, Mr. Roddy?
And in conclusion, so I'd like to ask that, that we allow for input from citizens on this project and an alternative design, an alternative construction method, and provide mitigation to neighborhoods impacted. Thank you.
So Richard, if you just email me those questions, kind of bullet point, I'll help you get the answers, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miranda Schubert?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, my name is Miranda Schubert. I'm the chapter lead for Tucson for Everyone, and I'm not a paid speaker. That would be cool, though. For full transparency, I'm also currently a co-chair for the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, but I'm not here to speak on their behalf today because we haven't had a chance to meet yet about the most recent developments with the 5th 6th Street project. This was originally dubbed a Complete Streets project that layered 2 different funding sources from Props 101 and 407. Just a word about Complete Streets. I was incredibly excited and hopeful when the policy passed in 2019. How could anybody not get excited about the idea of mobility as a fundamental human right, where safety of the most vulnerable street users is at the center of decision-making, where streets are sensitive to their surrounding contexts and the needs of the people in and moving through that area? It's a really inspiring policy, and it should be allowed to transform local transportation by being the default approach to the decisions that are being made and not made about our roads. Which leads me back to the 5th 6th Street project, which is currently no longer called a Complete Street project. It also decouples the 2 segments of the corridor, which look to be heading for different levels of treatment. Whereas before, the entire stretch between Campbell and Wilmot was to receive vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle safety improvements, it now looks like that's only going to happen between Campbell and Alvernon. The website has changed a couple times in the past week. It's been really difficult to keep up in the midst of lack of transparency and clear, proactive communication. The newsletter from Ward 6 on December 12th clearly stated that at this time we will not be removing the outer drive lanes, so no road diet. But when concerned constituents started to reach out to try to find out more information, since the website didn't have the information there anymore, the response was that it's not over yet, which I hope is true. On behalf of the nearly 400 people who signed Tucson for Everyone's petition in favor of the entire corridor from Campbell to Wilmot receiving a complete street treatment, I hope that we can usher in a new era of collaboration and transparency and partner to help make the entire corridor safer. Local government, advocates, and activists should be working together in favor of progressive policies that are responsive to the needs of the community. There's also a preponderance together in favor of progressive policies that are responsive to the needs of the community. There's also a preponderance of evidence pointing to road diets as a way of the future. It makes sense for livability, climate change, public health, and economic health. When it makes sense, you know, according to traffic flow and all that jazz. I know these decisions aren't always easy. It can be hard to break with the status quo by not solely catering to cars. Concerned community members who are biking, walking, and rolling around the city every day, just like me, are eager to know what work is being done to make streets safer and more comfortable for us, not just for cars. Why pass a complete streets policy if it isn't going to inform our transportation planning decisions? I hope that you'll consider adding a discussion of 5th 6th Street to the January study session. This warrants a closer look. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schubert. Jennifer Bonham? Jennifer Bonham?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bonham. Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bonham. I am a resident of Tucson. I am a city employee, but I am speaking for myself this evening. I wanted to speak on bicycle infrastructure. I learned to ride a bike earlier this year, and since then I've been delighted to be living in a city that is so bicycle forward. I've participated in Cyclovia, El Tour, I ride on the Loop. I've even done Fuga a couple of times and really enjoyed that. And I've ridden my bike to work a couple of times as well. I'm somewhat hesitant to do so because the roads can be somewhat dangerous, and I wanted to speak today to encourage protected bike lanes because I think it would certainly encourage me, and I think it would encourage others like me to ride their bikes to work. I think a protected bike lane would be especially fantastic somewhere along the Sunshine Mile. And in my opinion, the paint, along the sides of the road, that doesn't count as bicycle infrastructure. And I think it'd be great if we could turn those bicycle gutters into protected bike lanes. And I would appreciate it if the city manager could potentially look into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonham. Alan Benz. Alan Benz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Benz. I am a member of the Tucson Bus Riders Union. I have been living in the Tucson area since 1977. I take transit on a daily basis. According to a recent memo from Assistant City Manager Tom Muir, staying fare-free would cost the city between $9.1 and $10 million yearly. Budget analysis and revenue proposals from various members associated with the Bus Riders Union have tentatively concluded that this funding gap can be closed by adopting the following measures, namely increasing the transient occupancy tax, increasing the hotel motel surtax, and increasing the Park Tucson fees. Also instituting a vehicle rental fee. Pima County has already done this regarding the vehicle rental fee, and it generates $1.5 million per year. The increased hotel taxes should raise approximately $8.3 million. The increased Park Tucson fees should raise approximately $825,000. The car rental fees, that's sort of a guesstimate, probably between $500,000 and $1 million, but that's sort of questionable. There are total new funds available to offset fare box loss from the hotel and parking fees are approximately $9.2 million. If you add in the extra car rental fees, it probably would be somewhere in the vicinity of 9.7 to 10.2 million. These mechanisms would spread the cost throughout the community and put much of it on tourists rather than being a regressive tax adversely affecting the poor, the disabled, and the elderly. Details available upon request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Kimberly Victor, I believe, or Vader. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Kimberly Vitor, and this is my 9th year here in Tucson. I'm very happy to be here. The weather's beautiful, the city's great. The bus system, I'm here representing myself. I am a resident of Tucson, and I just was going to talk to you about, the bus service here is great. It's wonderful. I'm from St. Louis, and it's very bad there. It's almost non-existent. And I ride it every day, and it's pretty much on time, except I have to say something about, with the extension coming up, I know they have their rights to be on the bus, but there is a problem with the homeless being on the bus, and it's pretty heavily on the bus system. And if you extend it, it's only going to continue. It's pretty bad, and I didn't know if you could do anything about that, but I know they have a right to ride and be on the bus too, but some of them stay on quite long. And also, I have a question. Do you know about the apartments at 36 and Park? They're going up, and will they be Section 8, and when will they be finished? Do you know? Bye.
Ms. Victor, if you'd like, we cannot respond to questions made during call to the audience, but we would be more than happy to refer you to the Housing Community Development Department
Oh.
so that they can answer any question for you.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm sorry to say about the homeless situation on the bus, but it is very difficult to deal with it. And I guess that's it. Just want to bring it to your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input.
All right, thank you.
And we will be referring you to someone at Housing Community Development to answer any questions about affordable housing.
Thank you.
Robert Bulicek?
Mayor Romero, Mr. Ortega, council members. My name is Robert Bulicek. I live in Ward 3. I'm a local energy efficiency consultant and a member of the Tucson Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability. I'm here representing myself. It's been over 20 years since the City Council has an opportunity to review the Tucson Electric Power franchise agreement. During that time, I would hope that all of us have developed a greater appreciation for the detrimental impacts that burning of fossil fuels have on our health and climate. The most recent science finds that we have just 7 years to get off fossil fuels to have a chance to stay within a 1.5 degrees centigrade global warming budget. With a number of severe storms, droughts, floods, and climate refugees we are currently experiencing at 1.1 degrees, the best time to take significant action was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Let me be clear, I want Tucson Electric Power to succeed as a business and a significant energy provider in Tucson. I also want TEP to be far more aggressive in transitioning to renewable energy and storage, not only for the health and climate benefits, but also for the lower costs that wind, solar, geothermal, and storage have today. Our health and prosperity and the health of our economy depend on making the energy transition as quickly and effectively as possible. TEP has been moving far too slowly, recently building a new fossil gas peaker plant and previously purchasing an existing fossil fuel generating plant. They have been making some good investments in utility scale wind and solar, but still don't have a utility scale storage facility at a time when other utilities around the world are already building gigawatt scale storage facilities. I would hope that you significantly reduce the length of time of the franchise agreement, giving the council and voters a much more frequent ability to give feedback on how TEP is doing. I think 10 years is more than enough time between reviews. Given its 2023 makeup, I think we can expect very little help from the Arizona Corporation Commission. You are in the process of a rare opportunity to influence future investments by TEP. I hope that you will negotiate aggressively for new renewable storage and electrification of everything investments by TEP, and will dedicate a substantial part of the franchise fees for low-income weatherization, solar, and electric vehicle investments. Thank you for the attention you have been giving to the Climate Action Plan. I look forward to hearing what policies and projects, not just goals, will be implemented the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bulicek. James Garcia. James Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Garcia. On behalf of ASME, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Several months ago, August 9th, we utilized the Call to the Audience platform to bring up an issue that we've had from our members, complaints from our members, executive board decisions to go ahead and request full-time release positions for ASME officers. The premise behind that is we have been dominated by lower tier management. So this took place August 9th. We were able to initiate a conversation with Elsa Quijada the following week virtually. It was myself, Jonathan Slick, and we turned it into language. It was robust. We collected it from the municipality in Phoenix, and it was in conjunction with the two locals labor groups there in Phoenix with the city. And so we turned it into language, and it was a request for four full-time positions. Elsa Quijada did take a position. Her position was, her words was, she didn't think it was palpable for us to receive 4 positions. She requested 2, and if we were okay with 2, and she said she would get back with us. So that was on August 16th. September 1st, asked me, we went ahead and severed from 449, we're now 905. We have no office, we have no staff personnel, we have no release time for officers to perform their duties. On September 27th, we met with Anna Rosenberry. There it is. We met with Anna Rosenberry downtown in her downtown office. And in person, it was me, Jonathan Slick, and a priority item that we did bring up, and it was a full-time release position. Her response was that she would get back with us. So in a nutshell, we basically feel like we've been led down a rabbit hole. We just need some guidance and direction. We appreciate city manager in initiating this, but this is really important for us. And in conclusion, I want to close then saying that when we requested a full-time release position for our union officers on August 9th, we considered it a dire need. At that time, we had 4 hired personnel, we had a building. Now we're without a building. So when it's all said and done, AFSCME is requesting 4 full-time release positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We are going to be referring you to the city manager and human resources. Bruce Plank.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and Mr. City Manager. My name is Bruce Plank. I live in Ward 2. I'm an attorney and solar consultant. I wanted to commend all of you for considering both the TEP franchise discussion and the climate protection plan earlier today in the study session, because I think those two things should be linked together. And unfortunately, they seem to be on 2 completely different paths, where there are many public hearings, public meetings, attempts to reach out to underserved communities and so forth with regard to the climate plan, but there's been very little discussion up to now within the community, at least as far as I know, regarding the TEP franchise. So what I want to urge you to do is to not rush into it. You've got actually a pretty good deal going with TEP on the franchise. It's quite forward-looking for a 2001 document. And there are 2 parts of it that I thought are particularly impressive that you should retain, that were touched on briefly earlier today, but not substantially discussed. One was the public benefits portion, which Councilmember Kozacek mentioned during the study session, but pointed out that while 1/9 of the money raised, and if I did the math right, that's been about $12 million a year, could be spent on things like helping low-income people with solar or other incentives. If I understood what Councilmember Kozacek suggested, was that that should be, could be changed to shall be spent. When Mr. Manager mentioned that all the money had gone into the general fund, I think that's a pretty good clue as to what happened to that money. It didn't get spent on solar or energy efficiency or things for underserved communities, and it could be. So I think that's on the books, and it could be used. The second is, Madam Mayor, you had several comments about how important it would be to connect with TEP and continue and deepen the relationship between the city and TEP in terms of dealing with the issues. And guess what? In the old franchise agreement, there's something called the Utility Planning and Coordination Committee that's supposed to be the city, TEP, Southwest Gas, the cell providers, and so forth. And again, guess what? They're supposed to be meeting monthly at the request of the city to talk about utility needs and so forth. But guess what? That committee does not appear anywhere on the city website. The city clerk's office had never heard of it. No one can figure out anything that I could find about whether it met at all in that long time since the franchise was adopted. So I say, let's get that committee back in action. Don't get rushed into a vote on this franchise. There's too many loose ends and there's too many good goals about solar, renewables, and other things. A lot of other cities have adopted franchises that include a lot of aspects of their climate action plan or the equivalent that could be in this franchise, and it should be. So I would encourage you not to rush into an election. Get TEP to commit to the important goals that are in the climate action plan, and let's put those two things together and keep Tucson at the forefront of solar and energy efficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Plank. Lauren Clark.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Lauren Clark. I live at 236 East Blackledge Drive. A religiously affiliated organization named the Poverello House has purchased a house directly across the street from me using funds from a federally funded ARPA grant that's been administered by the City of Tucson. The Poverello House plans to provide services to 10 homeless men on a daily basis. They will provide a meal, a shower, a toilet, a place to do laundry, to watch TV, and to charge a cell phone. The City of Tucson zoning administrator has provided a letter to the Poverello House stating that their use would be a home occupation adult daycare. I'm an architect. I served on the City of Tucson Board of Adjustments for 8 years, and I've worked on many healthcare facilities, including an adult daycare facility. I believe I am well qualified to speak about what adult daycare is and what it is not. Adult daycare is a term that is widely recognized in the healthcare industry. The purpose of adult daycare is to care for a specific group of adults, namely the elderly and the disabled. Adult daycare is not a generic term meant to loosely cover the care of able-bodied adults. The City of Tucson's Unified Development Code clearly recognizes adult daycare as a service for the elderly and disabled adults. The code also requires a license from the Arizona Department of Health Services. The Uniform Development Code section that outlines licensing requirement is section 4.9.7.f.6. Licensing is not to be taken lightly. Healthcare facility design and operational standards must be met, and regular inspections of each are required to maintain a license. The reason that adult daycare exists is because caregivers exist. And we all know that 24/7 care is not always feasible. With a letter from the zoning administrator in hand, the Poverello House can sail through zoning. I know this from experience. And they can get a permit and the neighbors have no recourse. Our only recourse is to call the Arizona Department of Health Services and lodge a complaint about an illegal use. That is an unnecessary waste of everyone's time when an accurate determination could put this all to rest. I request that the City of Tucson spend some time to understand what adult daycare is and what it is not. I believe that you will find classifying the Poverello House as a home occupation adult daycare is not accurate. I also believe that there is not any classification within an R2 zone that would allow this use. And I request that you do not allow the Poverello House to move forward with their plans to serve homeless men at 267 East Blackledge Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I am going to make sure that I refer you over to the city manager's office so that they can try and follow up with your needs. We are at half an hour, so I will call up the last speaker and then ask the other people that have a request to speak to come back. We will keep your card and invite you back on January 11th when we resume our council meetings. The last speaker for tonight is Glenda Avalos.
Buenas noches. My name is Glenda Avalos, and I live in Pima County. I am not a paid speaker. I just wanted to talk to you, first of all, Mayor, welcome back. We're glad to have you present here. As you know, many who have had COVID have not survived. And I want to share that with you as you guys are talking about being safe and being healthy. A friend of mine, her mother lived in Tucson. Her rent was raised, so she had her moved in with her in Sahuarita. It was her kids that lived in that previous house. Her mother moved in with her husband, her dad, and her sister and 2 other siblings. Long story short, her mother passed away due to exposure. Doubling up. I have another story of a gentleman who was 87 years old, and his rent went from $400 to $600 to $800 and eventually to $1,200. In that process of trying to figure out how to go ahead and meet the sufficient gap that was there, they put him in a system, PCO kicked in, did a lot of different things. Well, the system didn't move fast enough and he died alone in a hospital. I share these things with you because I saw the presentation on the HAST that you guys did today at the study session, and I understand that there's a lot of things that are moving, that are in process. But I want us to move together and continue to push for emergency shelter. We have individuals in the community that don't want them in the bus system. They're in the bus system because they're looking for safe places. It is super cold. They're wanting warm places. In the summertime, it is super hot. They're wanting cold spaces. Simply something where they can be safe. A lot of the individuals who are unsheltered, they don't have a secure place to sleep, so they don't sleep during the night. They sleep during the day. I understand that there's community and we all want to have better property values, a whole bunch of other different things. So I invite each of us as faith believers to join together and not just see our own need, but see the needs of others. So as we look and continuing to move forward in all these solutions, let's not forget that we are in a state of emergency as our community is dying. They are dying. And sometimes we forget because we don't have the crowd here. But I tell you that that particular crowd is out on the street providing the emergency need. So please, don't just say it's enough what is doing, because it's not enough. It will never be enough to meet the prior and growing need for shelter, for housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your presence. And again, those that didn't get to speak, we will make sure that we call you up January 11th for our first meeting in 2023. Thank you. We move on to item 7.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Fimbres?
we'll consider 7B and 7D separately. The mayor, please.
7D, and yes, we got this.
7 Baker and 7
7B
Delta.
and 7D, absolutely. Alrighty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Consent agenda items A through D. Item A is approval of minutes. Item B will be considered separately. It is procurement approving the donation of fixed assets to the Old Pueblo Community Services. Item C is water, continuation of green stormwater infrastructure fee and storm to shade program. Item D is a grant and aid agreement between the Tohono O'odham Nation and the City of Tucson that will also be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Fimbres.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda items? There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. First item to be considered separately is item B, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In 2015, I came up with the idea of a homeless work program for Tucson, based on the idea that an effort Albuquerque had, which was called A Better Way. For 18 months, I met with city officials, county government officials, businesses, faith-based organizations, and service providers such as Pueblo Community Services to formulate the Tucson Homeless Work Program through a partnership. And then December 6th, 2016, the Tucson Homeless Work Program launched. It's a 2-day-a-week program thanks to the HSL Lopez Family Foundation, Pueblo Community Services, Walmart, Faith-Based Community, Pantano Christian Church, Henry County, and the city of Tucson and other service providers who came together with me to launch the Tucson Homeless Work Program. More than 1,500 go through the program each year. I want to thank OPCS, the HSL Family Foundation, Walmart, Pantano Christian Church, also and those involved with this. It's great to have an idea come into the successful fruition, and the 2 vans will be able to do more. With that, Madam Mayor, I move the issue on 7B.
There's a
my
motion. There's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion? I just want to add our support and appreciation for these funds that are coming from environmental services, donating vans to Old Pueblo Community Services to increase the capacity of the homeless work program. This has been an action item of Councilmember Fimbres in terms of his idea, his creativity in creating the homeless work program and partnering with Old Pueblo Community Services. And then also the work of our city manager, as well as our homeless task force that was put together most recently. So congratulations to all. This is gonna be incredible work for the community, and hopefully we will see some connection between our unsheltered folks, connecting them to not just shelter, but also a possible job into the future. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank you all.
carries. Now we go on to item D, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor and council have had agenda items to be passed through for neighborhood agencies and organizations that receive funds from the Tohono Receiving 12% Funding Program. These are organizations and neighborhoods in Ward 5 and across the city that will receive needed funds for programs, services, and streetlights at Pueblo Gardens neighborhood in Ward 5. The city is also receiving funding for programs and services for the Tohono Nation. I thanks for the Tohono Nation and its chairman Ned Norris for their work, their community, and the city of Tucson. I want to thank Cindy Ayala, Bobby Ayala, and all those that really pushed hard for Pueblo Gardens to receive this grant, along with the city manager. I want to thank Luis Valenzuela, Jim Rodriguez, who really pushed for the KC Club donation. With that, I move that we approve consent item 7D.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty, and we've done consent agenda. We move on to item 8.
Public hearing, Tucson Code amending Chapter 1, Section 1 through 19 to redistrict the city's wards, continued from December 6, 2022.
City Manager's communication number 359 dated December 20th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the recommendation by the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Speakers, please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Righty, we have a few speakers. Patrick Robles.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council and city staff and members of the public. My name is Patrick Robles. I am a city resident, and I also had the distinct honor of serving on the redistricting committee at the pleasure of Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. It was a very interesting experience for me serving on this committee and being able to contribute to the city's future. And it was throughout my experience that I realized that the city's redistricting process is guided by some very archaic policies. And I believe that it is necessary for this council to challenge these archaic policies. This way we can ensure that the redistricting that occurs 2 years from now, and then of course 4 years after the next 2 years, is effective and positive for the city's future. So bear with me, I'm going to run through what our committee is respectfully requesting of mayor and council. We'd like to start engaging with the public a year in advance. The redistricting process began about a month before a decision is being asked of you all, and it just isn't fair for members of the public to be rushed into being able to figure out what's best for their communities, and of course, not fair for you all to make a decision that may not be entirely sustainable or effective for our city. Secondly, we ought to begin to challenge, of course, the language in the city's charter. There's an explicit mention of redistricting not being disruptive. The act of redistricting is disruptive. And I appreciate the mayor's comments and the vice mayor's comments about this. We have to be disruptive if we want to ensure that we're seeing equitable representation all across the wards. I believe it's necessary that we have a third minority-majority ward. This was discussed, and I would say most of my colleagues agreed with this notion. And then I'm trying to remember some more critical conversations that were brought up. There were some maps that I believe are in the public record that the clerk's office was able to craft for us that demonstrate different wards that have almost a minority majority population or a minority majority population. It challenges what we as Tucsonans are used to as to being the certain communities and certain wards. These are uncomfortable conversations that we have to have, but they're necessary conversations. I believe that it is unhealthy for our city and for our neighborhoods to base our neighborhood's identity solely based on the city's ward. And with those comments, I ask that you use this perspective as a third generation Tucsonan, somebody from the south side of Tucson, U of A student, somebody who's gonna be here contributing to our future. I'm not gonna be leaving here anytime soon, but to guide your decision tonight when it comes to the redistricting of our wards. And I would like to say that I don't believe the proposals that we brought forward reach the goals that I've mentioned this evening, but I would like to be optimistic in the sense that we guide the city into a much better direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Giselle, I believe it's Velcid. Giselle.
Hi, my name is Giselle del Cid. I am a resident of the Fairgrounds neighborhood.
Giselle, let me interrupt a second. Can you put the microphone closer to your, thank you.
Hi, again, my name is Giselle Maria del Cid. I'm a resident of the Fairgrounds neighborhood. Oftentimes, I'm often told that if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. And unfortunately, even though the saying is true, we often are not even told where this table is. And I'm here standing before all of you in support of the option 2C of the redistricting. I believe with the, sorry, I just ran. I believe that this redistricting is often, well, in my eyes, is considered irresponsible. I find it to be something that is not feasible, as well as not having the opportunity to even be discussed with our communities. With the threat of ongoing gentrification in our barrios, we do not have the support that we need. And so I'm not sure as to why this redistricting is even happening. We have not been told anything. We have not been even at this said table. It's important that we have our voice heard, and to have today be the day that this redistricting happens, and I'm being one of the only representatives of my barrio, in which my family has been from for over 90 years. I think it's discouraging, and I think it's also, again, irresponsible. With plans like Norte Sur, with plans of just ongoing, like I said, with gentrification, I think it's harmful. I find it to be disrespectful to the elders as well as the future homeowners of these barrios. I find it to be very discouraging, and I ultimately, again, I find support in option 2C and leaving it as it is, so we can have a better understanding as to what is going on in our barrios, as well as understanding as to what this potential plan brings. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velcid. Scott Egan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Egan. I have lived in Tucson for about 50 years. I am on the board of the Barrio Hollywood Neighborhood Association, as well as the board of the Barrio Coalition. You know why I'm here. We're opposed to the moving of Precinct 37 from Ward 1. We opposed it 2 years ago. We're opposing it now. I'm going to keep this really short in the spirit of the holiday season and not make everyone touchy, but I do have a petition here that's signed by 341 people asking the City Council not to remove Precinct 37 from Ward 1, demanding that the Tucson Mayor and Council respect the will of the people and ensure that Precinct 37 remains in Ward 1 where it has always been. So I am also in favor of 2C or nothing at all. And I hope you will consider this. Of these 341 people on this list, I counted 340 of them being Tucson residents, which means they're your voters, because as we know, the redistricting only affects the primaries. The wards are only affected primaries. Every person in the city of Tucson votes in the general election. So this is your voters, or maybe voters that are not your voters, that are going to vote for someone else. But they should be respected as we should be respected. So I'd like to submit this to the, I guess, to the city attorney over there, or council member. And thank you very much.
Glenda Avalos. Glenda Avalos.
Good evening once more. My name is Glenda Avalos. I live in PIMA County, and I'm not a paid speaker. And just want to apologize. I will be here multiple times. Again, it just happens when you pack up an agenda. As well as we've all heard through all this processing, that the process has definitely been inadequate in many different ways. The main issue has been time. It's an ongoing thing. We should kind of already know when it's happening, and there should already be certain things, put in forth to prevent this. And you've all been able to admit and also have talked about different changes moving on forward. And so I just want to let you know that there's really has not been enough time for someone who has been picking up the phone and calling different people in different community in their barrios in Precinct 47 and 244, asking them if they knew about this, explaining it, just how to read a map, just how to even, I've had to explain how wards look like and which ward you're in and which one is your council person. It's a lot. And not being able to have enough time to communicate with our barrios and in one form or another inform them of this, it's not equity. all across the board for our communities. The maps, as the mayor said also, don't address anything. Your words were specifically that they don't do nothing to address unpacking. They don't. Then we have community that has been aware, has spoken out in regards to favoring map 2C. Now, I understand that the lines that are on the map that divide words, the different words, might be invisible. They're not imaginary. Because imaginary is something that might not necessarily have an outcome or an effect. These lines are visible because we cannot see them, but we can definitely feel the effects of the decisions that are made based on them. I just wanted to clarify that. Because last time when they were brought up, they were called, the mayor, you called them imaginary, and they're not. They're not. Or else we wouldn't have massive community out here out crying all over the place. The effects are real, and that they affect the betterment of our future, of our community, of our generations to come. This is a perfect time to put word into action, just as Christ did on the cross. It is not enough to speak, but when action is applied, that is when the power is truly shown. Action. So please take the next 2 years to apply and create what even one of your board commissioners suggested today. All these different changes. Take the next 2 years, do all those changes, guarantee that there will be social justice across the board with these very, very real lines, and then move forward in the decision making that will go ahead and affect us in every possible way. But if for whatever reason you have to make that decision today, then we support, and when I say we, I take my right in speaking for the communities that I serve, and I've served for over 18 years. Please choose map 2C.
All right, that was our last speaker. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on this issue? Come on up and then just state your name and if you live in the city of Tucson or not, and you have 5 minutes to speak your piece.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Glad to see you're in better spirits, Councilman. My biggest concern is that we're creating a political challenge within a framework of something
Sir,
that...
can we get your
oh,
name?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Jonathan Salvatierra, Tucson native, resident, and I've been on the Citizen Advisory Board for Park Euclid, Hazmat, for over 20 years. So I've got a pretty good idea of how different areas and neighborhoods work things out, and how meaningful those little nests of groups are. And really, the most important thing I see from all of this redistricting is that it's not the ability of this redistricting to make this big important thing that may not actually be able to be substantiated as a valid legal act because of the time constraints and the lack of involvement with the public. It's really flimsy. And why make it political? The real thing that we can do here is to get the people in South Tucson, in the southwestern area, and the gathering of those that are influenced and affected by these different lines. If you want to make, your majority minority, then by all means, invoke your ability to create Ward 7 from South Tucson. Create another ward, Ward 8, from the area either further south and or west. And there's room for flexibility there, but each of the little enclaves in our southwestern area of Tucson are very unique. it's beyond, it's beyond, you know, it can't be separated or just homogenized artificially. And the biggest realistic thing that you can do is to not threaten the public with something at the last minute, even though it's a perfunctory thing that you're obligated to perform, but there's also another choice. You can choose not to do anything. You can choose to identify the fact that the public has really been put under duress here. And for this many people and all the people that left before, you know, to sit out here and to have, you know, all these unwelcome Christmas presents under the tree, so to speak, you know, the reason we're all here so late, and a special meeting on top of that, and putting, you know, people, you know, out of their comfort zone for preparing this kind of documentation and making it all worthwhile. It's very awkward. It's very awkward. So please work with the citizens of Tucson and understand our needs, and we'll support you 200%. I supported and voted for Mayor Regina Romero in this last election because I honestly felt she had the true public acclamation of the voters. And to then act in ways that may seem ingenuous to, you know, that mandate and that authority by accepting other unique little political issues here and there, it bewilders me. There are so many greater aspirations that the world has for all of us, and we can support each other with our synergy to make these challenges work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salvatierra. Alrighty, so that was our last speaker. If we don't have any more speakers, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11979, option 2C and option 2D, by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11979, option A, relating to city wards and redistricting, redistricting the city's wards as provided under option 2C of the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee's report and recommendation, amending Tucson Code Section 1-19 and declaring an emergency. Option B, ordinance number 11979, relating to city wards and redistricting, redistricting the city's wards as provided under option 2D of the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee's report and recommendation, amending Tucson Code Section 1-19 and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept option 2C.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'll just add to my thoughts. First of all, Patrick and the other speakers, there's nobody up here who doesn't understand that the process this time has been challenging, if not flawed. The priorities that your commission was given were internally inconsistent. You couldn't achieve one without violating another. And so we get that. And we had a meeting a few weeks ago in which I think everybody who spoke said that going forward we need to address those inconsistencies. So point made, we got it, and we'll be acting on that. The reason I'm supporting Richard's motion is number one, 2C displaces the fewest number of people of the two options we've got. In addition to that, we're going to be doing this again in 2 years. One of the priorities was to displace as few as possible. And I've gotten just an awful lot of support from constituents, not just in the Midtown area, but throughout the city in support of 2C. So that's the reason I'm supporting this motion.
Right, any others? Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a clarifying question to follow up on what Mr. Egan brought up about precinct 37. Is it correct in the materials that precinct 11, 45, and 275 on option C are impacted, and then in D, precinct 11, 45, 47, 244, and 275? Because I believe the commission addressed precinct 37's concerns during the process. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that regardless, that Mr. Egan's concerns are addressed with that precinct? Would that be correct, Ms. Clark?
Councilwoman Lee, members of the council, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. Precinct 37 is not listed on any of the proposals as a precinct to be moved.
Thank you for confirming.
Any others? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Well, I wanted to offer my concerns about Proposal 2C. As I see that it's not fair to Ward 1 because it only moves 2,452 residents into Ward 1 and leaves us behind every other ward by an average of 6,315 residents. And it leaves us behind what would become the largest ward by 8,860 residents. I'm also concerned that there have been redistricting maps in the past, like in Larios versus Cox, where there was a deviation less than 10% standard that was ruled unconstitutional by a federal court, which made it clear that the 10% deviation is a guideline, but not a safe harbor. We're towing the line with the 9.8% deviation with Proposal 2C, and that's a problem, especially when we have Proposal 2D, which provides a 2.96% deviation in front of us. So those are my concerns with 2C.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Dahl.
A couple things. Number one, my first question is how much to change the process is required by a change to the charter?
Mr. Rankin?
So the Councilmember Cunningham, Mayor, members of the council, primarily the timing and the requirement of the Mayor and Council to act by December 31st during the redistricting year, that's dictated by charter. Also, the objectives of achieving as practical as possible the equalization of population between the wards is also provision in charter, and of course the prohibition against administering a redistricting in a way to favor one political party or over another. The balance of the requirements relating to our process come through the Tucson City Code, through ordinances that have been adopted by the Mayor and Council, but that can be reviewed and can be amended going forward.
My next question is that on the charter amendment, just so people understand, what does it take to amend the charter in the city of Tucson?
Any change to the Tucson City Charter requires referring a measure to the voters as a proposition for their ratification and approval.
So in order to change this process the way we want, we got to go to the voters, and I'm willing to do that. But for right now, but we have to have some charter change to change some of this.
To add districts, yes. But to do administrative changes.
I thought the time constraints in the charter.
It's not absolutely necessary.
Is that what you just said?
Mayor, members of the council, with respect to the timing, what the charter provides is that the decision on redistricting has to occur between October and December 31st in the redistricting year. But that's when the decision has to occur. The process that leads up to, and it also requires that the Mayor and Council can't act until after the committee has provided its recommendation. So there are some things that the Mayor and Council could do through the code that could extend or enhance the practice, so long as the actual action on the redistricting occurs within that window as provided in the charter.
So we probably need to go back to work and fix some of our procedures so it's a little easier to do what we want to do.
There are certainly some things that could be done.
All right, so that was my first piece. Second piece is that I agree. I've got some concerns with the population deviation. As much as I want to, it's way cleaner to have the state land in Ward 4. It's way cleaner. But if it's only going to be 2 years and we're poking at that 10%, that is some bad juju, man. All right, so I'd actually say that we may be better off with 2D for now. But I'm I'm going to defer to my colleagues and kind of let this conversation play out. But again, I really worry about flirting with that 10% deviation.
Yeah. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the members of the commission. Mr. Robles, you're their only representative here. Oh, I'm sorry, and someone I don't know. but
Bobby Aramillo.
Thank you for your service. Maria, Senor. It was an impossible task, and the report that you presented, I think, was detailed and described those problems that we will have to deal with in the next couple of years, and I thank you for that. As to the recommendations of the 3 maps, and we've eliminated 1, we're considering 2. I don't have any skin in the game from my ward perspective, so I am just listening to my colleagues and likely to go along with the majority of my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee.
I have another random question for Mike Rankin, and I think some folks mentioned it, but like, do we legit have to pick one of these 2, or is keeping the current one even an option? I'm just thinking.
You have to make your decision on the redistricting tonight. Whether it could be something different than what the recommendation was from the advisory committee, but you have to make your decision tonight. And the decision does have to, as practicably as possible, address the population disparity.
Okay. No, thank you for clarifying. I think that Councilmember Cunningham, I agree with you. With 2D, it does split the state land a little bit more, but it does get us much closer into the population and addresses the concerns that the vice mayor has. So I kind of like that one too, of the 2, for that reason, if we have to pick one of the 2.
Yeah, I have been on the record before that it really is up to my colleagues on the council in terms of these 2 maps, 2C or 2D. I do not think that the maps in front of us offer us the unpacking that we need to address. And I've been, as the mayor, I've been in this process 2 times already. We did it in 2020. We're doing it again this year in 2022. Back in 2020, the concept of trying to unpack Latinos in our community from the traditional 2 wards that have been traditionally big percentages of Latino communities. Back in 2020, we said, well, let's wait for the census to happen. And we didn't do much about the packing of Latinos in Ward 1 and 5. This year, again, I absolutely agree that there was not enough time to bring the community aboard, to educate the community about how harmful it is for this council, the city of Tucson, and the commission to continue delaying the harmful effects of the lack of representation on our council. Because of redlining and the history of segregation in housing, redlining really pushed communities of color to certain areas of our community. And we were very lucky that in Tucson, there were a lot of protests and a lot of movement to make sure that both Ward 1 and 5 were created so that we could give Latino candidates the ability to be able to win, at least in those 2 wards. But we're living in 2022, and the city of Tucson has 43% Latino population. And yet we still have 2 wards that are majority minority wards. That is not fair representation, and there needs to be longer process within this redistricting conversation. I believe that it should take about a year so that There is a thorough community engagement process to try and find solutions to what has been happening for decades in the city of Tucson, impacting Latino communities into just 2 wards. Saying that, I also am concerned about the population deviation, specifically because of voters, right? We want to be able to allow for each and every ward to have a similar and close to similar amount of population because of voting patterns. So if you do not have in Ward 1 an additional, I think you said 6,000 less people, 8,000 less people, Vice Mayor? From the largest
ward.
6,000 from the
6,000 is the
smallest
median.
or up
The
to
median.
8,000?
The median, and
The
8,000
median
is
is the
the
largest
Yeah.
difference. I'm concerned about that as well. And I would venture into two motions, the possibility of considering option 2D. I think some of us feel uncomfortable with the amount of deviation in map 2C. And then I'd also like to consider a motion to direct our city attorney to come back to mayor and council with recommendations for updating the process for the redistricting advisory committee regarding the timeline, the policy objectives, education for the community, engagement of the community in the process, and resources for the citizens committee to be able to determine what adjustments are necessary.
Your Honor, I'll make that motion. I just want to be sure that the caveat to that motion is that the community gives input to that committee.
Absolutely. So
Madam Mayor, we have a motion on the table already to see has to be voted in or voted out.
already.
That's right.
So we have a motion on the table in a second. I want to make sure that we consider this direction to the city manager and the city clerk, as well as the city attorney. So there's a motion on the table. I'm going to put aside the desire to make the motion on the direction. So, Mr. Attorney, I just want to make sure, or Ms. Clerk, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Can we clarify
Before
which
we
motion,
consider-
which motion it is that
The
that's on
motion
the
is
floor?
to see right now on the table. Before we consider a second motion, we have to act on this one. Okay. So there's a motion. Any desire for a substitute motion?
Yeah, I mean, my substitute motion would be that we consider proposal 2D.
Second.
Alrighty. So there is a substitute motion on the floor. There's a motion and a second. We act on the substitute motion, all right? Alrighty.
Just real quick, I can see where
Sure.
this is going, but there are 25 people in the tweak that we're doing for Ward 4. That's not going to flip this over 10%.
I think that, I
There are
think
25 people in what Nikki's asking for their consideration.
right, but the question is between Ward 5 and Ward 1, right? Isn't that where the big tweak is? The big tweak is in Ward 5 and Ward 1. So
So Councilwoman, I just wanted to make sure that you're okay with option 2D with your concern about the state land.
Yes, the maps, 2C and 2D are cut a little differently for state land, but since the majority of the state land is still staying in Ward 4 and a slice of it's going to Ward 5, it's still going to allow us to do what we need to do with the state land department. So we're good with that. It's really about what the vice mayor's concerns are on the percentage.
Alrighty. Just because it's a substitute motion, I'd like to do a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
The substitute motion is to adopt option 2D. Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimres?
No.
Mr. Kozaczek?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Substitute motion passes by a vote of 5-7. The second what? 7-2, I'm sorry, 5-2. It's late, I have foggy brain. 5-2, substitute motion passes, option 2D is passed. The other piece that I'd like to make sure that we give direction, explicit direction on, is that I would love to accept a motion to direct our city attorney to come back to mayor and council with recommendations for updating the process for the redistricting advisory committee regarding the timeline, the policy objectives, community education and engagement, and resources for the citizens committee to be able to determine what adjustments are necessary.
I'll make that motion.
Your Honor, I'd like to make that motion. Does that include appointing a special task force to do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I
I'll
make that
second.
motion.
So there's a motion in several seconds. Any further discussion on this motion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Dahl.
what's the makeup of the special task force?
We don't know yet. Staff's got to make it.
I would suggest that we leave it, you know, that
staff.
we give this direction and then have our city attorney, our city clerk, help us, because, you know, I think, Suzanne, you especially have gone
that's
through
fine.
this process and could really help us get to a better process for the community. So we could discuss the logistics at a later point, maybe in a study session if necessary. That good? Okay. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty, where are we? Okay, we're finished. We move on to item 9. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the input. Item 9.
Public hearing, C822-01 Downtown Infill Incentive District IID Update UDC Text Amendment Ordinance Number 11977.
City Manager's Communication Number 357, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss and adopt amendments related to the update and renewal of the Downtown Infill Incentive District, IID UDC 5.12, in advance of the sunset date, January 2023. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
Mayor, they'd be happy to do that. We have both staff members here. If you'd like to hear a brief overview, happy to do that.
Okay. Do we have a brief presentation?
Sure, Corn.
Alrighty. Ms. Manning? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just to give a brief update or overview of what's being proposed. Mayor and council initiated this update to the Infill Incentive District in February of this year. This is one of several updates that has been made over time. The IID has a sunset date of January 31st, 2023. That is why we are updating and renewing this optional overlay in the zoning code in advance of that sunset date. So the Infill Incentive District is our primary tool for transit-oriented development and promoting mixed-use development in the downtown area and kind of the greater downtown along the streetcar. So I'll just give an overview of the key changes that are being proposed. And that is really around housing. So we have heard loud and clear that housing is a key priority for our community, especially affordable housing. The IID has been used to develop affordable housing. A number of developments have used the IID, including the Marist development, West End Station, and others that you are familiar with. But we see opportunity to go further and use the IID to further promote affordable housing. So this update would allow more residential development in the Infill Incentive District by allowing residential development in industrially zoned areas, and it would also create incentives, zoning incentives for affordable housing. That would make it easier to build affordable housing and ensure that when we are building affordable housing, we're able to get more units on site. So that's the kind of the big policy change as part of this update, is really to promote housing and affordable housing. And then there are some boundary adjustments being proposed for some commercial areas to have a more cohesive approach on certain corridors, such as Congress Street, Stone Avenue, and Main Avenue, to kind of fill in some missing pieces and gaps in the way the Infill Incentive District boundary is laid out. There's also a proposal to include city-owned site, the Nearmont landfill site in the infill incentive district. That is a proposal before you. That is a site that's currently split. And those are really the couple of boundary modifications that are being proposed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manning. We are now going to open the public hearing, and I have several speakers. I have Anthony Nelson.
Hello, I'm Anthony Nelson. I'm a resident of the west side of Tucson. So, you want to introduce yourself? So I have Raul Ramirez with me, Isabel Doe, my wife, Karen Torres, and Victor Rivera, sorry. So I have this here that I want to read to you. Mayor and Council, we represent a grassroots community representing Barrio Sin Nombre. We are writing this letter to voice our concerns. Are these them? Is that the positions? I don't know if you want to. Is it okay if we pass these to the council members, please? It's a petition.
Yes, you can give it to our clerk. Thank you.
So I'll start over. We represent a grassroots community representing Barrio Sin Nombre. We are writing this letter to voice our concerns and oppositions of the expansion of the IID boundaries into the city-owned partials known as PS Hughes 13 and 14. This area was part of the Nearmont landfill and since 1914 have been part of the PS Hughes subdivision that comprised a large portion of Barrio Sin Nombre. We have for the last 6 to 8 months been advocating for a family park on PS Hughes partials that would encompass 1.5 acres of the former landfill, that is 6.5 acres. Additionally, 60 residents have signed a petition in support of the family park. We have been participating in the Menlo Park Neighborhood Plan, and our views regarding the family park are well documented in this comprehensive planning process. As evidence, the survey for Barrio Sin Nombre showed that the priority for the barrio was having a family park. Additionally, Menlo Park area's #1 priority is open space. We were told that the neighborhood plan would create a land use policy once it was approved by mayor and council. When we learned of the IID expansion into Barrio Sin Nombre, we were caught by surprise as we had communicated our intention to key elected officials and city staff regarding the park. Yet we were not consulted prior to the release of the IID expansion. Our opposition stems from our views that the residents of Barrio Sin Nombre, South Menlo, Mercado, and new affordable housing plan for the I-1 zoning partial west of Caterpillar will need open space, i.e. a family park. If the IID is followed to the letter, it restricts the open space to 10% of the 6.5 acres, which would translate to 0.65 of an acre. And yet again, Barrio Sin Nombre gets shortchanged by not having enough space for residents to enjoy the amenities afforded by a family park. Barrio Sin Nombre is also concerned about the future of our barrio. As we are aware of the high rate of gentrification that is occurring in Menlo Park, daily residents of Barrio Sin Nombre report a steady stream of calls and letters from developers wanting to purchase their properties. Our major concerns continues to be maintaining the integrity of our barrio. There is a huge discrepancy in views about livability between planners and people that have lived here for generations. Overall, we view the park as providing a buffer between the barrio and new development. In our activism, we have presented to the Planning Commission public meeting held on November 16th, and our voices were heard as the commission recommended that support for a future park on the former Nearmont landfill. We also presented to the Menlo Park Neighborhood Association on December 8th, and the majority of the residents in attendance supported the family park and voted to exclude PS Hughes lots 13 and 14 from the IID expansion. We also attended a high-level meeting on December 14th, chaired by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and attended by Mayor Romero, City Manager Ortega, and key City of Tucson staff. Additionally, several Menlo Park Neighborhood Association board members were in attendance. The meeting was productive as a new understanding was reached. The expansion would be tabled until such time as the comprehensive neighborhood plan is approved by mayor and council. In addition, there was discussion that the city could retain ownership of the land and as a result, increase the percentage of above 15% of units designated as affordable housing. As prospective neighbors to new residents, we support plans to develop affordable housing. At the same time, we see Barrio Sin Nombre as a key stakeholder to any further discussion of the West Side properties that also include the Tucson Origin Heritage Park, and the A Mountain Landfill. We plan to sit at the table as key stakeholders. I want to say one other thing. It is sad that the barrios in Tucson are being stepped on left and right. Everywhere you go, you look at them. And it's obvious there's a problem. There's many people of my color that came here today to speak up on other topics that I'm sure we rub shoulders with in the same things. I just want to tell you guys, thank you for your time, and
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I really appreciate, we do have others in your group about to speak, so thank you for your input. I'd like to call up Karen Torres.
Good evening. Sorry, this topic really hits the heart because we want to sit at the table. We want to be at the table when things are happening in our barrio. We don't want to be caught off guard, like this IID caught us off guard on going into our barrio. We want to be ones that say what's going to affect us, what's going to be good for us. So I think a lot of it was said prior, but I just want to really, I want you guys to feel the love that we have for our barrio, and I want you guys to include us in your guys' decision of developing around our barrio, because we no longer want to be pushed to the side. We want to be at the table, and we want to be able to make decisions for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Raúl Ramírez.
I'll make it short. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Raúl Ramirez. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I'm also part of the Sin Nombre, but I also am here not necessarily representing Menlo Park Neighborhood Association, but I am going, my message is really about what's going on with the barrios in our community, because they're changing. And I almost spoke at the last public hearing, but I held back. But I have an opportunity now, so I'll say something because they connect. The connection here is gentrification. And this is what Sin Nombre is trying to fight. And as you know, Regina, when you were there at Ward 1, that was one of your concerns. And I know you voiced that concern, and so I always remember your words. But the barrios are changing, so then the task for the rezoning is going to be more difficult, because I was listening to that hearing with Maribel, Dr. Alvarez, and she was talking about the demographics of 37, and that's also a community that's near to my heart, because I also grew up in Hollywood area, and but 37, the demographics have changed a lot, and she made a point of saying that if they had moved it 2 years ago, it would have made a difference. But if they moved it now to Ward 3, it wouldn't have made a difference. And what I'm seeing is through the work of the neighborhood plan in Menlo Park, I'm also looking at the demographics, and they're changing. The communities that were primarily Hispanic are being, I don't want to say replaced, but I can't think of a better word. And it's, you know, and it's kind of, you know, a person in the Latino passes away, an elderly, the family a lot of times sells a home, and a newcomer comes in, or it gets flipped. And then it locks out a whole bunch of people because they can't afford housing and the new housing. And so now what is discriminating against brown folks and other people of color is the economics now. And so then they're gravitating towards where they used to go before, but they're going farther south, you know, maybe. So anyway, so it's all intertwined, but at least today I hope that you agree with our sentiments and remove Barrio Sin Nombre area P.S. Hughes lots 13 and 14 from the IID and allow us to continue the process in the planning piece that we're committed to. Thank you.
Colette Altafer.
Good evening. My name is Colette Altaffer. Nothing else has changed. I work with the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition. We recently sent you a letter about the IID, urging you to allow this district to sunset. Since the IID and the Central Business District share similar boundaries, we cited the recent report you commissioned from U of A researcher, Dr. Gary Pivo. That report made it very clear that gentrification was increasing and legacy and small, locally owned businesses were suffering as a result of new development and rising property values. We looked at some of the things that Flagstaff has been doing. They were concerned about gentrification, displacement, and affordability in an area they refer to as the South Side. But their approach was the opposite of Tucson's. They enabled robust community conversations, and as part of that process, they, gasp, actually encouraged residents to discuss these issues among themselves. One of the things Flagstaff explored is something called heritage preservation. They found that supporting the reuse of existing buildings contributes to maintaining community character while it supports economic diversity and entrepreneurship. Heritage preservation supports a greater proportion of non-chain businesses and a higher percentage of women and minority-owned businesses. Another important benefit is that the preservation of small historic buildings fostered heritage tourism, which also contributes to the economic vitality of local communities. By contrast, some of the businesses that participated in the IID meetings were asking the city staff to remove the requirement for retail on the ground floor, as they were having trouble leasing the spaces. That should come as no surprise. If you build an expensive high-rise, you have to charge a fortune in rent. The IID is also represented as environmentally friendly due to the density it allows. But this level of density in a desert is not necessarily a good thing. Your own Million Trees initiative is a recognition of this. Consider the open space requirements for the IID. Just 10% of the project must be open space, and the terrace on a rooftop can be counted as open space. They might plant a few trees there, but it provides no benefit to the people on the street 10 floors below. And one of the most common waivers that PDSD grants is a waiver to the landscaping requirements. Where do you think that landscaping goes? In the open space, of course. So what we have are buildings made of glass and steel that bounce heat and light back and forth between them with nothing to moderate the increasing temperatures. Then we surround those buildings with brick and concrete sidewalks so that no rainwater can percolate down to our aquifer. And we do all of this as we face water shortages and rising temperatures. Affordable housing is also held out as a reason to continue the IID. As you know, the state prevents us from requiring developers to include affordable units. We can only grant incentives to encourage their inclusion. We recently spoke with a developer who builds LIHTC buildings and asked why developers seem reluctant to include affordable units in their projects. His response, profits. Anything that depends on federal funds must have a separate business plan for those affordable units, and the developer must manage a slew of additional paperwork. These requirements cut into the developer's profits and make it less desirable to include affordable units in a project. They say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. Isn't it time to rethink our approach to development and the environment and displacement and work towards something more creative and just? Let the IID sunset and be the kind of fearless leaders that such a bold move requires. Thank you.
Glenda Avalos. Once again, Glenda Avalos, live in Pima County. I'm not a paid speaker. Just want to say that I've lived in Tucson just about 21 years. And about 3 years ago, I was introduced to a community of individuals who walked alongside with me and gave me an opportunity to learn what it is to make a difference in local politics, to speak out. Maybe at a federal level, I had no power, but locally, I could make that voice be heard. And the Lord used that to convict my heart in a deep, deep manner of what He's asked me to do, which is alleviate suffering. I came to you when you guys were trying to figure out what to do with the CBD. Since then, I've learned that gentrification has multiple layers. It's shown in multiple layers. The CBD, one of its effects, the rendezvous, charging $4,000 rents. Others kind of went ahead and said, hey, I could do that too. And I say that because I was a part of a team that absorbed court evictions during the moratorium, and landlords were taking advantage of that, finding loopholes to evict so that they could increase. Some of them were actually saying it straight through, using verbiage that you would use, blighted. These apartments are blighted. Why am I speaking of the CBD? Because it's connected now to the IID. Another layer. Just like transit-oriented development, another layer. Just like redistricting, another layer. It has become really overwhelming for me, maybe in my ignorance, to try to grasp all these different layers. And you expect the community to know with the amount of time you give, with the lack of engagement you truly provide. I understand there's just one of you and a multitude of everybody, and I understand that you need to be able to have that balance with everyone. But in this particular situation, we've seen already and confirmed that the CBD, along with the IID, have created gentrification in a massive way. If the city had done a strategic plan to address any type of displacement back when you went ahead and did your decision on the CBD, or even before then, you would have avoided a lot of hardship to our communities. So I say to you today, before making any updates or any amendments to the IID, why don't you go back, just like I said before, finalize and implement the strategies that you have been talking about when it comes to displacement. We're working at 2 steps behind. And as a city council in 2022, going on to 2023, with the amount of technology and ways to reach community, we should be working at 3 or 4 steps ahead of these situations. Community continues to be displaced, the hardships continue to grow, and the suffering continues to grow. And there is no alleviation. But I'll tell you, the pockets of few have been lined way, way more than they should. And the suffering of others has been increased more than they can bear. I find it very interesting that you want to push for bikeability in this city. You're already making a lot of different roads to meet that. I find it interesting because the people that are intended to be using these particular areas of bikeability are being pushed further and further away from their job and key points of their personal lives. Just like you said today, Vice Mayor, you have to go all the way to the east side to receive medical care. All the people that I am binded to on Valencia and Ward 5 all the way down, they have to commute. Displacement continues to push people further and further away. This idea of bikeability and your efforts to increase climate resiliency are useless if you continue to displace our people that need it the most.
Ready? That is the last speaker that I had. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak to Mayor and Council on this issue? Already hearing none.
I move we close the public hearing.
Alrighty, so there's a
Second.
motion to close. There's a second.
A second.
Any further discussion to close the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11977 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11977 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 5.12 relating to the Downtown Area Infill Incentive District, IID, and 11.4 relating to definitions, allowing residential development in industrial zones within the IID, incentivizing affordable housing, updating certain design standards, integrating the individual parking plan into the IID process, adjusting IID boundaries, removing the previously approved sunset date, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
I move that we approve, but that we remove parcels 116212640 and parcel 11621263A from the proposed infill incentive district boundary extension.
There is the motion.
Are those the Nearmont landfill site?
That is correct.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further
No
discussion?
question, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
The Barrio Santa Rosa, Barrio Viejo, and Barrio Santa Rita still not part of the IID as they have stated to me at the Ward 5 office then and now. And staff will elaborate on that.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, the no additional areas from those three neighborhoods have been contemplated for addition to the IID under this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any additional discussion?
I did have one more.
Councilmember Kosacek.
I just want to confirm what a speaker said and also what I've read in some of the material. Are we really allowing rooftops to be counted towards public open space in this IID?
Ms. Manning?
Yes, Mayor, and members of the council. It depends on the proposal and that development, how it is handled. But yes, that can be considered open space in some situations.
Okay, thanks. So this is exactly the same objection that I've had to FLDs, is that for rooftops are not public open space. FLDs, when we had in our discussion about, it was actually a Ward 3 thing before Kevin was on, we were calling a basin, a water catchment basement, public open space. It might be for coyotes or javelina, but not for people. And so I've got a real problem with continuing down this road of saying we're going to require relatively small percentage of a parcel, of a property, of a project, open space, 10%, and then saying if you got some landscaping on the top of your roof, that counts. I can't get to that landscape, and so it's not public open space. So this whole notion of how we're defining this stuff, I continue to find it's just off-putting. It's nobody in the room would if you pointed up to somebody's rooftop and said that's some public open space, nobody in the room would buy that, and yet we continue to put it in our codes. And so I'm not going to support any of the IID updates until we start getting real about how we're defining public open space.
Any other comments? Vice Mayor?
Okay, so I wanted to take a moment to thank Anthony, Karen, Raul, Jean, Isabel and Richard for attending our meeting and just, participating, and, in this exercise of showing up to neighborhood meetings, at the ward office and here, to make their concerns public and making sure that they have space to be heard. So we met with them last week, and although, neighbors support increased affordable housing and possibly some of the benefits of the IID to the businesses along Congress, they shared many concerns about the neighborhood master plan that they're in the process of drafting. And while the IID process includes a design review process that is built in to ensure our neighbors will be able to give input and direct to future development in an infill incentive district, I think it makes sense in this case that the neighborhood, halfway through their master planning, that we remove these parcels so that that conversation can continue. And I'm hoping that we can even more closely work with Barrio Sin Nombre on, just their request of being more involved in that specific area that impacts them. A little separate than the rest of the Menlo Park master plan. So thank you for that, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I realize Ward 4 is not really impacted by this, but I was just curious about what Councilmember Kozaczek said and what it might look like to, if this moves forward tonight, what is the possibility or process to talk about the open space piece? Is that something that's still available to bring back and talk specifically and make improvements, or is it one and done tonight?
If I may, Mayor and council members, I did want to clarify, went back and clarified some of the code requirements. So I do want to say there's two different ways we look at open space in the infill incentive district. One is public open space and the other is just open space to ensure that as we are building higher density residential development, there's actually open space for the residents as well. So 5% of the open space does need to be public, and that needs to be accessible by the public. It's usually at the ground floor, it's a plaza, a courtyard. Think of the Rendezvous, the kind of arcade that we have there that is accessible to the public. The other 5% is can be for residents only. So that is currently how it is in the code. To answer your question, council member, this is a section of the code that we have updated many times, so that could be something that we look at in future updates.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So there's a couple things here. One is that, first of all, the only objection that I have in Ward 2 is that I have people in Ward 2 who actually want the IID, but that's a whole other discussion. I am not comfortable right now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to vote for the IID eventually, but this whole 5+5% already, that already red flags me. The fact that Steve has it in his ward, he's trying to make changes. We got changes being made at Ward 1. We got changes being made at Ward 3. I think the better move is to extend this sunset an extra month and come back and get it right, because this is not ready and I am not comfortable. So that's kind of where I'm going to make a substitute motion that we extend the sunset date by a month so we can come back and get some of this right. Now some people are going to walk away and go, this isn't the best. We still may not have it right for everybody in the room. We may come back with a different proposal that you still may not like, but the bottom line is that from where I'm at, that needs to happen. I don't want to go into Christmas making some decision that I can't undo later on because I didn't have enough information. So that's my substitute motion.
I'll second it.
Alrighty, there's a motion and a second on the substitute motion.
Mayor?
Yes,
Sorry to
Mr.
interrupt you.
Ortega.
Would you give us a couple of minutes just so that we can do a little research on the logistics of getting Councilmember Cunningham to where he wants to go?
Yeah.
Before you take a vote, can you give us just a
Absolutely.
couple minutes? Thanks.
I just want to add some commentary since there's a substitute on the floor. I actually agree with Ms. Altifer that if you continue doing the things that we have been doing for decades, we're bound to, go insane. I think that being able to talk about density development within the city of Tucson is healthy. Building walkable neighborhoods is important. And I believe we've had the infill incentive district in the city of Tucson for 10 years, Ms. Manning. I think that's what it's been. Within the infill incentive district, we have seen a lot of affordable housing development and have been able to create density in terms of affordability. The westbound station is one, Sentinel Plaza is another, and this is just on the west side. What is it? The project across the street from the diocese, where they used to be the diocese, what is it? Marist College, both preserving a historic building and then creating additional senior housing. I believe in the infill incentive district. I am happy, actually, that we are adding additional affordability requirements. I'm happy that we're adding additional design standards, and I am happy that the city of Tucson has a housing affordability strategy for Tucson, that we are much more intense in terms of building affordability in Tucson. And I'm actually happy that we had the opportunity to meet with the Barrio Sin Nombre and the Menlo Park neighbors. You are part of the conversation. You had the city manager there, you had the mayor there, you had the vice mayor there, willing to get your input and feedback, to make sure that we're not only just building open space, but that we're also building affordability. We have an incredible opportunity on the Nearmont side to be able to do mixed use and affordable housing in that space, as well as putting some open space for the neighbors there. So I don't agree that we should delay the decision. I think that by removing the Nearmont site, we are addressing some of the concerns and issues. And I think that we should move forward, bring down the sunset, and continue working on making the infill incentive district that much better for neighbors and better for the community. There's a lot of layers. I believe someone, Ms. Avalos, I think you said there's layers in gentrification, but there's also layers in building a walkable community, building affordability, building all of the needs that the residents of the city of Tucson have in terms of transit and transit usage, et cetera, et cetera. There's layers that we need to build as a city in order to be able to build the next generation of affordable housing and walkable, livable communities in the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to add that because this mayor and council is listening to the concerns that that neighbors have, and at the same time wanting to change the way that we have been doing things for decades, and paying attention to what neighbors need. So I just wanted to add those comments. And then Mr. Ortega, I don't know if you have some input in terms of the concerns regarding open space.
Mayor, we have a couple thoughts. I'm going to let the city attorney address them on the logistics of it, but a couple things to think about. First of all, the Barrio Blue Moon expansion area is part of our grant application for $50 million for the Tucson House. That piece is extremely important that we get direction on, one way or the other, because otherwise if we submit the grant, we won't be able to submit for the grant application. That is for the Tucson House redevelopment. So that's number one. Number two, you do have until the end of January, because that's when the current ordinance expires. So you do have 2 more meetings, 2 more opportunities. I'm nervous about the list in terms of if you want all of those things that were listed to occur, we're not going to be able to do it before the next two meetings. And so we would need more time. So what we could do is bring back at one of the next two meetings ideas in terms of how we could delay this for the rest of it. But I do need direction on that grant application.
Can you explain further the grant application? What is the concern in terms of not passing the IID regarding the Choice Neighborhood grant?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, we are pursuing an approximately $50 million grant from HUD to help support and fund much of the rehabilitation of the Tucson house, which is our largest affordable housing property in the city. The expansion of the IID in the Barrio Blue Moon area is immediately south of the Tucson house property. It would allow us the ability to construct replacement units, because when we do the construction and the rehabilitation of the Tucson house, we have 400 residents that we need to have safe, secure housing for in order to do the rehabilitation of that project. So if we submit the grant application without that expansion area in the IID, it leaves us short on of the replacement housing in order to accommodate those residents with minimal disruption. So it's unrelated to the Barrio Sin Nombre area, and it's only one of a few of the expansions we were looking at, but that grant is due in January. So my concern is if we don't include
So what
it.
I would suggest is that we do this. Councilmember Cunningham, I don't know if you're willing to remove
I'll
your
withdraw
motion.
I'll
Withdraw
withdraw
your
my
motion.
substitute motion for now, but man, we've got to fix it. We got to get this cleaner. I don't want to jeopardize the Tucson house rehabilitation at all, but we got to be cleaner on this and figure out how we can come back and amend. I mean, we could have done some of the stuff where they were talking about the landfill parcel. We could have incorporated some future impact fees from IID projects to fund that park. So there's some stuff we could have done there that it's fine.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we can still do that and still fulfill the goals that we set forth in terms of passing the IID. We've removed the areas of concern. And as a matter of fact, the neighbors will continue to stay at the table, helping us make decisions in terms of their neighborhood and what the city of Tucson does with the Nearmont site. We own that piece of property. We can do as we'd like with the input of the neighborhood for that. I wouldn't want to jeopardize the choice neighborhood grants, the $50 million we are applying for. I think that as every policy in the city of Tucson, it is a living policy. We have the opportunity to be able to continue modifying and changing to the benefit of the neighbors and the benefit of the community. So thank you for your withdrawal. There is a motion on the floor, active motion. Councilmember Kasachi.
I just need to clarify. So we have removed the Nearmont piece. But when you three started talking about we're concerned about moving this forward, I understood you to say that piece was tied to the Tucson house. Am I misunderstanding?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, that's Barrio Sin Nombre. The one we were talking about was Barrio Blue Moon, which is over off of Oracle near Drockman, in that general area. They're two different expansion areas.
Okay, I didn't see how you were tying them together. So
I'm sorry if I may have said.
No, well, I just misunderstood you. And then to the point about the 5% versus 10%, that's even worse. I mean, 5%, requiring 5% public open space is worse than requiring 10% and calling a rooftop that. So anyway, I'm still not happy with that.
Alrighty, Councilmember Dahl.
I agree with Steve that we need to re-examine the open space, not only in the IID, but in the FLD. And I think that's something we should pursue in the upcoming months. But other than that, I do support it, especially cutting out the Barrio Sin Nombre.
Any other discussion points? Alrighty, so the original motion stands. All those, do we have to go to roll call?
Mayor, just a
Council member, I
point,
mean,
point of order. I just want to make sure, was the second withdrawn as well? Because there
I'm
was,
sorry,
I think
didn't-
there was a motion and a second. Was the second withdrawal?
the
Substitute
motion was
was
withdrawn.
but was the second on that?
And
is-
the
I
second-
withdrew it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, good, thank
And
you,
the
Mayor.
seconder's okay. So we have the
Withdrew it.
original motion on the floor. I think we have to go to roll call.
Yes, this is on the motion to pass and adopt ordinance number 11977, removing the Nearmont parcels. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
So with this explanation, expect a study session request from me and Kevin at least to review the definitions in some of our design development codes. There is too much at stake with respect to Tucson House to get on a 5%, 10% open space thing, but we will be bringing that forward, I'm sure, sooner than later. So I with that explanation.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11977 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10,
Public hearing, C822-05, medical and adult use marijuana special exception UDC text amendment hearing, ordinance number 11978.
City Manager's Communication Number 358 dated December 20th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the proposed Unified Development Code text amendments related to the medical and adult use marijuana dispensaries. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11978, option A and option B by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11978, option A, relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.8, 4.9, 5.6, and 11.3, relating to marijuana establishments and marijuana dispensaries, allowing marijuana establishments in certain zones, establishing a special exception process for all marijuana dispensaries, and setting an effective date. Ordinance number 11978, option B, relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.9, 5.6, and 11.3, relating to marijuana establishments and marijuana dispensaries, allowing marijuana establishments in certain zones by right and subject to certain use-specific standards, and setting an effective date.
Alrighty, so we have a group of people that are wanting to talk at the public hearing. How do we go about opening the public hearing, Ms. Clerk?
You can call the first.
Okay, so we have a public hearing. What I'd like to do is make sure that the speakers have 5 minutes to speak, that you come up and let us know if you are a resident of the city of Tucson or if you are a retained speaker. And we will start with, we have 1 hour, correct? All right, so we have 1 hour to conduct this public hearing. Our first speaker is Dan Gautier.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dan Gauthier. I am not a citizen of Tucson, and I'm not a retained speaker. I'm here tonight on behalf of a company that I work for called Zoned Properties. Zoned Properties is a real estate firm that's based in Scottsdale, Arizona. And we've spent almost a decade providing advisory, brokerage, and investment services to the cannabis industry. Think of us as sort of the real estate bolt-on company to a cannabis industry. We're not a cannabis company ourselves. In particular, we've been doing some site identification work for years, in which we work for clients in Arizona as well as nationwide, across the country in about a dozen states. And there are always challenges, as I'm sure you're aware, in getting sites approved for a cannabis use. So that would involve setbacks from protected uses, restricted zoning, and often in a municipality, there's only a few parcels or sites that would end up qualifying. So we certainly understand and appreciate the thought and work that goes into making sure that these dispensaries fit into general city and community planning. I also wanted to take a moment to thank staff for their efforts to prepare the proposed UDC amendment to allow social equity licenses, also known as marijuana establishment licenses, in the city of Tucson. So you have two options in front of you tonight. We believe that only one of those two options, option B, which is the same option recommended by the Planning Commission in the meeting last month, will practically speaking meet the intent of creating an equal opportunity for so-called dual-use licenses, which exist in the city today, and marijuana establishment licenses. So in other words, even if the mayor and council take action tonight and amend the UDC under option A to require marijuana establishments to go through the special exception process, we do not believe a social equity license or a marijuana establishment license holder would have time to open up a retail location before a state-imposed deadline in October of 2023. Our understanding is the process for a mayor and council special exception process will take 6 months, 4 to 6 months if we're being super optimistic, and going from there to get building permits and actually open up by October would be nearly impossible. So licensees would then be at risk of the license being revoked, and the action that you would take tonight would not have a meaningful effect. So Zone Properties supports dual use and marijuana establishment licenses being equally treated at the local level. We believe option B accomplishes that objective and support the council taking action in favor of option B tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautier. Serena Haudicki.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm so happy to be here in front of you today. My name's Serena Huaraque, and I'm a resident of the city of Tucson, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself tonight on option A. As it stands, the current market for marijuana does not serve the population that has been disproportionately impacted for decades by law enforcement and stigma surrounding the use of marijuana. So far, the state has failed in awarding the existing social equity license to real candidates that said licenses were intended for under State Proposition 207, and instead granted them to multi-state corporations that continue to control the market. Today, the city holds the unique opportunity to bring more public input and consideration into the process by allowing dispensaries to open within the city of Tucson. Thank you to our mayor and council for the caution that you've taken so far with the social equity license, and I hope that you all vote in support of this special exception process, because I trust that by allowing the input of the community and of everyone on this council, we can create a more equitable and reparable market for marijuana dispensaries in the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huaraque. Mohit Asnani.
Mayor and Council, I'm Mo Asnani. Thank you for having me. I'm a resident of Pima County. I'm not in the city of Tucson technically, but we do employ about 250 people here, not a paid speaker. I'm a first-generation immigrant, and I'm partnered with the U.S. Army veteran Chip Boyden in the downtown and D2 dispensaries. We have been a part of Tucson's business community since the fall of 2013. Having started off with a reputation of being a controversial industry, I've always believed that it falls upon people like us to ensure that we're working with our local government as a community partner. We have not opened dispensaries on single-family residential streets because we knew that heavy traffic would frustrate our residential neighbors and result in consternation between our business and neighborhood associations. Our downtown locations in the commercial arts district across the street from 2 bars and a restaurant and near 4th Avenue. Our other location on the east side of Tucson is in the Palo Verde Plaza that is set up for high traffic and heavy commercial activity. We don't go for the cheapest land or property and then force our neighbors to accommodate us. When the medical marijuana program started Every individual who had any ownership or control in the dispensaries had to register for a dispensary agent card and go through an FBI fingerprint background check for excluded felonies, including violent crimes. I've myself been fingerprinted twice a year since 2012. It's not going to change. This has been true for every dispensary who eventually converted to a dual license that can dispense both recreational and medical cannabis. We know for a fact that the 49% owners in the social equity ownership program were not vetted, and some use shell companies in other states like Wyoming to hide their true identities. I'm not sure if when these open, that will constitute interstate commerce of a Schedule I substance, but it is a good question for incoming Attorney General Chris Mays after the inauguration next month. I also asked the City of Tucson and Pima County to work with the Arizona Department of Health Services under the new incoming gubernatorial administration of Katie Hobbs to understand exactly what happened in April and how to rectify it in instances where the 51% social equity owner has signed predatory agreements or has even given up their majority ownership because they're coerced into doing so. I've personally seen operating agreements unwittingly signed by the social equity applicant and the majority owner of the license, which required them to put up amounts like $10 million within 14 days of the license being awarded, or have their ownership diluted or completely liquidated. In other instances, winners were coerced into signing operating agreements which forced them to give up operational control while they were under the influence of alcohol at a bar. The worst I've seen is where the 51% social equity owner unwittingly signed a purchase and sale agreement selling their entire ownership stake for a few $100,000. They didn't realize it because it happened under dubious circumstances while the predatory groups were using an e-signature service, very much like DocuSign. The special exception process gives the city the tools it needs to ensure that the intent of the voters is met. I also asked the city to consider adding a reasonable residential setback from single-family residential homes to avoid future issues for neighborhood associations in the future. Tonight, please vote for option A. I would also like to add that the waiting area requirement of 25% made sense when we were medical only. However, the number of patients has dropped from 315,000 plus to less than 140,000 statewide. Obviously, everything we're talking about here is recreational, and I can tell you we see way more recreational folks because they simply let their cards lapse, cost $300 every 2 years, and they'd rather pay the 24.7% excise and city tax that we collect here in the city of Tucson. So thank you for your time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Osnani. Tyrese Williams.
Hello, how you doing? I'm Tyrese Williams. I'm not yet a resident of Tucson, but next week I will be a Tucsonan. I am owner of TME Farms, also known as Tree Junkie. I am a cultivation site here in Tucson. I employ a little over 20 people. I am licensed actually under the Forever 46 license, which is downtown dispensary. I'm a big advocate for the social equity program. So I was a part of the panel, the social equity ownership program, where I did an 1.5-hour program to show and tell basically all the applicants about the industry, you know. And out of that, there was 1,500 applicants. They all had to watch my segment to be even able to apply for a license. And after going through all this, I was also an applicant as well. I put in for an application, and after doing the research on this stuff, it was just, it's crazy. I put it like that. It was set up for minorities to basically be robbed, to be truthful, in my own opinion. When I look at this, like I said, when I got a chance to actually do the social equity panel, I jumped on it very quickly because I wanted to help minorities not be taken advantage of. So myself and 2 others did the segment. Like I said earlier, that I was eligible to apply, and I submitted 1 application. And when I look at this, like I said, 1,500 applicants. Out of that 1,500, 750 of them were either MSOs, multi-state operators, or predatory investors. So out of that 1,500, 750 came from three groups. 400 had, one group had over 400 applications in. Another group had close to 500 applications in. So that's when I realized that this stuff was rigged. It's not for minorities. It wasn't for the social equity program. It was another money grab in my eyes. And after seeing this, I created a website with a couple of my partners, basically to give information to social equity winners that there are other options than to sign with multi-state operators or to sign with predatory investors. Since then, I've met with most of the social equity winners and come to find out that most of them were already in predatory contracts before the lottery was even, came out, which was, in my eyes, against the Arizona Health Department rules, not supposed to happen at all. One of my big things is that being here in Tucson, I'm hoping that you guys could stop some of these predatory investors from coming here. From my knowledge is that you're not supposed to be a felon. You're not supposed to have any felonies in this industry at all. You cannot apply to be a social equity applicant. You can't even work in this industry at all with having a felony. And they stop people with who have felonies from applying. And there are known predatory groups out here right now that have LLCs set up in states that do not accept marijuana, which would make it illegal. And also they have known felonies on their record. And I'm hoping that you're able to go through a very rigorous vetting process to make sure that we're not allowing felons to open up illegal dispensaries here in Tucson. Like I said, I've been here for about 4 years. I've had a business. I employ nothing but minorities at my company, not purposely. It's just, that's how it happened. I am a big advocate for this. Like I said, I've spoke many times for the social equity program, and I am just sad that out of 26 licenses, 21 of them are owned by multi-state operators or predatory investors. How did that happen? This is not a real social equity program. And if it is, then I hope that we can correct a little bit of it being here in Tucson. I'm hoping that you guys can vote for option A and go through a very rigorous process of vetting these people out. And like I said, out of the panel, 1,500 people had to watch my class, and I am a big advocate for this, and I just can't believe that the Arizona Health Department has allowed this to happen at this point in time. And I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping that we can fix this. So I hope that you vote option A and let us go through this special exception process. So thank you very much. You have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Abby Michael, I believe it is. Abby Michael.
Good evening. My name is Abby Michael, and I'm representing Arizona Municipal Strategies. Our firm is retained to speak on behalf of United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 99. UFCW represents cannabis workers nationwide and over 25,000 food and commercial workers in Arizona. First, I would like to applaud Mayor Romero, council, and thanks staff for the months-long stakeholder process that resulted in recommending the special exemption procedure for consideration tonight. Back in March, this council unanimously supported option A, creating the special exemption process for all new marijuana dispensaries. We participated in a stakeholder meeting and had numerous speakers ready to speak at the Planning Commission on November 2nd. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum and continued for a few weeks. The majority of our speakers were not available for the newly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, but despite that, We still had several speakers from our coalition speaking in support of the special exemption process. Several letters of support were submitted, even from dispensary owners. So please support option A. This is the only process that includes neighborhood notice, a neighborhood meeting, and finally, mayor and council approval for new dispensary locations. Option A is supported by labor and equity groups, community groups, industry owners and advocates, and cannabis workers, a broad coalition with diverse interests, all supporting option A. On the other hand, a small handful of inside players who have supplanted their policy recommendations for mayor and council and now support option B. Let's take a closer look at those who support option B. Organizations that support option B have a membership model that incentivizes their support for option B. They argue that Tucson should open the doors with no oversight and regulation, no community input, and allow as many dispensaries as possible to open up in as many locations as possible, with no community consideration because more dispensaries means more memberships. But what about the other considerations? What about the responsibility you as elected officials have to your constituents, residents, and non-marijuana businesses? As it relates to true equity, we know that many of the people involved with these new adult use social equity licenses are non-equity industry investors or owners. Of course, they're going to push for dispensaries by right. Of course, the social equity license brokers will want you to allow dispensaries by right. If equity matters to this council, then please support a process that allows mayor and council to look at each of the dispensary applications, talk to the true owners and the surrounding neighbors, hear from the community, and decide on a case-by-case basis according to the community's best interest. Allowing dispensaries by right does nothing to help true equity owners and reduces civic engagement. We oppose any option that excludes neighborhood input and council approval. Please support option A. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. Stephen Valencia.
Hello there, Mayor Romero, City Council members. My name is Steve Valencia. I'm representing today the Arizona Jobs with Justice Coalition. And I would like to be very clear to say that I identify and associate myself with the people here in this room that have come out in favor of option A. I want you to let you know that I work very closely with the AFL-CIO, the building trades, and especially the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. The option A is the only way to go in terms of community control, local control. There is so much money involved in this thing, and it seems like in all of these issues that we're faced with as a community, I'm inspired by what the people said here today. I'm also inspired by the efforts here of this council in dealing with these very difficult situations. But at the core of many of our problems, it's big money having the control of what we do. And we always seem to be in a situation where we have to defend ourselves from the rich and the powerful. And I just wanted to say is that this option A is the thing that would put us back in the control of community control of these businesses. And the part I like the most is that it would create organization among workers. And that's what I'm into. I'm a trade unionist for a long, long time. And it's the power of the workers that can really change our cities. And I think that this city council and this mayor can actually make these things happen and bring power to working people, because that's really the balance of where we need to be. I just wanted to say that the cannabis businesses are worth tens of millions of dollars and navigate complex federal and state regulatory rules in order to operate every day. A simple special exception process, option A, is not going to create a barrier to entry for any of these businesses. It will simply allow for a layer of local control transparency, and accountability for the cannabis industry in Tucson. And in terms of, we just heard about the predatory nature of big business coming in here and controlling all the cannabis dispensaries. I mean, I do have another problem about, lately, there's been a lot of big cases that have been settled by the Department of Labor. And there's a lot of cases that have gone to the Department of Labor where they have settled on cases of millions of dollars. And this is usually in the building trades where immigrant workers are just abused. They're abused in many different ways. And now it's in the millions that have been recovered, and they're actually looking for these workers to give them what they earned in wages. And so we're working with the Department of Labor. These things are going to happen a lot more because that is the landscape in which we live. It is a robbery of labor's wealth. And that's the thing that's at the core of what's happening right here with the cannabis dispensaries. So I think that we should always look at how we're going to defend our communities, the communities that we love, and how is it that we're going to build the kind of political power, people power, to stop these things from happening. So I say option A is the best option, and I don't want you to leave us high and dry. How you like that?
No pun intended, right? Michael Crawford.
Just wanted to point out, welcoming Michael Crawford as a former member of this body.
I got it. Does this work? Yeah, okay. You can put it on, Joe. Little buzzball. Thanks a lot. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Crawford. I've lived in Tucson, oh my God, 30 plus years. I'm a member, or I currently live in Ward 3. I've been an investor in the cannabis industry since 2013. Companies I'm affiliated with employ over 200 people in the city of Tucson. Our operations are in Ward 3, Ward 6, and Ward 4. And what I'm about to recommend to you is against my own financial interest. I believe that the Planning Commission got it right. The Planning Commission that just recently voted to remove certain setback requirements and reduce other setback distances felt that it didn't make sense now to impose additional regulation on this industry. I believe this situation is a solution in search of a problem. There is no doubt that the state of Arizona screwed up the social equity license distribution, just pretty much like every state in the country that has tried to implement one of these programs has done. What is being proposed in option A doesn't fix that social equity problem, and on how that the licenses were divvied up out by the state. That ship has sailed. The special exception process that you guys are thinking of imposing on everyone, I still haven't been able to figure out how that would fix what is being talked about here today. It won't. There's nothing that you can do and impose a restriction on somebody applying through that process will fix on who owns the license or how it was obtained and those kinds of things. It's currently extremely difficult to find a location to open a cannabis retail business. The zoning restrictions currently in place have done a good job of doing what you all wanted them to do when you guys have implemented them and modified them. You want to keep them from clustering together. You wanted to keep them in commercial zones. You have done that. Given the current timeline that is needed for social equity licenses to open by October, if you adopt option A, you are essentially banning them. And that's what the Planning Commission discussed at their hearing when they voted 7-2 for option B. So the result of adopting option A is you're basically banning them anyway. So if you want to do that, just do it. But but don't penalize current locally owned cannabis businesses that want to relocate to a better location in the city or want to expand their current location. You can, under the law, allow only medical dual-use facilities in the city of Tucson. There are already, all the dual-use licenses are already opened around the state. So the idea of 20 of them coming to Tucson is not realistic. This industry is already one of the most, if not the most, regulated industry in the state of Arizona. Making it more difficult helps no one, especially our medical patients and adult customers. Less competition means higher prices. More competition will reduce prices for all of them. So I urge you to adopt option B. It treats everyone fairly and doesn't penalize our locally owned cannabis businesses that want to expand or relocate to a better location in the future. And once the public hearing is closed, I would ask you to ask the city attorney and staff, what can you guys do when somebody comes before you on a special use application? What kind of restrictions can you put on them? Because the state law requires everyone to be treated equally. So if you impose something on a social equity license that's not imposed on a dual license, you're going to end up in litigation. And so I would ask you to adopt option B. There are other ways to try to address the social equity issue. I think going to the new Attorney General and the new Governor's office or Governor would be a way to do that. There are things that DHS can do. I don't think they can pull back those licenses, but any kind of future licenses that are issued, which there probably will be, can be done that way. Another way to address that, I know that people have discussed putting caps on the number of licenses in the city of Tucson. That's an option. And other cities have done that around the community. Tempe's done that. I believe Scottsdale's done that. Those are things that you can take into consideration. But I would ask you not to impose more regulation on an industry that you guys have all pulled back from. You've said you are good to our community. Almost all of the locally owned operations in Tucson donate thousands and thousands of dollars to local nonprofits. We do to Rialto, we've done to the Symphony, we've done to the Loft, and we want to continue to do business here and as good citizens, but unnecessary regulation that won't fix the problem you're trying to address is just not needed. And I appreciate your efforts. I mean, I thought the same thing when they issued them. I think this is absurd. And I thought that it was good for you guys to initially say, no, you can't come here, let's figure this out. But unfortunately, under the law, there's nothing you can really do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Roland Baker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Regina Romero. Good evening, all City Council people. I'm here today to ask this council to support option A only on item 10. I ask that you support option A only because dispensaries are subject to an age restriction, state regulations, and distance requirements. They should be treated more like a liquor store or a bar, not regular business, and they should not be allowed by right. Option B, allowing dispensaries by right will do nothing to address equity issues because of spacing requirements, giving dispensaries with the deepest pockets and the resources to swoop in and buy everything that they can buy. The special exception, option A, is the only option that includes public input and you, the council, oversight. Option B excludes the community's voice from the process. Leaving out our important voice only benefits a handful of people in the cannabis industry at the exclusion of everyone else. Option A is supported by labor, UFCW, and equity groups like Lucha, community groups like Mi Familia Vota, and dispensary owners like Ilava and Truleve, industry advocates like Weed Maps, and cannabis workers are all backing option A. Option A creates dispensaries that fit into the fabric of our community rather than letting them pop up next to our homes, our schools, and our businesses without any notice or community input. I urge you to please adopt option A for the benefit of the entire community, because you will have voice as well as the community will have voice. And then on a personal note, when we first started to allow medical marijuana, I, along with 3 of my dear friends, tried to get into the cannabis industry. There was no way we could. The fees were astronomical. The amount of need to do it couldn't happen, and we've tried and tried each and every year. Again, some know this, I love to bake and I love to cook, and so I tried to get into the industry by doing the cookies, the brownies, all of those good things. I couldn't even get into, I could not step in to that area because I didn't have the funding, I didn't have the heads up, I didn't have the people in the know to get us to get to that. There's quite a few people like myself who, equity, it's important. So I really want you to think about those of us who could participate in a business that's important to too many of us here in Tucson. And I know you'll think about it, so please think about option A. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Jim Mazzacco.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim Mazzacco, and I am representing Green Med Dispensary at 6464 East Tanque Verde Road. I have to agree with a lot of the previous speakers in the disappointment of the state social equity program. As they said, it was a lottery program. There were 26 licenses, and at least my facts show that from a Phoenix newspaper reported that 18 of them were backed by big cannabis. The other gentleman said around 21, that may be the number. The one thing I want to make clear here is that the city of Tucson has been very good to the cannabis industry. Back when it started, and I was there, they had 3,000 square foot dispensaries, 3,000 square foot cultivation sites. In 2014, there was a major change. The cannabis people came together. They told us all their problems, how they're having to go to Phoenix to buy product, and Phoenix is beating them in the marketplace. Well, we made changes to the ordinance back then. We made unlimited cultivation sites. We expanded the size of the dispensaries. We allowed for infused products to be made in cultivation areas and dispensaries. We've allowed for delivery services. Those are all done by the city. So you've been good to the cannabis industry. With regard to option A, I'm going to take a nuanced kind of position on that, because I'm going to assume you're going to approve it. And if you approve it, my recommendation to you is you put a note beside it and say to the future applicants that you will be requested to give a donation to a cannabis social equity fund or program to fund scholarships and internships for qualified applicants in the city. Later on, I'll talk about what another part of this, but my feeling is I agree with everybody here saying that option A is burdensome and it's too much zoning review. And if you look at the 12 years of zoning review of cannabis dispensaries in the city, you basically have one case of parking problems. That can be handled in another direction. It doesn't have to be an entire public hearing process. But the one thing you do have in that is you can continue things. I would like to make a series of recommendations to you. First, I'd recommend that you direct city staff to form a committee to look at cannabis social equity program. I looked at the administrative code of the Department of Health Services, and it has a provision in there It's called R918-308A2D. And it says that all the marijuana establishments that get licenses under this social equity program, they have to provide a benefit to the community, especially of those who've been affected by marijuana laws in the past. It further goes on to say, here's some examples, such as hiring practices or interning or giving some cost to, a part of your cost to a nonprofit. So the term that's key here is such as. Well, what about such as complying with a local cannabis social equity program that's put together by the city? That would be within the realms of that provision that's currently in the Arizona Department of Health Services Administrative Code for these dispensaries. I also would recommend some zoning amendments. The first zoning amendment would be to put a cap. You were concerned about that back in 2014 when I was there. And look at the state. The state has put caps all along the way. For medical marijuana, there was a cap. For 2020, there was a cap. It's probably a good and prudent idea to have a cap on the number of dispensaries. Currently, you have 14 dispensaries. If you added 6 more, that should be enough. And if anybody new wants to come to town, well, you can evaluate them if they belong in the city. The second one I would say is create a zoning option that you currently have called the Planning Director's Special Exception. In that is an administrative process that requires a neighborhood meeting, a 400-foot notice, and can be appealed to the Board of Adjustment. The director can put special conditions on cases, and they can red flag problematic parking situations like what you had. And the last one I would add is allow flexible standards for dispensaries in distressed areas. In 85705, 85746, and 85713. Those are areas that the Department of Health Services has called out as distressed areas. There could be flexible standards there. In both of those cases, I would like to say they should have a required...
please come to a conclusion.
Okay, in both of those cases, they would have a required donation to the Cannabis Social Equity Program in the zoning auction. I'll stop there, and thank you very much for your...
Thank you so much. Brad Starr?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brad Starr. I'm representing myself. I'm a third-generation Tucsonan. I'm a small business owner in Tucson of 20 years. I've been through zoning problems and zoning conditions where I've had to apply for special exception. I currently live in Oro Valley, I should mention that. So I have been a resident of Tucson for nearly 50 years, but I moved out into Oro Valley recently. Anyway, I'm a product of the 60s and 70s where I saw all the social injustice I felt being done to those that were smoking weed and distributing and whatever. And these were small little players in a big game, I guess. I got interested when I read about the social equity program, and I started reading about it from the beginning. And I understand the difficulty of starting up a small business and getting one going. I do support the Planning Commission's recommendation of option B. And the reason I support that, as I carefully watched the discussion take place that evening, one individual, and I believe, Mayor Romero, you appointed him, and that is Chris Ortizia-Pino. He really had foresight and talked about the timing involved, that there just wasn't going to be enough time given a special exception for these people that do have the licenses to act on it and get a business up and running by the time frame that was required by the state. That's really all I have to say. I I don't have a whole lot to say because I don't represent a union. I don't represent another dispensary or dispensary owners or anything like that. I do applaud Michael Crawford for his comments. I think that he was right on as well. I think that Chris Ortizia-Peno had the foresight to see where this is going if it does go the special exception route, which means that you're probably not going to have any special exception licenses in Tucson. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I think this is Samba Jarsu.
Hi, how's it going, everybody? Mayor, City Council, City of Tucson. My name is Samba Jarju. I am here representing myself as well as normal. I am not a paid speaker. As everybody's heard today, we know that the lottery system didn't work. We know that social equity failed with that system, and we're seeing the outcome now. Now, what we have ahead of us is an option here. We have two different systems which are either going to support social equity or support the current dispensary system. That's what we're seeing. Now, NORML's official position, if you guys don't know what NORML is a national organization for the reform of marijuana laws. Their official position on this is we would like you to take a good look at option B. Consider social equity and the people who need it, the people who have missed out on all these opportunities. What we've seen so far is major corporations acting almost like cartels, snuffing out the competition. And we'll see it again and again if we're not willing to make a stand and make sure that there is a balance as this industry grows. There needs to be a craft side of this industry as well as the dispensary side. And there needs to be a bridge in between to bridge that gap. So there's not infighting. There's not the suppression of new people coming into the industry. We need to make sure that zoning supports everybody and the communities that it truly represents. We want to make sure that things come back to Arizona. Not just the taxes, not just the money. We want to make sure that things come back to Arizona, that these corporations start supporting the communities that they represent and that they are in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jarju. Is there anyone wishing to speak to Mayor and Council on this issue? Anyone else? Alrighty, that was our last speaker.
I move we close the public hearing.
There is a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Public hearing is closed. I'd like to open it up for our council. What is the council's pleasure? Councilwoman Lee?
I can get us kicked off. I'm sure we all have stuff we want to chat about, but I think what was really interesting with this is seeing all of the different stakeholders that sometimes seem like they're on very different pages really come together for option A. What's really important to me is hearing from my constituents in Ward 4 for the last several days. Sorry, I just ate like some snacks, so I'm a little... We have a cultivation facility in Ward 4, and a couple times a year, depending on what's going on in there, there's an odor that comes out, and everybody gets riled up about that, and we have to have those conversations, and we do. But that has really led folks in my area specifically to really want to have a voice in this. And as we've been talking about with different items tonight, it's about making sure that the neighborhoods and the people living in that area have a seat at the table and they're involved in a process. And so that's really what is moving me tonight. And so with that, Mayor, I'll just throw out a motion to get us started. I move that we pass and adopt ordinance number 11978, option A.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Kosachik.
So, thank you. I have a couple of questions possibly of staff. But first, let me say this. Everybody in the room recognizes, irrespective of what side of this you're on, that there's a hole in the state law. And the hole in the state law allows straw applications. There's nothing we can do at the local level to fix that, as several speakers, again, on both sides acknowledge. So that's going to be something for the incoming administration in Phoenix and the incoming legislature to try and resolve. So, and that was acknowledged when, what was 207, whatever the number was passed, allowing recreational. I'm concerned about a few things. Number one, I'm concerned about, in no particular order, number one, I am concerned about running out the clock on applications. And so just clarification from staff, if somebody has an application, not an application, if somebody has a license that they've been awarded, a social equity license, they have until October of '23 to do what? To have it approved, to have it in the queue. What is the, what is the answer to that?
Mayor, members of the council, the information we have from Arizona Department of Health Services is that the facility must be operational by October 2023.
Operational.
Right, meaning
Honest?
up and running.
Okay. There
Open
is
to the
no way,
to the public.
Okay, thank you, Corin. There is no way that with it being effectively the 1st of January right now, that anybody who has a license is going to be up and running by October of next year if we're making them all go through a special exception process. So that's one thing. Second question, though, is with respect to the special exception process. If an operation is up and running and they have a license right now, if they want to expand on the existing site, does option A require them to go through the special exception process, or can they do that and then be subject to the kinds of things like parking requirements for the expansion and those kinds of things under our existing ordinances?
Councilmember Kutaczyk, they'll be subject to the special exception if the expansion is beyond 25%.
You were kind of muffled.
If the expansion is beyond 25%, they would be
25%. Okay, but under
As
25,
proposed.
under 25%, they're allowed by right to do the expansion. Okay, that's helpful. I'm also concerned about saturation. There are, as I understand it, 25 more licenses to be allocated. 26 were allocated. One has already been awarded. And I'm concerned about the city of Tucson becoming overly saturated with dispensaries. And I know people, again, on both sides have spoken in favor of perhaps a cap. And I would support a cap. And I haven't got in my head any particular number. We've got 13 or 14 dispensaries. Somebody said 20. I would say maybe 15. But whatever that number winds up being, I think that we need to protect the community from an oversaturation of these things. Not because I'm some sort of a prude who doesn't understand, that you're not going to jump off of roofs if you smoke a joint, but it's that we have issues in neighborhoods, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Somebody mentioned Harvest. That was an anomaly because at the time Harvest opened, it was the only recreational license in the county. And so for the first 2 months, maybe, everybody was gravitating towards there. It is already at a bad location. They're underparked, and so that was just a perfect storm. Now that there are now that there are 13 or 14 other licenses, that's pretty much calmed down, and so it's doing okay. The other challenge that I want to make sure that we're not getting overly saturated about that is a situation that occurred with youth next to Youth on Their Own. Where we have a CBD operation where they decided they were going to call themselves a private club, and they effectively opened up their door that faces Yodo. And so we got these kids who are going to Youth on Their Own trying to get their arms around some of their own issues, some of which are substance abuse related. And we got these guys sitting in this private club smoking dope and really kind of an attractive nuisance to these kids who are really trying to turn their lives around. So there is a legitimate voice for the community. There is a legitimate voice for neighborhoods, and there is a legitimate voice where we want to protect, at least have a zoning voice in making sure that people who are wrestling with substance abuse issues aren't having to walk past, dispensaries or consumption lounges. Is that what they're called? And I know you can't. We have ordinances in place already where you can't smoke outside. You can't have outside outside lounges. But I want to make sure that that there is that level of conversation as well. Finally, I want to err on this side of public input. We've all heard from our neighbors. I don't think we fix the social equity challenges that happened at the state level by making sure that we have public input. But I do believe that we're the first touch people have for government locally. People aren't going to run to Kirsten Sinema or Mark Kelly to try and fix the piece that you correctly pointed out. That's a state level issue that they've got to fix this coming time around. If and when they do that, perhaps we revisit this conversation. So I'm leaning towards the motion. I would like to hear more comment about perhaps a cap on the number of dispensaries we're going to allow in the city of Tucson. I am very concerned, though, that this special exception will have exactly the effect that Michael and one other speaker mentioned, and that is we're effectively saying we're not going to get any in Tucson, other than the one that's up on the northeast side already. So those are my thoughts, and I'm interested in the rest of the council's.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham.
I'm going to start with a couple questions. Number one, have any other cities adopted a special equity licensure process yet?
Councilmember Cunningham, so I just want to be more precise of the language. None of the cities have licensing authorities. So as has been described all night here, all of the licensing decisions with respect to the social equity licenses occur at the state level, not at any city level. But your question, I'm sure, is about zoning regulations. And so there's a range of actions that cities have taken across Arizona. Some, like the city of Tucson up to this point, has not allowed the adult use only operations, even if the medical and dual use is allowed. Others have set up some kind of special exception, or it's called different things in different jurisdictions, conditional use permits, et cetera. And some jurisdictions have decided to allow them by right.
Who is allowed by right?
Mayor, members of the council, our last information is that a few cities have allowed them by right. Those are El Mirage, Globe, Litchfield Park, Maricopa County, Tempe, and Buckeye. They have different rules. Each of those jurisdictions do have different rules in terms of setbacks and all of the aspects that we regulate, so that does affect.
Now you have a follow-up question. How many of those listed that you just said also put caps on their number?
I'm not aware of any caps, Dan. I don't think we've seen many caps. I did want to just mention another jurisdiction that's relevant to mention that does allow them, but through a conditional use permit, is PIMA County, our neighboring jurisdiction, and they require a conditional use permit, which is very similar to our special exception process. They started that in August, and actually just today they had 3 of these dispensaries on their agenda, and all 3 were approved. So that took about 4 months to get to their council. So while tight, I just want to say that it is possible for dispensaries that wish to locate in Tucson to go through our special exception process if it was to be adopted.
I just heard that jurisdictions had set up caps about 10 minutes ago. So I'm just trying to figure out if people allowed by right, but then they capped the number of dispensaries they could have in their town limits.
Councilmember Cunningham, I couldn't tell you who has or hasn't adopted caps. What I can tell you is that you can.
So right now, there are there are social equity licenses going through the queue in other jurisdictions. We wouldn't be the first. We wouldn't be out in front of this at all. This is my first, I guess, is kind of.
That is correct. We would not be the first. As I mentioned, in Pima County, just 3 were approved by their Board of Supervisors today, which are marijuana establishments licensed through the social equity program.
All right. So I actually did some research on some of these things. First of all, Really quick, Jim Mazzacco, I had to get up really quick, but I read your letter and thanks for your input, your service to the city. That was not a sign of disrespect, man. I just had to get up really quick and come back. But I really appreciate your comments. Two, to Michael, you're probably one of the people that came off the most knowledgeable about this subject as I talked to people over the week. But there's some realities here that just makes it a little bit tough to go that route. My next question comes in, all right, so the 25% that is that mandated by the state, or can we allow expansion over 25% without a special exception regardless?
I can clarify that, council member. That actually is not specific to this type of use, to marijuana establishments or dispensaries. That is a standard in our code that anytime a use expands 25% or more, they need to be in conformance with all current zoning standards. So in this case, it would apply.
So that means they'd have to go to the special exception. All right, can they use the special exception? Can they actually use the special exception so that so the scenario I'm thinking of is dispensary A has a C1 zone or an R3 parcel remnant next door, they buy it. Do they need to go through the rezoning and the special exception, or can they do all that at once?
A site would need to rezone to be one of the allowed zones where a dispensary can be located, which is C2 and C3. So if they had an R3 parcel, for example, they would need to rezone and go through a special exception process.
Could they do that concurrently?
I believe they would need to get the rezoning approved first by mayor and council. We may be able to do some aspects of it concurrently, but they would need the rezoning approved prior to the special exception.
I'm just trying to create a little less work. This is the stuff we're running into. Like if you've got a site that's basically what we're doing is we've got some good faith partners in this town. We've got a lot of pretty good dispensaries. And so the bottom line is that by adopting this, we're set when they have some common sense moves they may want to make. In other words, they may want to locate right down the street, which has less of a line of sight to a school, which is a better locale. They might want to expand some square footage. And now we're making an entire extra step to do that. And that really isn't the intent here. So that's one of the pieces with the special exception. I'd like it to be able to be used also as a streamlined scenario if need be. Two, there's 169 CHAWs. There's 26 special equity licenses, so there's 195 licenses statewide eventually. If you do the population numbers, Pima County should end up with about 28. Tucson should end up with 14. Well, guess what, man? We already got 14. So I don't understand why we are under any obligation to hurry this up or whatever to add to it. Three, neighbors. Despite all the truth of the matter is that there are 3 dispensaries in Ward 2. I haven't gotten a lot of complaints. I got a couple. I see JP out there. You happen to be across from golf and stuff, man. So I get calls on it. I just do. People send their kids to golf and stuff, and it just happens. It's not, with all due respect, I know that you're running a good business there. But the bottom line is that we do get complaints. My email blew up today from people that I hadn't even heard from that are neighbors and neighborhood association presidents about dispensaries today. Like, it just did because of this vote. So for me, that puts me back to that we do need option A. But what I'd like to do is figure out a way to use option A as an advantage for existing dispensaries who may want to do some extra things, especially if they're good neighbors. So that's kind of where my piece is. I don't know if we can, but I'm just asking.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to vote for option A because I think option B, as supported by the Planning Commission, is the way to go. Adding the special exception process is not fair to incoming dispensaries when none of the existing dispensaries had to go through that process. My office has never received a complaint about a dispensary. Maybe in Ward 3 they're better located. They're clean. They're most regulated businesses in the state, requiring security guards, no outside gathering. They must be well lighted. And in fact, in Ward 3, I'd love to have some more dispensaries. We have way too many empty commercial buildings, and it would just be nice to bring that industry in there. This was part of an effort, and I agree with everybody, it's failed as a social equity measure. But it's part of an effort to decriminalize marijuana in our state, overwhelmingly supported in Tucson and Pima County, and supported by me. And so making it hard and keeping it as a business that's really expensive is not the will of the people. If there's more dispensaries, so what? They can compete and it will be cheaper. That'd be fine by me. From what I understand, people who have dispensary license are making plenty of money. I've never heard of a zoning process that we use to keep rich people or predatory multi-state corporations out of Tucson. We're being sold some ideas that just doesn't work in a special exemption process. I too have heard concerns about people who don't want a weed store in their neighborhood. And I sympathize when they're poorly placed, if they would be poorly placed. But I think under the state regulations and under our current regulations, they would not. So that's why I would vote yes for an option B, but I'm going to vote no for an option A. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a clarification on going forward tonight and how that impacts any process that's already in the pipeline. So would this just be for any new process that starts off? So if someone does have an expansion or anything in the works, I just want to understand how this would or would not affect those folks.
As long as they have submitted materials to Planning and Development Services already, yes, the current regulations would apply. I feel like, I think there's a couple that we have been in contact with those applicants as they're going through and have worked with them to make sure they can continue in the process that they're currently in.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Well, we've had enough discussion, a lot of process. We started this process back in March of this year. There has been opportunities for the community and different stakeholders to give us input. I remain convinced that option A is the best way to go for the city of Tucson and for neighbors. Without a special exception, all marijuana dispensaries would follow the normal site plan review, which would be just to go through the process at Planning and Development Services. And they must follow health regulations and odor mitigation. With a special exception, neighborhoods will have, and all properties within 400 feet, and all neighborhood associations within 1 mile will be notified. Application submittal details how proposal meets requirements of use-specific standards with the UDC. Staff will review proposals with recommendations to the zoning examiner. There will be a notice of public hearing posted on the site and in the local paper. Within 14 days after zoning examiner public hearing, any person may request a public hearing at mayor and council. Otherwise, they would be on the mayor and council regular agenda for consideration. And mayor and council may have a decision to approve with conditions, or deny. Conditions could include landscaping, screening, height, size, sign illumination, parking requirements. We can conduct proposed use such as hours of operation, use of loudspeakers, external lighting, and be able to protect adjacent land uses and right-of-way decisions. With a special exception, we have much more control of what is being proposed in terms of the uses adjacent to our neighborhoods and other property owners. I haven't deviated from the reason why I believe we should have a special exception since March of this year, that we gave unanimous direction to the Planning and Development Services Department to examine a special exception. I absolutely 100% agree. The state did a horrible job with social equity licenses. Horrible job. But we shouldn't stand just seeing what is happening in the state. We have the ability to be able to regulate and give a voice to our neighborhood associations as to what can be developed. So I think that Pima County has already made their decision. They are using a similar process to special exception. We will be able to have much more voice as well as neighborhoods. The stakeholders involved wanting option A include neighborhood associations, our union brothers and sisters, because these corporations, one of the reasons that labor is involved and they're concerned is because these corporations are not open to being able to protect working conditions and improve working conditions for workers in these dispensaries. So I will be voting for option A, and I think that we should stay the course. The direction that we gave unanimously to the Planning and Development Department is something that we should continue. So with that, if there are no other discussion points from our colleagues on the council, I think we need to go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11978, option A, passes by a vote of 6-1. Thank you all so much for your input. Item 11,
Public hearing, SE 13-92, Watershed Management Group, R2 Zone, Special Exception, Major Change of Preliminary Site Plan, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance Number 11975.
City Manager's Communication Number 346, dated December 20, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on no change of use from previously approved special exception land use. Watershed Management Group wishes to continue their existing use, cultural, privately owned. Previously, PDP included a new 650 square feet of storage area, and Watershed Management Group would like this to be a 1,150 square feet learning lab classroom. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11975 by number and title only.
Ordinance Number 11975, relating to zoning amending conditions to Ordinance Number 11133, adopted December 17th, 2013, for a major change to a previously approved preliminary site plan in the area located on the west side of Dodge Boulevard, approximately 300 feet north of Speedway Avenue, in case SE 13-92 in the R2 zone, and setting an effective date.
Ms. Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any? Before you do that, are there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Yes, sir. Come up to the microphone. Please state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson, and whether you're a retained speaker.
Hi, I'm Steve Dolan. Merry Christmas. I'll try and be quick. This was a surprise to me. I don't have anything prepared to speak. I was here at 4 o'clock to do the call to the audience. I wasn't able to do that, so I will email that to everyone tomorrow. But I will talk about a little bit about the special exception process. I have participated in one special exception, and I will not go into the specifics. And with regards to this watershed management exception, I don't have any qualms with it other than there was limited public participation. I think there was limited notification, just as in the example that I did participate in, which was a TEP utility distribution system. Okay. This was a surprise to me, just as the TEP variance was a surprise to me in March of 2022. I am a floodplain professional. I've been a floodplain professional for 37 years. Floodplain variances are very rare nationwide. They put a use in harm's way, and they are reported to FEMA, and FEMA can deny millions of dollars of disaster assistance for a critical facility in a hazardous area, and this is in the erosion hazard setback of the Santa Cruz River, and it has 500-year floodplain on it, and there's 100-year high-velocity floods up against the banks. And the Cottonwood Station will not be adequately protected. And tonight, Mr. Greenberg talked about the Jackson, Mississippi water treatment plant. That is a critical facility. I mean, I've taught half-day, 4-day classes in floodplain management for 20 years. Critical facilities are a no-no. Critical facilities near a floodplain are a no-no. Critical facilities, there's a bunch of them, but basically they're police stations, fire stations, hospitals, and utilities such as water treatment and electric utilities. Electricity and water do not mix. Now, with regard to the climate action plan, I commend you on passing that in the future. But it would be very embarrassing for the city of Tucson to allow a variance and then a special exception to have a brand new electric utility that is then flooded and destroyed by a normal flood or an extreme weather flood, and you're trying to be a progressive community with regards to climate action. Special exception is this special exception may be okay for this within the city of Tucson. But again, I'm warning you, the special exception is kind of ironic. We just heard a lot of people say, we want option A for the special exception to allow public input. There was very little public input in the special exception that I was involved in a utility distribution system. The Cottonwood site is a floodplain issue. It is not a PDSD issue. The special exception process is completely run by PDSD with no input by other appropriate departments, such as the city floodplain administrator and DTM, who does floodplain management for the city of Tucson. Like you said, you have control over special exceptions. You can deny the special exception for the TEP substation and therefore not be an embarrassed community that has violated your floodplain ordinance by the variance and then the special exception. So I was surprised by this tonight, just like I was surprised by a floodplain variance back in March. So that's all I have to say. I'll send you my call to the audience. It doesn't go into the specifics, which I will do next year. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Any others? Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
There's a, alrighty, is there anyone else?
We'll get to you.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure at this time?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, first of all, Saturday Night Live had a character called Emily Latella, whose line was, never mind. We're not talking about the TEP substation. We're talking about Watershed Management Group. Watershed Management Group is located at Treat and Grant, approximately. And first of all, Lisa, I owe you a huge apology. 16 hours ago, when I was running out on the loop and Catlow passed me like an like a supersonic jet, I thought, I've got to make the request that they go ahead of all these other public hearings because yours is going to take 5 minutes. And I forgot. So tomorrow, Catlow can trip me or something, and it'll be deserved. This really should not have gone through the whole public process because some technicalities based on the over 25% use caused the operation to cause this whole expansion to go through an elongated process. Watershed Management Group is an immensely popular amenity both to the Palo Verde neighborhood and to the region. And I move that we approve the site revisions and allow this to move forward.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a
Second.
second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee. Aye. Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 11975 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much. We should have thought about it. Steve, I'm so sorry. We made you sit through everything. Thank you so much for waiting, and so sorry of not putting you forward. But see you go. There was 5 minutes. All done. Item 12.
Economic Initiatives, Notice of Intent to Enter into Project Flag, Primary Jobs Incentive, Resolution number 23558.
City Manager's Communication number 347, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23558 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23558 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with the Project Flag, for a proposed industrial facility, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number 23558.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23558 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Economic Initiatives, Notice of Intent to Enter into SION Primary Jobs Incentive.
City Manager's Communication number 348, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23556 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23556 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with Project SION for expansion of its operations to 6950 South Country Club Road, Tucson, Arizona, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number 23556.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23556 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 14.
Mayor and Council, selection of Vice Mayor continued from the meeting of December 6, 2022.
City Manager's Communication number 352, dated December 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23555 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23555 relating to the Vice Mayor of the Mayor and Council selecting a Vice Mayor.
Alrighty, so we have had a vice mayor for the past year, and I'd like to provide Vice Mayor Santa Cruz the opportunity to reflect on her service as vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're all a little exhausted and ready to get out of here, but I just wanted to start off with saying that given the task, because we have this tradition of rotating the position around and taking different, election cycles into account, that I was really, I was kind of hesitant to step into that role. And like most things in life, I feel like I need to get nudged and, I kind of take it on. But I think part of my hesitation was that I never like to have a title that feels just ceremonial or, it's just a title for the sake of having a title. And I think during that time of being in that position and having the opportunity to attend, the National League of Cities, the council presidents convening, where I got to meet and connect with other vice mayors and council presidents, throughout the country, I felt really encouraged by the work that so many of them are doing in their respective cities as part of the city council. And I, reflected on the possibility of what we could have here in Tucson. I know that in the charter, and talking to our city attorney, Mike Rankin, the responsibilities of the mayor is just that we have one, and that every year in December of every year, we elect a new vice mayor. But that doesn't preclude us as a mayor and council body to have responsibilities for a sitting vice mayor. And so I came back thinking that we should consider moving in that direction, that we not have a vice mayor that's just a ceremonial, it's just a title that we rotate, that we look and maybe we have a study session item in the future of what those responsibilities could be. When I was in San Jose, the mayor, Sam Liccardo, talked about, the San Jose's vice mayor, and talked about him as a peacemaker, someone who could be a mediator between the council and the mayor. And something that just resonated with me was that he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And I think we could use a lot more of that on this council. And, just some preliminary thoughts about, what this role could be is just the way that the mayor is an active advocate with our congressional delegation at the federal level, lobbying for the best interest of the city, that the vice mayor could have a similar role, but at the state level, talking, being an active participant with our state legislature, our state representatives, and attending, the state capitol and advocating for the priorities of this mayor and council. Also being the member at the Arizona, League of Cities and Towns. And then also taking on some council priority projects and pushing those through. So I just think like extending the capacity and the will of moving a lot of our agenda forward could be something very fruitful and helpful to this mayor and council. So, putting that out there as a hope moving forward. And so with that, I understand that in the rotation that we had, the next person in line would be Council Member Kozaczek, who is ready and willing to take on that role. So with that, I move to appoint Council Member Steve Kozaczek as Tucson's next vice mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'd like to just thank Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Now, again, back to her role as council member. Really appreciate your really wanting to move forward a concept that I've brought as the mayor, to be able to have some significance in terms of a vice mayor role, to be play that peacemaker that you talk about, and be able to deliver an agenda in partnership with the mayor, to be able to move faster, quicker, and in representation of the citizens of the city of Tucson, and do it as partners. So I agree that we should all bring a study session item to have this discussion, to help put that role together, and to be able to have people want to step into the vice mayor role, wanting to do that type of work. So thank you for your service as vice mayor to the residents of Tucson. Hopefully we will vote unanimously in terms of Councilmember Kozaczek stepping into this role. And I look forward to working in partnership for moving forward an agenda that will be for the benefit of the citizens of Tucson. Councilwoman Lee.
Well, just briefly, I just wanted to echo what you said, Mayor. Great job to you, Vice Mayor. I can call you that for another couple minutes. You did the role amazing, and I really appreciate all of your curiosity and innovation, and I look forward to the additional conversation. So thank you for your service in that capacity.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I'm moved by your words. It's affecting me almost physically, but it's also the hour. And I'm loath to say one more sentence and keep us here any longer. But what struck me is those are all qualities that any of us can do without that title. And I'm going to actually aspire to some of those based on what you've said. And I encourage all of my colleagues to do it. Thank you.
Any others?
Thank Lane Santa Cruz for being the vice mayor. She's got great leadership, a great asset to the city of Tucson, to you, and to my colleagues on the council. God bless you, Lane.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Thank you all. So Councilmember Kasechik, I don't know if you want to, if you choose to accept this mission. Yeah, well, he's like, just vote. Let's just go, it's 10 o'clock.
Richard's home ready for bed already, the rest of us.
He's in his PJs now.
I know.
Alrighty, I believe we need a roll call. Let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23555 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. I really appreciate it. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you so much for your work. We will see you next year. Thank you.